One's games, offline One Piece regionals. I'm joined with Jeremy. How are you doing this morning, Jeremy?
Not bad. I'm going to have some fun games with you, so it's going to be an amazing day.
Yeah, this is the second weekend of the 12th set for the One Piece card game being legal. This is the first weekend of offline events here in North America, too. I think there's a whole lot of decks that are really viable right now. I'm really excited to see what ends up doing well today.
Yeah, I know. Any thoughts about what's going to be the sleeper pick for this set?
Man, well, if I was playing, Purple Yellow Croc would have definitely a resurgence,
yeah.
assuming you think that it was around in the first place. But we've got over 800 players today, right? We have 9 or 10 rounds of Swifts. We've got a lot of leaders. I would say there's 20 plus leaders right now. I think are mildly viable, and I would not be surprised to get into that day too.
Yeah, especially because Toronto also has a bunch of pocket flick players who are like one tricks or staples, like myself included.
Yes.
So like I can't wait to see some of those people show through.
For sure, and this is my first time back in Toronto for a while, definitely since doing all this kind of stuff, right? And so it's really interesting to see, as you mentioned, there's a lot of pocket formats. There's a lot of people who just stay local when they play, but when they do play, they're amazing for it. So we got to keep our eyes open for that, and excited to see what you guys bring today.
Yeah, no. So like, let's hope that Toronto gives you just like the best it can offer, and
yes.
even I'm really hoping we see just even one red Zoro player. Even though Rayleigh is the new red Zoro, I know that there are a ton of very skilled Zoro pilots in Toronto who have made a name being Zoro players.
Yeah, and I do have confirmation. I think our first game is going to be Silver's Rayleigh versus Zoro. I'm not sure if it's green or red. I'm going to bet that it's green, but those are definitely two of the leaders that are out of OP12, right? It's the first weekend. Those decks are very strong, right? We've got our kind of week 1 format where we have new restrictions that weren't happening around the world either. So that's going to be that. But we're going to go into that game. It's going to be starting in just a second, and we'll switch on over there.
Yeah, and also I have to say, welcome back, Eggman.
Yeah.
I did not know all this deep lore, but yeah.
Yes, I'm back in Canada. This is my homeland here, and let's see if they. I don't think you guys will disappoint. So, as mentioned, we've got Silver's Rayleigh on the left, and it will be a green Zoro on the right.
Ooh, and like I've always noticed, a lot of Rayleigh players opt to use that base art leader, that like the humbleness of the Rayleigh deck.
Yes.
A lot of commons, a lot of just rares. So.
Yeah, and both players ended up keeping their opening hand, so both very confident with this. This is round one. Round one, not as early as I've done other tournaments, 11, so they've probably woken up a little bit. And we'll see how this goes. What do you think of this matchup in general, though, Jeremy?
So when I look at this matchup, I think it obviously the stats will show that Rayleigh is usually favored in this because it can really just tax that Zoro's hand or swing at it repeatedly. The turn order definitely makes a difference here too. In which case Rayleigh got second, which I think is favorable for it. So I think Stinge's actually got a pretty good opener for this, and he's searched Luffy right there, so he's got that 4-Dom play lined up.
Yeah, and I definitely, whenever I play against Silver's Rayleigh, there's kind of the scale of how well I'm doing. How many 4-drop Luffys they play is definitely, guaranteed one, right? And we might have missed that search with Nami if I missed it completely, but being able to get 2 out there. Every 1-drop can convert into damage for this deck too, so just having 2 searchers turn 2 is really nice. And we're going to pass it back to Kyle.
Yeah, and Kyle's swinging in for a 6 here, trying to ask him for that 2K event from hand. But, so early in the game, Stinge's super happy to just take that life and just get that extra card in hand.
Yeah, and deciding not to use the Hiyori search, instead using the Kyoshiro as a blocker. Both these decks, too, even though they're aggressive, they usually like taking their early life, getting more resources. And so not too surprising to take that first hit.
Yeah, we're in that 5 life leader meta right now where that 5th life is just an extra card in hand.
Mm-hmm. We're going 5 with Silver's Rayleigh. If we're playing Luffy, there's a chance that we could play it, get that additional Dawn attached to Silver's, but I think it's pretty clear that Zoro is going to take that damage anyways.
Yeah. But yeah, sometimes the argument of do you counter out the first 5 that comes from Zoro because you know that the later ones are bigger, but or do you counter out here because you know a 7 might come across next? But we're seeing the OP01 Luffy, the PRB version. I love the art in that card, but
it's a goodie. Showed off that we've got 2 hockeys in our hand. We do have to have the events for some of these events, and also we had there was a large event in Europe last weekend where the winning list ended up playing that Luffy. Definitely a tech card that we see here today too.
Yeah. Ooh. Attaching 2 Dawn, so he can immediately get the effect active on this Luffy, so it's protected too.
Yeah. And that also does mean that the 4-drop Luffy is a 6K, right? So if you end up having Toshigi to rest it to try to get over it, this Luffy will still be pretty strong. So you get to choose which one you want to pressure, right? But likely you won't be able to get rid of both.
Yeah. And I wonder if Kyle last turn he played out the Koshiro because he knew that he could search with a Hiyori. It would have just died to one of the Namis, and he'd rather just force like a slightly bigger or more awkward swing to go into it.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too is that we might be trying to play out a Tashigi, right? I don't know how much like hard removal we have outside of like a mole pistol, right? But maybe to try to get that protection for one of our 5 drops on this next turn.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Cavendish.
Oh, Cavendish. Cavendish definitely a strong card, but yeah, I'd say it is your backup copies of Tashigi in a matchup like this one. So if they don't have it, it's a little bit unfortunate for our Zoro player.
Yeah, so he's going to do a search here at least, so he can try to find a piece. We can look for a slash card or a green event. So not sure what they're quite digging for, but maybe looking for Tashigi to follow up here, or there's a bunch of events that can really save you. Like some people are running Electric Luna in their Zoro list, and it really helps this Rayleigh matchup.
It does, and really thinking on this top 5 search, the thing with these searchers are they're too good in the sense that normally you hit 5 hits off of one search. So, but finding the Tashigi perhaps a turn late for what you wanted to see, but at least good to see it, and will be a likely good play next turn.
Yeah, I guess from here we'll have to see kind of like where Kyle spends that last Dawn if he has a way to use it. I think the swing is going to that Nami. I think my thoughts are usually you have to respect every little search that comes out from the side. So
yeah, with the Silver's Rayleigh effect, being able to make that a 5K with 1 Dawn attached, yeah, makes it a really easy attack there. But I'd say a little bit of a slow start for Zoro, and on the other side, our Silver's Rayleigh players really, I think, ahead. And if we've got a second Luffy to complement this one, there's going to be a lot of pressure this next turn.
Yeah, especially that the OPO1 Luffy, for those who don't know at home, like it can attach 2 Rested Dawn to itself for free basically every turn, so that's a lot of just extra damage coming out.
Yeah, the fact that it's a base 3K too, so you can use Silver's Rayleigh's effect to make it a 5K, then it's an easy 7K without really any involvement.
Yeah, and if it ever comes up, can't be KO'd by Strike, was it?
I think it's Strike character specifically, yeah. Which this is not going to happen in this matchup. There's only slash cards, right? But if you have the 1-drop buggy, that's definitely kind of awkward for Zoro to remove sometimes.
Oh yeah, it brings me back to like OPO2 era playing RG Law. When Zoro plays that buggy, you're like, this is never dying.
No.
Seeing the 5 coming through twice. Well, the 2 is clearing that, and then 5 coming through.
Yeah.
See, he already pitched on hand. Oh, that's got to suck to lose the Searcher.
Yeah, and we're going to use the Boa here. This is going to look top 5 for an event or a Luffy. Part of the other good thing about this 2-drop Luffy is that it is one of the most searchable cards in this deck right now. I think every searcher outside of Buggy, and I guess the Observation Hockey can find it, but Nami finding it, Boa finding it, the Shocky being able to find it, right? That's super nice.
Yeah.
And there's the Supreme King hockey, great for defense too. The other thing with which is kind of weird for Silver's Rayleigh is there's so many 2K counters. There's so many like defense cards without having to really like invest that much into it. So really good.
Yeah, we're seeing that Dawn attachment ability come through, and so much Dawn still left to use on Stingy's side. Like, and we're seeing I don't think the ability was used, so 5. Wait, is this a 5 take? Was it only 5?
I'm unsure, right? We do have some dice and stuff for them to be able to use, but that is a great trigger there. Yeah, just really good. So it's that card is being able to be a 0-cost counter is fantastic, but being able to rest something that's 4 or less in a deck that can't play 5 costs or more really gets a lot of value. So great trigger there from our Zoro player.
Oh, and we're seeing the game plan switch to this playing the Zoro. I mean, like, you probably wanted to go 7 with that Luffy, but now you're switching back probably for more 5s, and getting the blocker for a 5K swing is really good on the Rayleigh side. Yeah,
it's really telling about like what's in Kyle's hand, right? We know that they added Tashigi last turn, so it's a non-counter, and just how wide the board is too. The fact that Boa also was able to be on board, you can put 2 Dawn on it, get rid of it, and then the 2 Dawn move it elsewhere. Like there's a lot of pressure coming next turn as well.
Yeah, so I can see that there's I think a 1-cost event in hand, a Mihawk, another blocker, and then a restand event, but I'm not seeing a Luna. But at the very least, we see Paradise Waterfall, so there's a way to get that double block off of if you end up playing the Mihawk. But I think he's still 1 turn off from it, so...
Yeah, and as mentioned, I think Luna can be really good against this matchup specifically, right? The fact that it's an event card that's really searchable is good. It's not, I don't think it's mandatory in the deck, but I think more and more people are finding room for it. All right, yeah, Tashigi, there it is, spending the 5. They might have overused 1. Yeah, they overused 1. They should only have 2 Dawn tapped, right?
Yeah, so there's 1 more untapped, which probably makes a difference. I think there's 2 1-cost events in hand.
Yeah, right, because there should be
And I think Kyle's
Yeah.
confused at this right now because he hasn't realized that he's
Yeah,
overspent
I believe
Dawn.
he tapped 6, so he needs to put one more untapped.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get the judge to reconcile that real quick.
Because we get the 2 untapped from the Cavendish attack too. But yeah, I think he played 6 for that Tashigi.
Yeah. We see 7 go into the Boa here just to get that trash effect, to get the 2 attached Dawn just off the board, just so he doesn't get in a free 7k swing on the next turn on top of a 5.
Yeah.
And we're seeing, Kyle's really donning up this swing. He really wants to clear whatever he's trying to swing at.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And the only attached Dawn is on that Luffy, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, if we wanted to, we could maybe try to pressure that first, and then, you know, we could have pressured now this 4k body. But with Zoro's restand, we can't attack anything that's 7 or less on the second attack. So we're only being able to attack into Silver's Rayleigh.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, here you would have even loved something like Kozaburo to help you just clear another little body, but Zoro really is, like, this shows kind of why it's really a favorite, because Zoro really lacks the ability to clear multiple little bodies in one turn, which is what makes, like, the Kozaburo 2K so good, what makes the Luna that we talked about so good.
Yeah. And we're playing the observation hockey, being able to look top 4 for an event. Our 3 costs are higher, so that Zoro is very nice in that slot, and we do attach a Dawn. So technically, I've always been saying it costs half a Dawn, right? Because you have to have one open and put it onto something, but you still get the attachment. So
yeah,
that is nice.
I find some people play it out too early, and actually you don't want to do these kind of effects till later, where you want to swing a little higher into life. Like now, swinging 7 when you're at 2 life is a very painful thing to take, or to even try to counter out of. So I find that using it later here is actually like good at pressuring life.
Yeah, and so we're looking at top 5 again with this Nami, looking for anything with Straw Hat, which is a good amount of this deck.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's the pistol. That's the mole pistol.
Yeah. So this will be able to let you get rid of either the Tashigi or the Cavendish, whatever you find is more obnoxious here. And just, you know, you already have board and pressure, so that just gets you farther ahead in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Stinge, you got to feel comfortable here right now. You've got so many different events you can play, so many. Yep, and he's using the leader ability on the Nami. He can just, like, do a quick 5 ping here and just see what's in Kyle's hand, ask him for another 1k. If Kyle gives a 2k or an event right here, it telegraphs a lot about his hand.
Yeah, and with the 4-cost Luffy as well, it doesn't have to be 2 on the same layout. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it just has to be 2 Dawn attached somewhere on your board. So that plus 2k is going to be nice as well for some pressure this turn.
Yeah, I also always forget that Dawn on Luffy himself counts.
It does, yes.
I always think that it has to be Dawn attached to other characters.
Yeah.
Not the case. It just happens to be that way.
Oh, and this is a nice little tech. So this is Paradise Waterfall here. Lets you restand the Cavendish. So if your plan this turn was to try to get rid of the Tashigi and then maybe pressure the Cav, that's no longer an option for you. So nice little recursion there.
Yeah, it makes me wonder, is there a world where... Well, we know Stinge has a ton of events in hand, but where
Yes.
Kyle was like, if I had a Hodie, I could technically go for game.
Yeah, you're at 3 life. You know, you're always tempted to leave one up for the Emperor, right, or the defensive hockey there. Yeah. So that could be a play that you could do.
Oh, but we're seeing this 5 take. This is not looking good. If he took that 5 from the Zoro, he's got 2 much bigger swings coming through.
Yeah, at least 2 more 6Ks, right? So 6K here from Silvers. We get a Tashigi out of hand for Kyle. So
that, I believe, makes it so that Stinge can't go for game unless he has a rusher here, but he's not going to go for it. He's just going to try to, like, stabilize the board. Yep. Get rid of this Cavendish.
And just another 6. And, likely, going to keep that 1 open at the end. And another 2K off the Tashigi. So able to stay at 1 life, but, very a lot of aggressive from our Silver's Rayleigh.
Yeah, and without that Paradise Waterfall in hand anymore, this Mihawk isn't going to get that like double blocker value anymore. So Kyle has a lot of work to do here to stabilize to a point where can he stabilize without Luna? I mean, there's 4 attacks next turn at least. He's far off from lethal because it's 3 life. He has 2 attackers. Even with a restand event, he would need 2 more attacks.
Yeah, and that's assuming that there's no counter in Silver's Rayleigh's hand, which all of the events being able to convert to a good amount of the events being able to convert to plus 2K means it's very difficult to actually go for game with that.
Yeah, you would need a miracle of a handful of bricks.
Yeah, for real.
So Kyle going to the tank. He's trying to think about this. He knows the moment he makes that first play, his turn is heavily locked in. Like, for Zoro being such a great deck on aggression, it lacks this kind of flexibility to kind of make a bunch of little plays that Rayleigh does. So he knows that once he makes this first move, his whole line is kind of locked in. So
yeah, and this would be a turn like maybe if you had like an 8-drop Mihawk, you'd have a little bit more flexibility, right? Being able to make a blocker and still have like 4 additional Dawn to work with. But we're just starting off with an 8K into somewhere we are going to play the Supreme King Hockey there. So they were going to be tied, and then the Shocky. So the entire board has -1K. That includes the leader. They're probably going to grab a token of help for that too. So yeah, leader's now a 4K counter or power.
Yeah, so I presume that attack was into Zoro because he knew that he saw the hockey, so he knew that he needed to do that. Ooh, okay, Mihawk's coming out, so it's not terrible, and 4K leader, so he can challenge one of these units again a second time.
And now you got to be like, all right, well, how much Dawn can I afford to put on my Zoro? Can I feel confident in clearing their rush Zoro? I think Luffy's going to stay on the board, so you can get rid of the Nami for sure, but they've got another 1-drop Nami to do the same thing with next turn. But it looks like we're going to attach 3 to make it a 7K with the -1 applied to it, and I'm going to say attacking you to the 3-drop Zoro. We'll see.
Yeah, because I think if you can't out the Zoro here, I think that spells the game. You kind of hope that Stinge just doesn't have maybe just missing a 1K to like get out of this. Just maybe he has a 2K event.
Yeah.
And I think Stingy's thinking about it now. He's like, do I counter this out? He's probably thinking about the likelihood of another waterfall. He's running through the thought, but like I think Kyle here casts the gambit that this Zoro is gonna go down.
Yeah, and the thing I also want to mention is that you can get out of attacks, but usually at like the cost of like getting rid of events in hand, which you still need, right? You still need to have 2 events in hand to be able to get kind of the max amount of your value. So there might be a consideration here. I can save this Zoro, but now I'm not guaranteed to get the +2K with Silver's Rayleigh leader effect next turn. I kind of have to maybe top deck or something.
Yeah, and these are the moments that really kind of show kind of like Stinge's been on Streamtail before many times.
Yes,
he's got like a long career in the One Piece card game. So these are the moments where you really want to think about these things because you know that a blunder here can cost you your bracket run, right? He knows that these are the kind of turns that even no matter who you're playing against, if you just autopilot, you could lose the game. Even though you had this great start.
And we're not even halfway through time on this one, right? Both the players are playing a little bit faster, a little bit more aggressive decks, so you are able to, and I can see why the decision's there. So that's 2 copies of To Never Doubt. That is power. That is something that can give your leader unblockable, which is really nice against a Mihawk there. I think most people would play around that card, though, in this situation, so not too bad to get it out of hand, but as long as we have 2 other events in hand to start using our leader effect again, I think we're in a good spot to try to go for game this turn.
Yeah, so, despite, Stingy putting so much pressure on Kyle, like, he's at 3 or 4 cards in hand now, right? 1 pickup from life, 1 pickup from the draw this turn, so he's really been taxed down, so, he's got to hope that he has those 2 events, and he doesn't have them. He's lost 2 unblockable events to get past this Mihawk now.
Yeah.
So this is getting to a scary place, even though he's in a good position.
Yes. So we've got full 10 Dawn. We've got a pretty wide board. 1 life for Zoro, 1 blocker, and a Dawn up. So we're going to just start off with a big 5, though.
Yeah, and that 5, with only 4 cards in hand, is going to feel rough.
Yeah, you can see Kyle shaking his head like, man, what is my out here? I have a 1K, but I've only got 3 cards left in hand. And you kind of want to save that leader attack in case you want to bluff, like having another one of those unblockable events.
Yep. He's probably thinking of like the likelihood that is actually a waterfall, or even if it isn't, what if it's, what's the most guaranteed way to get this, even if he did have waterfall?
Yeah, and we played it earlier, so we know that we at least run it. We're just going 5 vanilla with the Nami here.
Yeah, probably saving that leader ability in case he wants to make the Luffy swing just go really tall, so that if Kyle blocks, he also loses the Mihawk.
Yeah. All right, just getting the block here. And, I think we know that. I don't believe that Paradise Waterfall is in Kyle's hand, right? But Last Life can be whatever you need it to be. So if that ends up being a Paradise to get the restand, right, you want to make sure you block and while you still can with the card, but only getting out of a 5K is pretty tough.
Yeah, and if it's a 0-cost event here, I think that would actually be really bad for Stingy. So what's the likelihood it happens twice? But, if it rests the Luffy here, I think Stingy would be denied lethal unless he has a rush. So that's also something to think about too. But, oh, wait.
Yeah, he's got the 2K, so 2 cards in hand. I don't know if, Ethan might be trying to nickel and dime a little bit much, but just one more 5K going in.
And no leader ability still. Take.
Yeah.
Oh, this is where it gets tough now. So do you
Oh, and it's another
go all
Mihawk.
in?
Yeah. So we're going to search. We're going to get the plus 1K. That's the.
Yep. So it's technically a 7, I think, on the swing.
Yeah, so we get the plus 3, and then
2 cards in hand.
we don't have enough suits, right? And that's going to be it. But just barely there. If was able to go for game, I think the 2 cards in hand were one was an event that we saw, right? But the other one must not have been. So I think that's again why the decision was so heavy on it, where I can save the Zoro, but I wanted to get those plus 2Ks and just didn't end up happening. So, but. I think really close for Kyle to stabilize, right? If we had a 2K in our life instead of the, Mihawk, we could have gotten there for sure.
Yeah, it would have been like, Kyle definitely played to his outs. Like, we were talking about how, this is going to be a tough game for Zoro, but he played it very well. Like, he, despite taking so many attacks, still choosing the right cards to counter with every turn, such that you actually have a chance to still win. I mean, like, if it passed back to Kyle, 100%, he's going to try to go for that lethal.
Yeah, 100%. And, we were only able to get one of the 4 drop Luffys outright. I think it's something that it gets exponentially better as you do it, too. So, because you only had that one, it was getting a little bit close for it. So,
yeah,
really, really close game. And, I think both players are going to be able to do continued well for the rest of this day, too.
Oh, yeah, I know. So, like, for those of you at home, like, that is a tough matchup on the Zoro side. If you're playing Zoro at home or you're playing, I'm like, when I practice that, I'm like sweating the whole time. Like, I feel like I have no counter in hand ever.
Yeah. I think that he had a little bit above average, right? If maybe one thing that could have also been is that the Luffy will be the king of the pirates. Being able to get the plus 1K for the turn on the leader could have helped you survive another turn. That was triggered off a life. I think and we're going to go to, I think, a Rayleigh deck profile, too. So if you guys haven't seen this deck before, too, it's really particular, right? You play a lot more events than usual, so I think that's really, really cool on how it works. And, we're going to jump on over there.
Yeah, but stick around, watch the profile, and we'll catch you in round 2, guys. But we're having a ton of fun. I'm so happy to be casting with you, Eggman.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah, we'll see you in round 2.
We are back with another deck profile. This is a new leader. Red Rayleigh. He's a strong pick into the meta. He has favorable matchups into decks like Green Zoro, which you expect to really, really see a lot of, especially here today. And it also does well into leaders like Black Teach, Blue Purple Luffy, and Green Purple Luffy. So quite a strong spread, with his only real weakness being yellow decks like Kid and Enel. Red Rayleigh has a playstyle akin to OPO1 Zoro. So if you ever played the event Zoro build, especially, where you were playing cards like Buggy and playing lots of events, and making use of those small characters, Rayleigh is very similar to that. And because of that, it actually has a lot of skill expression. This is a very, very skillful deck. There's a lot of variance in the way different players play the deck. And it's the kind of deck that you can almost develop your own style on because there's just so much flexibility. In terms of the leader itself, Rayleigh states, under the rules of this game, you cannot include cards with a cost of 5 or more in your deck. So as you're going to see in this profile, there are no cards with a cost higher than 5. We make do with the little bodies, the weenie bodies, but we can power them up with our Activate main once per turn. You may reveal 2 events from your hand, and up to one of your characters with 4,000 base power or less gains plus 2,000 power during this turn. And so what this does is it allows Rayleigh to power up weak characters into really, really, really scary offensive threats. And what's funny about this leader is when it was first announced, people thought, oh, this doesn't seem really good. I can't play cards like Dragon. I like my 10 Shanks. But as it turns out, you can get a lot of work done with 4,000 power units if you make them 6,000 or 8,000 power. So let's get into the deck itself. So Red Rayleigh has 3 main pillars. There are low-cost searchers that double as offensive bodies. There are powerful bodies and engine cards that either rush down the opponent's life or they help you build a big board, essentially establish a really, really threatening offensive mid-game. And then really the hallmark are red events, which are largely made up of different hockey events, which is Rayleigh's signature, as well as kind of Rayleigh-specific event cards. So when we're thinking about the big bodies first, the engine of the deck is really this new Monkey D. Luffy card. If you think about other engine-based decks like GP Luffy having Sanji and Pudding, or back in the day Blue Dofi used to play Jimbei, Luffy really is the card for this deck. So what it does is if you have 2 or more given Dawn cards, it gains plus 2,000 power. So that means if you have 2 Dawn attached anywhere to your leader or to a character, this is now a 4/6 body. And this effect takes place during your opponent's turn. So really a lot of value here for very little. And then the on-play effect, you may reveal 2 events from your hand, and you can play up to 1 red character with a cost of 3,000 power or less from your hand, and then give a rested Dawn to one of your characters or one of your leaders. It's a lot. So this character really does a lot for the deck. And of course, by revealing 2 events, you are able to play out some of these other options here. So other kind of strong options to play off of Luffy include cards like the Sanji that we've seen before, another Sanji, so these are both Sanji, don't get fooled here, this is Sanji, as well as cards like Brook. And so with Monkey D. Luffy's effect, we can really establish a powerful board that can basically create a lot of offense. In addition to cards like this, we can play out our Searchers. So we've got 4 Searchers in the deck, and each of these Searchers kind of does a specific thing. So Boa and Shakuyaku allow you to search for Luffy cards or red events. Nami allows you to search for Straw Hats, and Buggy allows you to search for events. So you've got 4 Searchers in this deck, which is unbelievable. It creates incredible consistency. And then cards like Buggy and Boa also have additional effects. So for example, Buggy cannot be KO'd by slash characters. So that means when you're facing green Zoro, his deck is all slash. So Buggy just lives forever and ever. And Zoro has to basically tech in other cards if they even want to kill it. And Boa allows you to trash this character to give up to 2 rested Dawn to your leader or to one of your characters. We'll talk about a little bit later. This is a very powerful effect, allowing you to basically play this Boa, do a search, and then throw 2 Dawn wherever you'd like. And of course, all of these are played out by the Monkey D. Luffy. So Luffy has a lot of options. You can play out a mid-game body, you can play out a Searcher, and you can really kind of just get your game plan going. Now, the other pillar of Rayleigh, which is really the hallmark of the deck, are these hockey cards. So as you can see here, just like the anime or the manga, Rayleigh is the hockey master, and that's really kind of the core of the deck. And so we have 3 different hockeys and then a Rayleigh specific event. So we have Observation Hockey, Color of the Supreme King Hockey, and Color of Arms Hockey. Now, these are kind of confusing because they all feature this big elephant monster. So the way I like to remember them is I think Arms has kind of this blue barrier. The Supreme King, you can actually see Rayleigh looking like a Supreme King in the corner. And then Observation, he's dodging out of the way. So when I'm trying to keep track of these cards in my opponent's hand, that's actually the heuristic I use to remember which cards I'm looking at. So for Observation Hockey, it allows you to give an active Dawn card to Rayleigh, which is kind of a new thing. So it's 0 cost, but it actually does have a cost because you have to give a Dawn to your leader. That's kind of something you really want to be doing as Rayleigh because that allows you to swing for higher numbers. So you give an active Dawn card to Rayleigh, and then you can look at the top 4 cards of your deck, reveal a red event or up to 1 character card with a cost of 3 or more and add it to your hand, and then put the rest at the bottom of your deck. So this is a really important card for Rayleigh. It's just another Searcher. It's another consistency piece. And that is also an event that you can show for your leader effect or for Monkey D. Luffy's effect to cheat out bodies. We have Color of the Supreme King Hockey. This is a deadly defensive event card that allows up to 1 of your characters or Rayleigh to gain plus 2,000 power during the battle. And then you can rest 1 of your Dawn cards and give your opponent's leader and all of their characters minus 1,000 power for the turn. This really changes how you play against red Rayleigh. Numbers like 7 are not going to cut it anymore. You need to get up to 8 if you want to get 2 cards out of Rayleigh's hand if you see that Dawn up. Finally, we have Color of Arms Hockey, which is our offensive option, which once again, you can give an active Dawn card to Rayleigh, and then up to 1 of your leader or character cards gains plus 1,000 power during the turn. And then as a counter, you can also pitch this card to give a character plus 2,000 power. So this is a very strong offensive option that you always have to be careful of when you're playing against Rayleigh, because they can power up their leader and they can power up a character essentially for free based on how many of these they have in their hand. And they can always just pitch this card as a 2,000 counter, similar to what you can do with the Supreme King Hockey. Finally, we have To Never Doubt That Is Power. This is essentially a unblockable, this is Rayleigh's unblockable event. And so you can give 2 active Dawn cards to your Rayleigh leader, and your opponent cannot activate blocker when the card given these Dawn cards attacks during the turn. and this also doubles as a plus 2000 counter. So as you can see, there's a lot of potential and synergy between these Rayleigh events. I can buff Rayleigh with arms, I can swing unblockable, and so you really have to keep track of the events that Rayleigh has shown you throughout the game, because they're always going to come into play later. Finally, there's kind of a bunch of miscellaneous cards, I would say. They include cards like Mole Pistol. We also have some tech options. So this OP01 Luffy sometimes comes back for the mirror because it cannot be KO'd in battle by strike attribute characters. We sometimes see Divine Departure as a strong defensive or offensive option to remove an 8 cost. Jinbei as a rush character. So one big problem with Rayleigh is that your Straw Hat Searcher sometimes misses, and so you can throw in Jinbei. We have Gum Gum King Kong Gatling, which allows you to essentially just swing even bigger. And then we have In 2 Years at the Sabaody Archipelago, which allows you to search for a Straw Hat Crew type character. And this is also included to up the consistency. As a final piece, we have the Rushers, which include Zoro and Kid Killer. The reason you might say, why don't you just put in 4 Kid Killer? But once again, Zoro is included here for consistency, because one problem when you're running this many searchers is that they just sometimes tend to miss. All right, so in terms of our game plan and different curves, Rayleigh really does like to go second generally, and that really is because you want to get out this Luffy on curve and play Luffy into another strong body. That is typically the Sanji here, but you can also play out this Sanji and take your own life if your opponent's starving you. But this power play on 4 really is the strongest element of the deck, and so typically Rayleigh players, you're going to see them take second in almost every single matchup. And of course, it allows you to kind of on your second on turn, you establish some bodies, cards like the Buggy, which synergize really nicely with your leader effect because you can reveal 2 cards and get this up to 5k. But Rayleigh is also no slouch going first. So you can go first, you can play out your searchers, you can start to build up a large board and then play out your Luffy on 5. And you can also take first away from other leaders that really, really want to go first. Okay, so for some tips and tricks for the deck, one that I really, really love is with our new Boa card. You can actually chain boas together. And so this is really fun. So if you have 3 boas on the board, you can use your leader effect. You can buff up your Rayleigh by showing 2 events, and then you can make your boa 5. You can swing with it, then you can trash it, give 2 Dawn to another boa, swing with it, trash it, give 2 Dawn to another boa, and you can keep this going if you have 3 or 4 boas. It's really, really fun if you can ever pull off this combo. I've done it a couple times, and your opponent will be like, wait, how many swings? How much Dawn did you just have? It's a lot of fun. And really, another important tip is it's super important to keep track of which events you've shown your opponent. So as a part of Silver's Rayleigh's effect, you have to show 2 event cards. You're typically doing this every turn. You're also showing your events for Luffy. And so you really want to make sure that you're not giving away information and showing different events at different times. And it's also really good to show events like Observation Hockey that you're going to be using because you're always going to be searching and searching and searching. So keep track of the events you've shown. I've seen some players keep the events to one side of their hand just so that they can really remember what they've used before. One win con for Rayleigh is actually getting your opponent to 1 life or sometimes even 2 life and then just swinging unblockable turn after turn after turn. And so as a Rayleigh player, it's really important to understand when you've maybe lost the board and you're not going to be able to play for board anymore, or you think your opponent's going to be so concerned with killing your board that you can actually just go unblockable 15, and then maybe the next turn combine this with some of your arms hockey and go unblockable 17, or combining it with cards like King Gatling to go unblockable 18. This is a really, really threatening combo that you can pull off, and your opponent always has to respect it, so make sure that you're always playing towards that if you can. Your 4-cost Luffy becomes 6,000 power during your opponent's turn as well, as long as there are 2 given Dawn. This is actually really important in matchups like Green Bonney or GP Luffy, where they will try and rest your Luffy early. And what will happen is if you have not given 2 Dawn, so let's say you've played this on 4, right? And you have no Dawn remaining, is it can get rested and it can be swung into. And so one thing we see veteran Rayleigh players tend to do is they really like to only play this when they have 2 given Dawn to make sure that it's a 6,000 power body in case it gets rested by something, so your opponent has to swing into 6,000, which is really, really awkward for them to defend. Finally, when we're thinking about defense as opposed to offense, the color of the Supreme King Hockey is one of the most powerful defensive cards in the One Piece card game, and so you really need to make sure that you're using this card optimally. And so defending 6k Luffy is really, really good. Defending your leader is really good, but you really have to think about if you want to use this to defend your weaker bodies, because you're not going to get the full value out of it. And really, if you're holding 2 or 3 of these in hand, it means you can go a couple more turns because your opponent has to essentially swing 8 to get over this, and you're minusing everything on their board. Mole Pistol is a really, really important card in a lot of matchups, and I've seen some players run 2 or 3 of this, but you have to remember with Mole Pistol, you don't always have to use it to KO a body. Sometimes you can just use the minus power effect, reduce the power, and then swing into said body. So always keep in mind how to get the maximum value from this, because a card like Mole Pistol can pop a chump blocker like a Rosinante and minus something on the board, allowing you to swing into it. Now for some tips for playing against Rayleigh. Against this leader, you never want to go to 0 life, just because of that unblockable event. So make sure that you do everything you can to avoid going to 0 life, and sometimes even going to 1 life. So counter out early, respect the fact that unblockable swings may be coming their way. Additionally, you really need to keep track of their events. You're almost always going to have to do some lethal math at the end of the game with this leader, and if you've been keeping really good track of their events and their searches, you can sometimes read more than like 60-70% of their hand, which makes it really easy to do lethal math. However, if you've kind of lost track or you weren't paying attention, there can be a lot of unknowns, and if they leave up like 2 or 3 Dawn, you can end up very, very lost as to what numbers to swing to close out the game. Additionally, you really need to respect the rush card, so the Kid Killers, the Zoros, they're usually 2 of, so 2 and 2, but they can always just drop a rush card, drop a Kid Killer, swing 7, and so you always have to respect that there could be another body lurking in their hand that can finish the game. And then finally, if you can deal with that 4-cost Luffy, it's almost always worth it to do so. That really is the engine of the deck, and a lot of games come down to being able to remove that Luffy on curve or bounce it back. And that's it for Silver's Rayleigh. We're surely going to be seeing a lot of him at this tournament. I know a lot of pro players are playing this leader, and I encourage you to try him out, even if you're not going to play him, at regionals or anything like that, because it's so much fun to play, and it really teaches you a lot about the One Piece card game, because every game comes down to a lot of math, it comes down to a lot of swinging, and it comes down to a lot of playing for tempo.
Welcome back, One Piece card game players. You're with us at the 401 401 Games Toronto One Piece card game regional. It's always a mouthful.
It is.
But yeah, welcome back. We're going into our round 2. We've got an exciting match for you. We looked around. We were trying, what's an interesting match you might guys want to see? What are some leaders that you might have personal favorites at home that want to see up on the big stage? And we've got an exciting one for you. We've got green, yellow Yamato. I have to clarify that because I'm a huge yellow Yamato fan.
Yeah.
And purple, black Luffy.
Yeah.
Also something to clarify because you can't just say Luffy now.
You can't just say purple Luffy. Yeah, there's too many of them out there. But these are notably 2 decks that did get the star decks going into OP11, right? I don't think they did too much in that format. I think Yamato was mildly viable. Yamato wasn't on my radar immediately going into this format, but it did get a top at the Oceania Regionals last week in Auckland. So definitely, I think, got some people's eyes on it, right? A very aggressive deck. And you do get a lot of new tools from the green cards that we caught from this set.
Yeah, especially you just have additional searchers, and like, oh man, from the starter deck, that Ashura Doji is,
yes,
it haunts me. I didn't know how good it was until someone played it on me. I was like, I am so doomed.
Yeah, exactly. And in my mind, too, it's just like, what does Yamato do better than Zoro in this format, right? Zoro, I think, is also kind of like the premier green aggressive deck right now, but some of the yellow cards you get are pretty nice. You also have access to Kuma, which I think is fantastic, and just having some ways to use a lot of your Dawn before having to use your leader effect. I think you also get advantage from Deadman's game in that deck too. So, it's definitely a more experimental deck, but I do think there are some really good lines for it.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see Purple Black Luffy too. I believe the only record of Purple Black Luffy is from the pocket where I think a Toronto and American player actually worked together to build a list.
Yeah.
And I think they topped, or they got there were 2 of them in I think top 16 last set.
Yeah, and it was definitely a deck that, obviously with new cards that we'd be able to, a lot of people were trying at the beginning of OP11. I think the decision was just either purple Luffy, green purple. It was just the worst purple hybrid Luffy, right? In that sense, it's still really good, but not a lot of reasons to play it on top of others. But I do think that there's a lot of support. The new Nico Robin super rare that we got from OP12 is really, really great.
Yep.
And but we're gonna see what their deck kind of looks like. So we're gonna go into that one. It's gonna be a game of green yellow Yamato versus the purple black Luffy, and I think purple black Luffy will be starting this one too.
Ooh, okay, going first. So I think that is the ideal curve. So let's get started. So yeah, we're seeing Purple Black Luffy going first. We see that Law Searcher opener. I mean, this is what you want to see, right? This is exactly the curve out. Oh, and we're seeing the 3-drop follow-up. This is the 1, 3, 5, 7. This is exactly what he wants to be doing. Yeah,
very strong start from Luffy. Ended up going first. Luffy kept their opening hand, and Yamato ended up mulliganing. So maybe not the great start if we, depending on what this early turn is. We have searchers, we have blockers. We've got a lot of setup we can, but just passing with 2 Dawn, not unusual, but you would want to see a 1-drop Yamato, right?
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, so without contesting the board here, that 3-drop Zoro's going to come down and a 7 swing's going to come across. Ooh.
Yeah, and real quick for this Zoro, so it's worded a little bit interesting, but like you lose 2 Dawn, and then you get 1 active, and then the Luffy leader effect gets you another active Dawn. So essentially you get the sequencing there. I think maybe they had to resolve the Zoro first and then use the leader effect. So just making sure that the order is correct for that one. But yeah, being able to get 2 Dawn back active. Yeah, I think because they used the 2 Dawn back from Luffy leader effect first, and you chose up to 0 with Zoro, so a little bit of some jitters there.
Yeah, that's like really important to know how these orders, like these effects resolve, so you don't get caught in these kind of situations, yeah. But a 5 is still reputable. I mean, it's almost a little nicer than, if you're trying to tax the hand size, it's almost a little better than swinging like the 7, just because, you know, if he gives a card now, you can start like kind of, you know, eventually starve him as well.
Yeah, some of the for Yamato specifically, you have a lot of effects that trigger off your opponent going down to 3 or less life. So like Kiko Nojo, I think, is the premier one. So there is a decision like, oh, do I get out of this attack? And then, you know, later when they're at 3, I can maybe proc some of my, you know, good triggers off of my life there.
Yeah. And Jin really going to think about this. I mean, he's like, oh, how much do I need this? He's thinking about, oh, losing that Izo is tough. That's a really powerful card in Yamato, given like that banish is just so powerful.
Yeah, and we're looking at the top 3 here for a Heart Pirates, Straw Hats, or something else, and we're going to go from there. All right. Got the Frankie blocker. Just confirming on how it works. It's a blocker that lets you get the 2. -2 there to get the additional draw there, so really handy for not only as a blocker against something like Yamato that likes the pressure a lot, but also getting that additional card draw.
Yeah, and now Jin's going into his 4 Dawn turn. I mean, without having to resist something on, oh, it's a 5k swing, so he's not going to try to tax that life. I think he wants to keep the life total a little higher, because I was thinking about how if this actually hits, he just can't use Astro Doji anymore. That Astro Doji gets turned off, so I think he kind of has to keep, kind of like almost tempt James to just like keep countering out of every attack.
Yeah, and that was, you know, again, a 5k double attack. But yeah, it looks like Jin has just had a rough start, right? This Kinemon is a okay 2k that you could play off of your life, but you normally never want to just play it outright. The fact that James still has 4 life means that any of your like good, you know, play from life triggers still won't activate right now. And yeah, just a bit of a slow start from Jin.
Yeah, I think he's a little safe by this James being on this 5 Dawn turn, because he can't play out that Beer Luffy, even though playing out that Star Deck Luffy isn't going to get him that additional bonus yet, because Jin isn't at 5 Dawn.
Yeah.
But you know, not even getting the choice of developing it is going to be kind of rough.
Yeah, you still want to set it up. You can still do the fun play where you can just activate the Dawn -2. You just don't get to resolve everything, but it does let you have that 1 Dawn active afterwards with your leader. But we're going to use the Frankie we just drew. Pay for 4, we Dawn -2 to be able to discard a card from our hand and draw 1. Or sorry, draw 2 from there.
Yeah. And off that 5k swing, Jin gave up a 2k. Ooh, this is one of those weird hands, I think.
Yeah, just not seeing the amount of like early pressure. Yeah, 1-drop Yamato is almost always worth playing, especially, you know, you can go pretty heavy with your attacks and then still convert into a 5k.
Ooh, Hell's Judgment on the pitch.
Yeah, that's definitely an older card that I know a lot of people are teching into specifically for Zoro. Not necessarily the deck we're going to see here, but can help you. Yamato only has like usually 2 big attacks per turn, so being able to get rid of both for 1 is really nice. All right, going down to 3 and passing it back.
Yeah, hopefully that card off life is something that Jin can use to kind of apply some more pressure here. And whole board increased, the dice is for the whole board is being increased by 1 cost because of Purple Black Luffy's leader effect.
Yeah, I'm always forgetting that effect, right? It seems like, you know, of the 2 effects, the least important one, but sometimes it gets you in some really good situations where, you know, you can't rest the thing you're wanting to get, right? Blaze Slice, right, only hits a 4 or less, but that Frankie's currently a 5, so that's strong, and you do have to be aware of it.
Yeah, and I think Jin here is splitting his Dawn 3 and 3. He's trying to think of what he's going to do, and I mean, if there's a time to play Astro Doji, it's now, because you're going to want to start pressuring this life eventually, and that Astro Doji's not going to hit much else, right? It can't hit the 6-drop, it can't hit the 7-drop Sanji. There's a lot of things that won't be able to hit, so
yeah,
he's got it.
If I think the Doji hits original cost of 5 or less, right? If I recall, not that it matters in this spot, but if they had like a 5 cost, they boost it up to a 6, you'd still be able to hit it. But yeah, really deciding on what they want to do. You kind of have to interact with this Frankie, and you you're really incentivized to try to put them down to 3 or less life this turn.
Yeah. So yeah, I genuinely think this one out. I mean, Yamato's one of those, people talk about aggro decks are different in One Piece in the sense that it actually takes a lot of thought because you commit to your line so early on. You have to really plan out the rest of your game plan just even off these like first 2 turns. Even just like, am I swinging 6, am I swinging 7? All these things really ladder up to whether or not you can get to that final lethal turn.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is, good aggro players make it look easy, right? So not knowing like what the line looks like or, usually because you have so many low-cost cards, the order, the sequencing and which ones you use is really important.
Yeah, so Jin's thinking about this. Maybe he also has the Momo in hand too. He's thinking about, oh, do I just develop the larger body here or do I clear the Frankie? And I think, that decision literally will decide kind of like how he's going to map out the lethal over the next like 3 turns.
Yeah. And looks like we are playing the Doji. Yeah, so this will be able to get rid of the Frankie here. As long as you're just making sure on it.
James is taking a read of that. It's like, oh, yeah, that's spicy.
Yeah, so if your leader has land a Wano type and your opponent has 3 or more life cards, KO up to one of your opponent's characters with a base cost of 5 or less. So we're going to be able to attack. I kind of feel like we have to go 8 unless we're keeping one open for something. Just really force that damage. And then if we do the damage, we can use our Yamato effect to attach the 2 to Kinemon.
Maybe he's thinking about whether he swings into... No, it's got to be life here, right? I'm trying to think about if he's trying to think about keeping him at 3 somehow. But I don't think so. Yeah,
this is going to be an 8K attack. This is either going to get, 2 2Ks out of hand, which I think James can afford, but it is pretty expensive. There's also the thought of, like, do I take this hit now, knowing there might be a larger banish double attack next turn? Yeah. You also know that if you don't get out of this, 7K Kinemon is coming, so tough decision.
Yeah, you got to, you're either pitching the 2/2s now or the 2/1 after, because there's no way you're going down to 1 life. That's a very sketchy place to be playing the game from.
Yeah, the other thing with Purple-Black Luffy, too, is that you can kind of...
There's a trigger on this, and he decides not to activate it.
Yeah. I believe it's a Hell's Judgment, so it has one of the rare effects to let your opponent lose a Dawn. They do have 6 or more, so they can put them down to 5, but we're just going to attach 2 with the leader effect, and I think we're going to have a 7K with Kinemon.
Yeah, and we're seeing James, we see like those 2 Giants in hand and also some 2Ks, and now that Hell's Judgment, I mean, you're sitting on a lot of counters, so what's the point of taking that 1 Dawn down when you could probably just counter out of like even like a 15K swing in a future turn?
Yeah, and we're ending up just going to take out of it. So it just depends. If I had the 6-cost Luffy from the starter deck, I would definitely consider taking that, just because I know Yamato sometimes has a hard time putting down from 1 life to 0. And if I'm going to be a 7K leader for the rest of the game, it's going to be a lot easier to defend a 7K compared to a 5K right now.
Yeah, so James is going to think about his turn now. He's got a lot of defensive options, but I don't think we've seen him search a highly aggressive option yet still. And, 3 life Yamato, 2 units on board. Both of them can swing because of that leader ability. So he really has to start thinking about how he's going to put some pressure back or maybe clear this board.
Yeah. So we've got, I believe 7 Dawn right now. 7-cost Sanji can also be a card for, trying to get some value. With us having the Hell's Judgment in hand, I think we're really incentivized for having, 2 Dawn open for this next turn as well. We're going to go just a simple 5 into Kinemon here.
Yeah, knowing that Jin's hands is a little weak. Oh, and he gets for the 5. So interesting here. Not even giving the 1K. I guess Jin's hand size is looking a little thin with only maybe 5 cards in hand. So really makes me wonder what's in Jin's hand. Is it like 2 Hodeys and 2 Momos? Yeah,
a bunch of 2Ks. We're going to play out the 6-cost Luffy here. So it does mean this turn we're not going to be able to be aggressive with the you can't lose Dawn. So if we are aggressive, we're only attacking as a 7K. But we're just going 5 into leader. But this is definitely where you can be punished for just mis-sequencing that Zoro. If you could have 2 Dawn open right now, you would love to have that.
Yeah, get that second swing in, pick up that life, and then get that Dawn active for another Giant even. So.
Yeah, and then just 1 7K. Deciding not to use the effect, which is fine because you can't be active there. Oh, Basil Hawk, and just for some consistency, I think a much-needed draw to trash 1. And I think we got rid of... No, we're just looking. Yeah, did we get rid of an extra Mihawk?
Yeah, so there's another Mihawk that got used to counter out of the 5k swing from leader, and we're seeing a Momo 5-drop blocker be pitched for this one.
Gotcha.
So that's a tough card to lose. I mean, it's a very good card for controlling the game because you can tuck a Line of Wano card back into your life, heal you, and set up a blocker. Very good for controlling the game. Losing it is going to suck, and like we see a lot of 2Ks in Trash. I think Jin's opening hand must have just
been a lot of 2Ks, yeah. Yeah, because late game, Doji just kind of gets like this weird synergy where, one, you can always put 2 Dawn underneath it, make it a 5k attack. Putting it back into your life just to heal 1 is good as well. Yeah. If we have the new Momo from the starter deck, right, that'd be a good rush card to kind of press some advantage too.
Yeah.
But it looks like we're going to pay 1. No? Okay.
You're thinking about this still? I mean, seeing what? And search Yamato. Here it is.
Yeah. A little late, but still fantastic. Look, top 5 for a Land of Wano card and add it to your hand, which a good chunk of this is that. All right, deciding we need more 2Ks, so we get the Ezo here.
Guess he's looking to potentially use that blocker evasion to help him get lethal. I mean, here you're in a tough spot because it's so hard to out this rush Luffy. I mean, it's a 6 cost. I'm not sure what from yellow or green can help address this cleanly.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is that potentially like Electrical Luna could stun the board for a turn. That'd also be really good against the other 6-cost Luffy, right? But it looks like we're just going to go a 7. I'm going to guess at leader at this point. I'm just really thinking.
It's a really tough, like, swinging this 7 kind of forces the Giant potentially because, like, I think James gave up a 2k, 1k last time. And Jin, I think from the telegraph, can kind of tell there was a trigger in hand from the previous life taken. And the Giant comes down.
Still a strong card, getting rid of 9-cost Luffy, just deciding that I'm not going to get to 9 Dawn very easily this game. And we get out of the attack, but we're going to be down to, 5 Dawn right now. And there is the 5-cost blocker Momo. So that's going to be able to put the Yamato. We're going to decide to put it at the bottom of our life here. Just wanting to see some new cards in rotation. And we can attach 2 to Doji if we want. Yeah, just try to pressure another 5k into either Zoro or Luffy.
Yeah, I'm wondering where it's going. I mean, James has cycled 2 cards, so there's not as much knowledge about the hand anymore. So this 5 going into either Zoro or Life is both good. But I think Zoro would have been the target there just to help win this kind of base race.
Yeah, I agree. So able to get out of it. James is going back to, I believe, 7 Dawn this turn after using that Giant previously. We're going to spend 1, though, for a, when you're at sea, looking at the top 3 for some Straw Hats.
We're seeing 3 good options here.
Yeah.
And we see that Usahachi get picked up. I think James knows he has a bunch of counter events in hand. He actually just needs more flexible cards that he can just pitch without spending the Dawn.
Yeah, and again, I think James, if they're playing 6-cost Luffy from the starter deck, it's been very unfortunate because I don't think we've had any hope finding it. We had a Trafalgar Law, we've had 2 top 3 searches, we've drawn a good amount of cards, but we haven't actively seen the card yet.
Yeah. We see the 5 go in and clear the Ashura Doji, so get that off the board. Just 1 less attacker to worry about. And now I think James is deciding what to do with the remainder of the Dawn. We know he still has a Hell's Judgment in hand and 1 Giant, and he searched the Usahachi just now.
Yeah.
So we'll see how the pressure goes from here, or if he decides to use the actual Rush Luffy ability to restand and pick up a life. But going down to 1 might be a bit sketchy here.
It's a little dangerous. Being at 1 life and being at 2 life against Yamato, though, is almost the same, right? So it's not, I think, that outrageous. But yeah, we're just going to go a quick 7 into leader. And again, we do have that +1 cost across the board now.
Jin knowing that double swing is potentially there, so if he's not careful and doesn't counter this, he might, James could just go for it and just drop him down to 0 potentially, or at least 1, and now they would both be on kind of like a 1 turn or 1 life clock.
Yeah. It'd feel a little bit better if this is a 7k without any Dawn attached, but I think they're making it work and likely going to try to keep a couple Dawn open. I know, we know that there's a Hell's Judgment in hand, which is great for getting the blocker and the Yamato to prevent attacking. And yeah, we're going to hit them down to 2.
Now what remains on this play? I think with 4 Dawn open, he could technically use the Luffy ability and still be able to have enough for the Hell's Judgment up in hand, or does he want to attach the Dawn to swing a little higher? I don't think he does. It does make it a little more awkward to, so the Momo won't block and get 2K out for free. So now he has to commit a 2K, 1K if he wants to save the Momo if he decides to block.
Yeah, and verbally we saw confirming not using the effect of this card. In this leader too, you will be able to get the Dawn back for doing so, which is nice. Though, you still have to take that life, which is maybe a bit expensive.
Yeah, but 8 here is still pretty scary. I think Jin, has to keep this blocker up. I don't think he can afford to lose it. Yeah. Oh, 0 costing Chodey.
Yeah, with Chodey. Okay, and if my opponent's getting Chodey out of their hand, I'm worried because that means that there's another one in there. Yeah. And now I got to play around that card for the rest of the game.
Yeah. But 3 Dawn up is also pretty smart here because, even if Chodey does get played, James is probably thinking, okay, rest 2 of my Dawn. Great. I can still use Giant.
Yeah. And we're going to do another top 5 search. I see a lot. Two more Chodeys. We could get another Momo if we want to extend the game a little bit more. Yeah, especially since we now have another target for it on the board.
So here, I guess, Jin can even just kind of do a little poke swing with that Yamato searcher and then tuck it after. Then you're getting enough use out of the other ability it has other than searching, which is when I believe 2 Dawn attached, it has plus 2K or
3K, plus 3K. Yeah, it makes it a 5K attacker. So we did just play it, so we'd have to keep it around for next turn. But it's a low commitment for for pressure on a later turn. Mm-hmm. So looking at 9 Dawn, counting some numbers there. Generally speaking, I think Chodey's almost always the highest cost card in a Yamato deck, unless you're running something a little bit spicier. I've seen people try 9 cost Zoro. There's also the new Mihawk that you can also use with Yamato, right? So, really tempting.
9 going to life, I think, is it?
Yeah. So this is going to be 9. If we end up using a Hell's Judgment, we'd be able to make that go down to a 6K, and also the Momo, preventing that from being able to attack this turn. And so we'd have to have a Hell's Judgment and 2K to get out of it.
Yeah. Because, using Giant here is also not amazing because you're losing that Dawn. You still have to give 1 more K afterwards. Doesn't feel clean there. So, but we are seeing it come down. I think maybe James is trying to dig.
Again. Wow.
Looking at James' hand, I think he had the 2 Giants, the Usohachi, and he had a Robin 2K and a Hell's Judgment. So I think he doesn't really have a bomb to play, to progress the game state himself. He can only really counter out. So maybe he wanted to do this to just dig through the deck a bit. Yeah,
that's still surprising for me. I would have, assuming it's still in there, maybe I'm wrong, but I would have been really tempted to play the Hell's Judgment there.
Yeah, for sure.
Because that does get you out of essentially both attacks. We saw that we had the 2K to go with it, and I guess they're just digging for some value, and I think we did end up finding that Luffy, but it might be a little late.
Yeah. So I think Jin here has to make a decision now, knowing that the Hell's Judgment wasn't used here, and he doesn't know the Hell's Judgment there, but he can probably maybe tell that there was a trigger earlier, and he runs it. He's like, okay, if I try to punish the fact that he used Giant instead and swing with this Momo, I'm also losing it. So maybe I don't do that, and he's kind of forced into taking that line anyway still. So maybe this is a good play from James just for the knowledge that Jin wouldn't go for the swing with this Momo.
And we're deciding where we want to put this top of life, bottom of life. We've got Yamato already at the bottom. It's, this card's always useful in this deck, right? So do you want to guarantee the top card of our life is useful, or do you want to kind of roll the dice and see if we get a good trigger off this last card in life? And, all right, put it at the bottom. Maybe.
Yeah. So I'm thinking about if let's say I take the last 2 hits in the the turn after this, and I play these both in a row, what can I search that will end the game? And I don't think there's too much. 2 Dawn is now attached. Does Jin swing here with this Momo blocker?
Yeah, and where do we? We can pressure, we saw them discard a 2K already. I'd be tempted to attack into the 6-cost Luffy. Again, being at 1 life and 2 life in a leader that has double attack is a little bit trivial, but I think we're attacking into the leader here. Yeah, taking the 1. All right, passing it back again. I think we're still stalling at 7 Dawn for James.
And here's a pretty good turn. I mean, James has options now. I think that Giant helped him open up some lines. He still has the other Giant, still a Hell's Judgment, that 6-drop Luffy from the start to help him like buff up his leader. I think there are quite a few lines open for James now.
Yeah. I do agree. Just again, like it's so that one extra Dawn would help you in so many situations here. But I do also want to commend James, right? He's moving forward, right? I don't think it's something that he's, I've seen people, get, dissuaded after seeing a mistake like that, but he's been, I think, able to recover and, continue to play at the pace he wants. So, but yeah, 7 Dawn here.
Yeah, honestly, they gotta commend him because he's playing so well still, and he's still he's unfazed. He's still making such thoughtful decisions every turn. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna go 5 into Yamato leader, and this is a decision, right? Like I can block with Momo for free here, but then likely they're gonna start pressuring my board instead of my life, which I can always take cards from my life in this situation. So. Oh, actually into life and taking it, yeah. Oh, okay, it is the Kinemon. All right, we were benefited from here. So 5K attacker is nice, but it's a little bit less nice when we were a 7K. We end up playing this Luffy. Dawn -2 here, so we're going to be able to get a +2K on our leader, and then leader's effect, we do get to get a Dawn active and rested, so we do have 2 Dawn open right now.
So I believe he's saying to lead here.
And another good thing is that against a deck like Yamato, knowing the last 2 cards in their life doesn't have trigger, that's a breath of relief, right?
Yeah. It looks like Jim was pretty smart about putting that Yamato underneath too, knowing that, hey, I kind of need this to be a trigger if I want to stay in this game.
Yeah, and we've got one more 7K here. We could block 2K. If we are expecting to play Chodey next turn too, it doesn't make a huge difference, but we're going to be moving from there. And again, we used the Chodey discard earlier. We saw 2 on a bottom, or top 5 go to the bottom 4. But Chodey here could end the game.
Yeah, I mean, you rest both Dawn, you get an 8 swing, you have 2 you can assign via your leader ability, you can swing 8, you can swing 8, you can swing enough, but you'd have to presume that there's all bricks and only events to counter out.
The other thing too is Dead Man's Game, another new tool from OP12. Yamato can have access to it, especially since we're spending 4 Dawn for it, but we're reattaching 2, so we only paid 2 for it.
Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be the most intense turn for Jin, I think, to really map this out in his head. He's placing his Dawn just on top, not underneath, not quite attaching it, just trying to figure out the math here. And James is doing the same thing back, I think. He's running the possibilities. What if it's DMG? What if it's the Chodey? Can I still counter out? He's probably run that math already the turn prior before he passed.
Yeah.
But now he's really just double checking all the math because it's coming down to, I think, either this turn or the one after. I don't think there's a world where Jin can counter out and live for one more turn unless, I don't know, he heals again and he has a bunch of counter in hand. But it's going to be one of these 2 turns, I think. Yeah,
and the thing, too, is that this 6-drop Luffy's going to be attacking every turn. The Luffy leader is going to be a 7K for the rest of the game, likely. And, if we were to go in, it's likely this turn is our best shot. And I think we're counting 2Ks. I think there's about 6 in there.
Yeah.
At least 4 or 5. It looks like 5. A couple 1Ks. We see 2 Giants already used, right? The Hell's Judgment to hand wasn't public information. We just saw it too, so we'll see.
Yeah. This has got to be a tense turn. Yeah, I gotta wonder if Jin was able to read off that. When you look at your life for too long, you're like, oh, that's a trigger.
Yeah.
Does he read the judgment? And even if he knows that's there, what does he do about it?
All right, looking at this too, it could be Chodey.
7, 7. 1 on that attached too.
Yeah, there's also this weird thing where Yamato only gets the additional Dawn if you already paid the cost for something, right? So it's difficult for you to actually if you're only just attaching cards on board, your Yamato doesn't get that extra Dawn attachment, really.
Yep. So I think we're seeing 4 rested, so I think it's going to be
Dead Man's game. Yeah.
So both those Dawn are rested, so that's both the Giant from hand and that Hell's Judgment are both turned off. So now it's just a game of whether or not Jin can try to math out this lethal, and is it even possible with a 7K leader? And James with 4 or 5 cards in hand, I believe?
4 or 5, there's a lot of different ways to do it. I think the best way is probably, I mean, technically we have 8 Dawn to work with, right? 2 with the leader effect. I think it's just attach 4 for one Kinemon, maybe 3, and then the other on the other side. So it could be like a 9, then 11 to try to go for game.
Yeah. Because there's like so many different. I love this about One Piece is the philosophy of how you swing in the order. Like, with one life, do you do 2 big swings, right? Or do you space this out so you can get more counter to hand and you can poke a bit and try to figure out what's going on? And a part of your brain is always still thinking like, is there a turn after this? And I don't think there is. So we're seeing the 8 come across the lead, and we see the 2K get given.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jin nods. He's that wasn't a good guess. He's like trying to see if there's still another 2K, and now he doesn't know as much as he needs to. I think to keep going. And he's committed the blocker, so he's living is off the table now.
Yeah, I think we also can do technically like 3 9s, right? If we really want to. Yeah, we're gonna just go 7 here. Get another 2K, and then we've got 3 active, so we can do 7 and 8 to try to win the game now.
Yeah, so if James' hand is all bricks, it would be a perfect read. And I think, it is. It's
taking it. All right, do we have the extra 2K here?
Wait. What does it do?
It gets Dawn active. That is huge.
That is.
Yeah, and with that Gum Giant, you have the Dawn open for it. And
that is insane.
Yeah, Gum Lightning. I thought it was going to be a trigger to get rid of the Kinemon, right? Yeah. And just being able to get that extra Dawn, narrowly getting defined there, and Purple and Black Luffy able to make it.
That was literally it came down to that final life. If it was, I think, any other card, I don't think. It could have been
we did have a. We did have the 1K with Law, so we could have. Or maybe that was after the Giant. Maybe that was what they're saying. If I had the Law, I'd get rid of that out of that 7K attack every time, right? But
but
super close game. Yeah.
You got to commend it. He found the math for it. He kind of mapped that out, and I think those are things that are hard to tell when we only look at the result of these kind of situations. But you can see the way that Jin mathed it out, that it would have been perfect, and the only out was, I think, exactly that, or that his opponent was bluffing the amount of counter he had.
Yeah, right. I think we've seen a lot of 2Ks already come out of hand. I think we had 2 more, so by the end of that, I think there are already 7 2Ks in the trash, so overseeing those, but you can kind of assume that if you weren't playing 6 drops on curve too. And easy concede there. I think it's pretty obvious that Purple Black Luffy is going to win on the next turn as well, but I think he played to his out. I think this was really the turn where this is my best chance to go for it. He went for it, and he was so close.
Yes, and this is why I love One Piece, because the combat is so nuanced. The triggers can be so just your heart just jumps
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, especially as commentators, right? You're never really out of it.
Yes, we've seen crazy things happen, and if you can just for those of you at home, never count yourself out, because even if it's a slim chance that you have a perfect lethal line and you have to bank that they don't have counter, sometimes you just got to go for it.
Yeah, 100%. So real good finish there. Congrats to both their players. We'll have to keep an eye on our Purple Black Luffy through the next couple rounds, see how they're doing too. And any other leaders we might want to try to find for this round 3?
Honestly, I know I haven't seen the new builds of Shanks yet. I know we've seen a lot of it before, but I would love to see someone piloting the new versions of it, running the new cards. I'd also love to see some Zoro Sanji, because I've yet to see a really skilled pilot on that, and I would love
we'll see. I think we'll see some Zoros. We might see some Sanjis to combine them together, right? Exactly. There might be 1 or 2 of those in there, so
exactly
that'll be good. So I think those are going to be great. I've been wanting to play some Blue Yellow Nami, right? This is the release day of Starter Deck 22, or it was yesterday, but so it's not legal this week. Will be legal starting next week, but I know people are still believing in it, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we get for next round. So we are going to take a break real quick for round 3. If there's any leaders that you guys want, let us know in chat. Make sure to let us know. We'll do our best to find them. and we'll see you in round number 3. All right, we are back for the 401 Games Toronto Regionals here in Canada. I'm now joined with Patrick. How are you doing this morning, Patrick?
I am so good. I am so excited.
Yes.
I've been watching the games,
Yeah.
and I've been shaking.
Yeah,
I've been grooving.
And you've been running around. You've helped make the production where it is, right? Which we really appreciate there. Here in Toronto and at home, I'm sure as well.
Yes.
And we're going into round 3. Who do we got for this round?
We have Toronto locals. These are players actually I sit next to week to week.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit sad to actually see one of them lose, but I'm happy to see one of them win. And so we have Adam on GP Luffy versus Raul on UP or Blue Purple Luffy.
Blue Purple Luffy. Yeah, we did see the Black Purple Luffy narrowly win that last round too. So definitely, I'd say these are the more standard Purple Luffys, right? Blue and Purple Luffy got a bit of a nerf going into this format, but I think it's been more popular than people were expecting after that, right?
Yeah, it actually feels pretty good to play. Like
Yes.
I've been playing it a bit, and I was like, actually, I don't miss 9 Mom that much. I mean, it was kind of good, but you lost Bello Betty as one of your really, really worst matchups. I don't see many Bellos out there.
Yeah.
So it kind of feels good to not
I would take that trade every day of the week, right?
Yeah,
so that's really strong. And then Green Purple Luffy, the opposite, right? It didn't lose anything. It only gained new techs, right?
Yeah.
Deadman's game we saw into the previous round was already really, really strong. Helped us try to go for game. It was a nail biter, right?
Yeah.
And just a really consistent deck into this format.
Yeah, I mean, GP's great. I mean, you don't have as many great matchups as you would like, but you don't really have too many bad matchups either.
Yeah.
And because it's such a pilot-centric deck, it really is up to the player. I feel like you have a lot of control over the game, and you can really kind of dictate the pace of the game. And so I think GP is still a really great pick into this meta.
Yes.
And it's a deck that I like. It's my personal favorite deck right now. So
I'm
always
little
happy
biased.
to see one on stream.
A little biased, yeah. One of the decks I did bring was Blue Purple Luffy, and I think the 9-drop Mihawk is really good to try to get rid of those 5-cost turn 7-cost.
Yeah.
So we'll see what that looks like. But I think we're going to go into it, and let's go to our next round of Green Purple Luffy versus the Blue and Purple Luffy.
All right.
All right, there it is. Oh, we've got not only Green and Purple Luffy, we got the Dodgers promo. What a fancy-looking card there. Rolling a 4, seeing if they want to go first. 6 for Blue Purple Luffy. Where do you think first is going?
I mean, if I'm Blue Purple Luffy, I want to go first.
Yeah.
Right. That's typically the game plan, though it has changed a little bit, I will say. It depends on what you're running. Going second feels not as bad as it did before, only because if you're running the 7-cost Kyros, you can actually just ramp once and play that. So it really does depend. I think it's a little bit more nuanced as a UP Luffy player, whether you want to go first or second. I think if I'm UP, I take first. If I'm GP, I don't know if I take first away or if I take my second curve. It's actually a little bit tricky.
And we're looking at Adam's hand here. I think it's a Zoro, 2 Zoro's Joros, 2 Sanji Puddings, and a 5th card there. But 2 Sanji Puddings I'm keeping, right? That feels pretty good. So no early plays, but you're going to have some really good middle turn plays.
Yeah, exactly. And then we see Raul here is going back, so he is doing a mulligan. So not seeing exactly quite what he needs, and that's always a little bit scary when your opponent's just kind of like, yeah, I'll keep. I think you can kind of have a read that there's either a Sanji Pudding in hand or a lot of ways to find Sanji Pudding.
Yeah. 1 in pass, not too outrageous. We might just see a 2 in pass. No, we do have a search event here.
All right. Yep, that's the When You're at Sea, looking at the top 3, allowing you to take, in this context, usually a Straw Hat Pirates card, but you can take some Heart Pirates too if you need.
And it gets event cards too, so that Dead Man's Game, knowing that's in hand, is already terrifying. Now, one other thing too with Blue Purple Luffy, it's a little bit more open right now for deck building, right? I know a lot of people have been trying like some of the Don Quixote stuff, right? We've kind of have like the more standard build with like Blue Luffy and 9-drop Mihawk. So, if you do have the Rosinante build, that kind of does play around that Dead Man's Game really nicely.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I actually think both decks have some surprising techs right now. Like you don't actually quite know what to expect. I know at GP Luffy, there's a lot of different tech cards that they're running. They're typically still on Luna, but we're seeing a host of different events being run.
Yes.
Versus UP, it's like what package are they playing? What late game monsters might come down at any time?
Yeah, and we ended up getting the Marigo off this Zoro search. I'm thinking it was either that or the 6-drop Luffy, right? You probably want to play one of those per game, but you can probably find it a little bit later. And the Going Mary is going to get a little bit more value immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it's slightly less relevant now because there's not that 9-mom threat of putting your Sanji Pudding in life.
Yeah.
But there still are effects that can get rid of your characters on UP Luffy. Specifically like that Mihawk, you might be able to protect your Rush Luffy from getting bot decked. So it's still relevant, just not quite as necessary as before.
And interesting to see Raul deciding to essentially starve Adam from resources, right? We end up getting 2 ramps, one from the Zoro, one from the Bon Clay. We've got 3 Dawn open, so if we take a life here, and then we could maybe Thunder Bagua and get up to 8 next turn, I'd be really tempted to try not to give them that Thunder Bagua hit here.
Yeah, absolutely. You always have to play around that. You have that Zoro to swing into, so we see the 6 into 4 there, just letting that go. Here's the first Sanji pudding of the game, coming down, using our leader effect, returning 2 Dawn, restanding 2 Dawn, and then getting back 1 Dawn from Sanji pudding, the GP Luffy classic.
Yeah, and the nice thing about this matchup, too, is because we have ramped, does mean that Sanji pudding on the first one, you do get that draw. So really helps you out there. We're going to go 6K into leader.
Just thinking here. I imagine this will be countered. Yep, and it's countered out with that Zoro, just giving a 1K. You probably don't need Zoro anymore. He's done his purpose.
And we got another one. Yeah, every card we've played has drawn us another card for Green Purple Luffy. So it's going to make it difficult to stall out if they continue to get this kind of consistency.
Yes, Adam seeing really just the dream start here as a GP Luffy player. And I've played Adam many times in the mirror, and I've seen him with this start. It's scary.
Yeah, and
let me tell you.
I gotta say, if you're playing what looks like max rarity, right, or at least every foil card you can have, right, the Dawn we're using too is not a cheap Dawn either.
Right.
Adam's really invested into this deck, right? So that's if someone has a full all art, I know that they're really committed to this leader.
Absolutely, and the 6th swing coming through, still at board, not at life, into the Zoro that gets countered out with the 2K Sanji. And where do we go from here? We're all thinking about the next play. We see all of the Dawn being rested, and it is going to be the Mihawk bot decking the Sanji pudding.
Yeah, that's, again, one of the adjustments that just ends up working for your matchup for Blue-Purple. Mihawk wasn't super common in previous formats. You'd play Lin, but a 7 cost would get around that. And so Mihawk being able to get that removal consistently is really, really strong in this matchup.
Yeah, and I remember that being kind of like a tech card last format for GP Luffy, and now it's a mainstay in the deck in a lot of lists.
Yeah.
So just coming in strong here, not letting Adam get too much tempo, too much Dawn back from his leader effect. And what does Adam have for us now? He still has those 2 Zoro, so he can put a lot of pressure down. He can definitely get 3 6K swings in, going quite wide.
Yeah.
But you have to think, when you're being starved, how much of your board do you want to turn sideways? Can you defend your board? You know that Mr. 2 swing could also be coming through.
Yeah. It looks like we're just going to start with a single 6. We are going to take it. Another thing about this matchup is that Blue-Purple Luffy has no access to healing anymore. So when you put them down to 0 life, they stay at 0 life, which is really strong.
Yep. Oh, and here comes the great combo. Luffy Taro returning a Dawn, playing out the Sanji pudding, straight into a leader effect, returning 2 Dawn, getting back 2, or restanding 2 and getting back 1 from Sanji pudding. So still 3 Dawn to play with after establishing 2 threatening bodies.
Yeah, this has been, I think, near perfect curve for Adam here. He's seen all the pieces you want. I think Raul's also had a really above average start too, but yeah, just being able to play out so many bodies is so, it's tough to see.
Yeah, and it's nice to see the players kind of going like blow for blow here, right?
Yeah,
they're kind of matching each other in the cards that they're finding, which is really nice. And I think we're in for like a really interesting game.
Yeah, and I think this is a good decision too. So you can play around everything. If you give the +2 to Luffy Taro, it can't get hit by Mihawk, but then you can Gravity Blade 2 things too. So I think it was like a decision of what do you really want to play around the most.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the right call. I mean, for GP Luffy players out there, we know you have to protect the Sanji pudding. That is your win con. You want to get as many of these down on the board as you possibly can so that your leader effect is essentially free.
Yeah.
And we see the search coming through, grabbing a Usohachi.
Yeah. And I would be somewhat tempted last turn to attack with Bon Clay, just because it would normally absorb an attack. But now with the Luffy Taro out, we can go 8K into a 6K, either Zoro or leader, so that's some pretty good value. We're going to start using our Luffy's effect for the first time this game. So we look top 5 for a Straw Hat card, add it to hand, and then we get to rearrange the remaining 4 to the top or bottom. So it kind of gives you a double draw, sets up a lot of plays later, and it's pretty much the reason people play this leader.
Yeah, that's why this leader's still around,
yes.
I think. I mean, it's the double draw that was always really good about it, and the ability to fix the top of your deck for Sanji. That never left.
And this might be bizarre. There's a lot of good Straw Hats, believe it or not, right? They ended up printing a lot of good cards with the Straw Hat trait. So because of that, there's so many good cards you can add. And we're just getting a Gear 2 to hand.
Yeah, and as the GP Luffy player, you want to be keeping track of these events. It really matters because it dictates how you swing later in the game, whether you swing 8, whether you swing 10. And so you have to keep track of the events you've seen in hand and the events that are in the trash.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about here. An 8K to 6K, going to get some good pressure on one of these Zoro Juros. And You know, with that 4 life still for green-purple Luffy, that could have been, you know, an extra card or 2 that you would have been able to defend it with.
Yeah, and Adam still has like a pretty good hand size. That's the thing about GP Luffy. When they see this curve, everything is replacing itself. And so now he really has to decide, do I save the Zoro? I know there's multiple swings coming this turn.
Yeah.
And do I want a Giant? If I Giant, I'm going to lose Dawn. I need Dawn to be able to put pressure. So how important is the Zoro for the game plan?
And I think we're down to, I think we're back down to 5 Dawn, if I looked at that correctly. So because of that, like, you know, if we Giant, we start the turn at 5, which is a little less. So yeah, I think that's 5 Dawn in the Dawn area. So
yeah, and probably not wanting to, like, Giant would feel a little bit bad here. So I think he's just going to let it go. Yep, and here comes the 6 right away into the next one, saying, okay, you let that one go. How about this one?
Yeah. And I think we also have another decision. Yeah, we have like a 1K that can save it, but I think we know that the Mihawk is coming, and we'd be actually pretty happy if the Mihawk attacked us as the leader. So
yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the thing with the Mihawk is it's a big body, but right now it's not going to be able to do much because it looks like Raul still wants to starve. He is going to start thinking about it. Do I give Adam more cards? Is what he's thinking.
Oh, we do have the Sanji into the Luffy. Okay, there it is. So unfortunately, this Luffy's not going to be able to bounce anything back to. I mean, you could bounce your Bon Clay back to hand,
That's
right?
True. That's true.
But I think they're still going to try to sink an attack into it, so likely fine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Adam definitely made the right call, letting the Zoro go, because that Luffy did come down. And so I don't think there was any way he was ever saving them. And so he got to keep his hand healthy, taking the swing at life, thinking about it. Could it be a ramp trigger here? It is.
That's really solid.
Nice.
Yeah. And then 9 here. But yeah, now we're going to 6 Dawn, starting the turn with 8. We still got 2 big bodies on the board. Raul has 1 Dawn open and 2 life, which is, I think, 1 more life than I was expecting at this point.
Right.
So that is pretty solid for him as well.
Definitely in a commanding position. I think it's always interesting when you're doing a starve strategy, right? You have to always pick that turn. When do I start turning sideways? I feel like this was a good time. Raul's now able to put a lot of pressure turn after turn on Adam. He'll be able to hit him with these really big swings and get cards out of hand or force Giants.
Yeah.
It looks like Adam just thinking what to do here. I don't think I see another Sanji putting in his hand, so he may want to search for another one, or he may decide now is the time to get aggressive. We see the Zoro as well, so he could play that down, try and find more pieces to help him essentially establish a bigger board, but he has the Rush Luffy. Oh, okay.
Oh, only 5. Okay, so not even doing the Dawn minus yet. But I think that's safe, right? You're never defending that Bon Clay.
Yeah, just letting it go. Nice sequencing here. So he's going to do the draw first off the merry-go, see what he gets, and then decide if he wants to play a searcher from there. Just kind of cycling that out of hand. It also will allow him to make his Sanji pudding up to a 9 cost, so outside of that Mihawk range as well.
Oh, we see our 3rd Sanji pudding. We have the Luffy Taro in the same pile, but if you could get both, it'd be amazing. But yeah, just the 1 Sanji pudding. I think you got to establish another one if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at this stage, the game is still going to go on. You still need that engine. You still want those Dawn back. You want to be able to Giant freely as well. You don't want your leader ability making you go down a Dawn every turn.
So yeah, playing our 3rd Sanji pudding for the game.
Yep, drawing a card because he has less Dawn. Oh, he's going to opt to protect that Sanji pudding. Very good. Keeping them at 7 costs outside of the range of pesky gravity blades.
Yeah. And if they red rock my Sanji pudding, I'm usually okay with that, right?
Yeah.
The amount of cost that they have to do and what they're giving up to do so is, I think, in my favor generally.
Yeah, absolutely. That you're definitely okay with that rather than another Sanji into a big body. That's going to threaten you for sure.
And now the only other decision is like if we're just using the rest of our Dawn to attack with our bodies on board. Looks like we're just going to start with an 8 to 6. We've only have 4 cards in hand. I think we know one of them is a gear 2, so we could use it to get out of this attack. Oh, we're taking it. Wow. Okay.
Interesting. Opting to say I just want more cards in hand. I'm not gonna give you the gear 2 yet.
Yeah.
I'm not on the ropes yet.
I think the only thing, and because it was publicly searched, we got Dead Man's Game, right? I would somewhat prioritize being able to use my Dawn while I know that it's going to be open, but if we are just, our plan here is still just to do a Giant here anyways. That does help us. So
yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to think of what Adam might be able to read into the fact that he did take that life there.
Yeah, and we should know the top 2 cards of our deck right now too, but so it could be a card that we want. Also, just going deeper into our deck to just get another like top 5 is good. A God Thread out of our hand, which would otherwise get rid of one of these 5-cost Sanji puddings. So That's solid.
Yeah, and I think I saw him draw into 2 events there as well.
Gotcha.
So another Gear 2 that looked like potentially a Bagua. We'll have to verify, but finding all the defense it looks like that he may need. The question is, can he leave up enough Dawn to play around Dead Man's Game as well?
Sure.
And this is a big turn for Adam. He's done a lot of things this turn. He's done a lot of searching. He's played a lot of bodies. Definitely a bit of a power play here.
And keeping 3 Dawn open. So not that Blue-Purple Luffy really has any ways to take away that Dawn compared to other decks, but does have some sequencing. And so looking at top 5, we end up finding a Uso Hachi off the top 5 of our deck, and now thinking about how we want to arrange it. And we decide to bottom deck, so that likely means no Sanji next turn, which is good to hear from Adam, and we'll see the rest of this turn here.
Yeah, I've definitely found in this meta I'm bottom decking my stack a lot more. And that's just because once you've established that Sanji turn, you're really just trying to find more counter. Like you're just holding on for dear life, essentially, as UP Luffy once you've established a board. And so I've typically found myself just consistently bot decking, taking what I need, bot decking, just to get a lot of bricks to the bottom.
All right, and I mean 9 to 7 feels good. At some point, you can also be like, well, if I don't think I'm going to lose next turn, I could try to pressure a Luffy down to 0 life. If attacking to a 6K is easier than attacking to a 7K and an 8K.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. The question is, I mean, it always feels good to get a Sanji putting off board.
It does. It does, right? And again, if we had like access to Gravity Blade on this board, we'd feel better, but we don't. 9 with Mihawk feels good, but then it means we have 1 Dawn that's very tappable left up to.
Just starting with an 8K, I'm not sure where that's going. I would suspect at life.
Yeah, I would as well.
Just trying to demand 2 cards or force some sort of earlier commitment from Adam before those big swings come in.
Yeah.
Saying, okay, do you want to take a life? Because then I can pressure your life in a really big way, maybe swinging 10s. Or do you want to give me some cards here and I can pivot to board? So we get 2 2Ks.
Wow. All right, that's some good knowledge there.
Yeah.
Still like 8 cards in hand.
That's a lot.
It's a lot of cards, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be, Dead Man's Game could also have gone us out of that attack as well, but we might have wanted to use it for next turn. It can only be used for leader battles, so you can't use it for the Sanji pudding. And looks like we're going to use our first giant for Adam here.
Yep, so returning 2 cards, pitching a brick, going up plus 4,000 power, drawing 2 more cards. That's the giant classic that we know and love. And what swings are coming through next? I would imagine we might see a Nami coming down this turn. I wonder how Raul wants to use his Dawn. He's going to go 10 into 7. And kind of an interesting number. I do see a Thunder Bagua in Adam's hand.
It's been I've been seeing that pop up a little bit more, just in general, right?
Yeah.
The being able to get that Dawn back is great. The trigger from life is good. We already had a ramp trigger from the Gum Gum Jet Gatling for Adam, so very, very easy card to use to get out of this and get that one of those Dawn back that you lost from Giant.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if he's going to show that here. Got to be doing just a little bit of math, thinking, okay, here's a 10 swing. How much Dawn is Raul willing to put on the Luffy? We know he's going to have to leave up some Dawn for events. He could still eke out a Nami and have up some Dawn, though maybe he's not even going to play a Nami. Maybe he's just going to swing this turn and leave up a whole bunch of Dawn. Considering he has a lot of events in hand, I wouldn't mind that.
We just prioritizing.
Wow.
Leaving that there. All right, we're going what looks like 11.
11 to 7,
demanding
3 cards. Or probably a giant or a Bagua.
Yeah.
That big hand that Adam, we just commented on. How, wow, his hand is so big, it's gone.
It is gone. And so here's the thing. We can giant, but then we lose Dawn. And then the cards in our hand do not have counter. So we'd have to find a card off the top 2 to be able to get out of this. So,
oh, man, and that's always a tricky thing. In both GP and UP Luffy, when you do the giant, you're like, okay, I have to find counter.
Yeah.
You really have to look at your trash. You have to count your 2Ks. You even have to count your 1Ks. It's a good thing to know how many of those are in your deck.
For sure. And maybe he was hoping that he'd attack 9K with that Luffy, so the Bagua felt better. But, having 3 Dawn at Chash feels bad. Okay, we are going to giant. We do need to find a 1K out of hand to be able to get out of that. We did get one, yeah.
He found it.
Narrowly.
That was close.
And we're not at that much Dawn, right? I think we're at maybe 6 Dawn right now. We had to lose 4 that turn.
Yes, yeah. And so what can he do here? 4 Dawn up for Raul. So we know Dead Man's Game can get rid of 2 of those, but I do think 2 Dawn might be enough. to stabilize because, of course, 4 Dawn to use Deadman's Game is going to leave Adam with only 4 Dawn to work with here.
Yeah, but that's that's the good thing about especially having double Sanji Pudding, and that card is that you spend 4 and then you get 4 back, right? Yeah, exactly. So it's a free card, which is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think Adam will be thinking here, do I go for it or can I hold on one more turn? That's kind of always the question. We saw his hand get completely drained. He does have the Robin in hand, which could find another giant. But he has to really be thinking here, can I hold on or is this it? Do I just have to fire? Yeah.
Another card that's been more popular, I think, for both players to be able to use is the Hell's Judgment, right?
Yeah.
That can help you get out of 2 attacks here, making like these Sanji Puddings down to 4Ks or even get out of the Luffy Taro attack. And yeah, Adam's in the think tank. He's got, a good board, but only 6 Dawn to work with, and against one of the most defensive leaders in the game right now.
Yeah. Absolutely. And so you really have to just do the math. Is Deadman's worth it? Is it just, do I just put everything on the rush Luffy here? Do I swing first and see what happens and then commit? Okay.
Oh, we are going to play it. So this could be press for game, right?
Yep.
We can do, 7-7 or 6-7-7-8-9-9, I think.
Yeah.
We could a lot of big swings here, but if we do, we kind of commit that we think we're going to not win this. We have to win here, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this does seem to be Adam just going for it here. Starting with a 6, gets a 2K counter out of hand. 7 coming up next, another 2K out of hand. Those Uso Hachis coming in useful.
Yeah.
And now just taking some time to think. Here comes the 8. This will probably be the first event we'll see.
Should be a geared. Yeah, we saw that added to hand earlier.
Yep, there's the gear 2 out of the way. And now we still have one more swing with a Sanji Pudding, and then our Luffy swings. At this point, if I'm Adam, I might be thinking, I don't know if I'm going to get there.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, so we still have access to Deadman's Game if we really want to. It does mean that we aren't able to, use the Luffy 6-drop effect.
Yeah. But it looks like that Dawn has been given. 8.
Oh, another gear.
Oh.
That's very nice.
Raul's just finding the perfect events to match what's being swung, right?
And we really want to keep the Hell's Judgment for them on the Luffy here.
Yes.
So it looks like we're going... Oh, we're going for game. We're deciding that it has to be 2 active Dawn, right? Yeah. Take the life, yeah.
Yep, taking a life.
But at this point, we're just saying that we feel like we can go for game and have to go for game.
Yeah. Raul takes. I think this is a bait. The final swing of the game coming through. 2 Dawn tapped.
Yeah,
Thunder Bagua. There we go.
Not quite. Yeah. I don't know if he had to go for game there.
Yeah.
He did have a lot of defense that he had to get out of there.
Yeah.
I wonder if he over-prioritized defending that Sanji Pudding too.
Yeah.
Maybe one of them could have gone. But honestly, a lot of back and forth, a really close game. And congrats on Raul for taking that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, both players really seeing, I think, what they wanted to see. We saw great curves coming out from both Adam and from Raul. And so really just a great game overall.
Yeah, definitely. And just shows that this still is a really grindy matchup. And I think also just kind of shows the difference of just a few techs into OP 12 from OP 11, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's those, you really don't know what to expect.
Yes.
So it's what to play around. What do I do here? And we really saw that kind of coming through. We saw Thunder Bagwas coming out of Adam's side.
Yeah.
It's really a fun meta for that. I think things haven't really settled yet, and so you're just seeing a lot of variance. You're seeing everyone's oh, I'm on this tech. Oh, I'm on this tech. I do this in this matchup, which is just exactly what you want to see.
And actually, so going back to it, I think I might have missaid something. Thunderbog was only 2 at less life.
Yes.
I think he was stuck at 3 life, so you weren't able to get that ramp. So I think I probably misspoke on that one. When you're using it in blue-purple, it's almost automatic, right? You expect to do it every time, but there is that extra condition.
That's true. I forgot about that too.
Yeah.
I've been playing UP Luffy
exactly.
so much.
I'm just so used to and getting green-purple Luffy down to 2 life is generally pretty understood too. I think most people will do so. So I think being able to say, I'm not going to assume he knows the tech. I'd say that would be unusual, but knowing that if I can stall them out and prevent them from getting that good defense, it really ends up making a big difference.
Yeah, and I do feel like Raul really put on kind of a masterclass on how to play this matchup because he did starve. And even though Adam saw the optimal curve, right?
Yeah.
We saw the Zoro Juro into the Sanji Pudding, Zoro Juro into the Luffy Tari.
three Sanji Puddings above average in my mind, too.
Right?
So
Yeah.
a really strong start, yes.
Yeah, so strong start. But even still, Raul was able to get there by starving him, by being patient. And he did see what he needed. He saw that Mihawk to remove the first Sanji Pudding, and then he was able to stabilize with his leader effect and swing at exactly the right time to put pressure on both life and board.
Yeah, I think it is mildly mandatory. Sanji to Mihawk on curve like that, you need to do that to have a chance, and he was able to find it, and that helped him stabilize to go for game.
Absolutely, yeah. I feel like when I'm playing UP Luffy, if I don't see Sanji into something on that turn, everything just falls apart.
For sure, yeah.
You can't hold on anymore like you used to with Lin, getting back alive and just slowly trying to get card advantage from your draw 2 per turn. It feels like you really need those big bodies, and then you need to either kind of build a wall or see if you can just put enough pressure from those bodies to actually play 2 more bodies.
Yeah, and so just like the inclusion of Mihawk and the blue Luffy too, having an 8K card with Rush into a 6K leader, really good value there too, and so to help you there. If you need to make it a 9K, the pressure 7K body too, you can do it if you need to. So, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how both those leaders continue to do this weekend.
I know, yeah, I'm really excited. I was telling everyone, I'm like, look, don't count out UP Luffy.
Yes.
Right? Everyone was like, oh, that deck's gone. I'm like, no, you're going to face it. You need to practice. They play completely differently now.
Yes.
And so, like, your forecasts, they're going back to your hand, so you got to play around that, right? And so I do think we're going to see it. I hope we see a couple in Top Cut.
Yes.
I think that it's a really interesting deck.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a deck that we are more expecting to play. I would expect it to be in Top Cut. I'd be surprised if it didn't make it. So definitely, last week was kind of testing the waters for regionals. I think people got the confidence based on some results that we saw. Yeah. And a lot of people who may have, put it away quickly took it out of storage.
Yeah, that was definitely me. I had unsleeved it, put it, and then I was like, wait a second, this...
All right, back into
here you go, getting the Giants back out of my Sanji.
Yes, yeah. So, but I think that's going to be it for this round. We are going to do a quick deck profile for some purple Luffy, if you guys haven't seen that. But then also there will be a lunch break. So we will be back at 2 p.m. Eastern, so that is 11 a.m. Pacific time. So you guys will have time for lunch yourself. We will be back. We expect 9 or 10 rounds today, so not even halfway through, and should be a good time.
Oh, yeah, we're just getting started.
Yes, so we're going to do that break. We'll see you guys in about an hour, and see you in round 4.
We are back with another deck profile. This is just a brief update on blue purple Luffy, the former menace of the meta. This leader is still a threat even after being hit by the ban list, so do not sleep on it. I imagine we're going to see a lot of players playing blue purple Luffy, not only because it's a comfort pick that everyone's been playing all summer and that people have already practiced in this meta, but it's actually still really good. So even though it lost 2 strong defensive options with the 9-cost Linlin and the 8-cost Kata, it also lost its worst matchup, which is Bello Betty. And so that kind of helps compensate for some of the defense that the deck had to run, and it allows the deck to kind of move into a more offensive space. Additionally, many of the decks that counter Rayleigh and Zoro lose to blue-purple Luffy, making it a strong choice into those players who are actually looking to counter the meta. And so it's almost like a counter pick. So once again, the leader effect is strong. It was always the best part of this leader. And so that kind of remains unchanged. If you can get to that point where you're drawing 2 cards per turn and using Sanji to cheat out big bodies, you've pretty much made it. So the game plan is relatively the same. And similarly, we still are running our ramp cards, so cards like Zoro Juro, our Mr. 2. We have our events that also help us ramp in God Thread, Thunder Bagua, and Gear 2. And so, of course, the goal is to ramp as fast as you can so that you can play Sanji allowing you to cheat out a big body. Now, where the deck has really changed is in the big bodies that it runs. So we now have the Kyros. This is still a tech option, but it's a really nice card because you can actually play it before you even hit your leader effect. So going second, you often hit 7 Dawn really fast just by ramping once with Mr. 2, allowing you to play Kyros and bounce a threat back to hand. And you can also play it off of Sanji. Mihawk is similar, allowing you to hit a cost 7 or less, so this hits those pesky Sanji puddings that have been staged. And it's very strong into a lot of cards in the meta. And then finally, we have this 8-cost Luffy, which is essentially the card that was intended to be played with this deck, right? This was the secret rare that came out with the leader, so finally it's getting its time to shine. And so what this Luffy does is it's an 8 cost, 8,000 power rush character. When attacking, you may trash 1 card from your hand, return up to 1 character with a cost of 4 or less to the owner's hand, and then give up to 1 Rested Dawn card to your leader or one of your characters. This is always when attacking. And so this is a really, really strong card that allows you to every turn bounce something back to hand. And so against decks like Rayleigh, you can put the Luffy back into hand turn after turn after turn while also swinging 8. In addition to these big bodies, we still keep our 2K counters, so we're running Usohachi's, Frenosuke, and Sanji's. And we also have removal, so we keep Red Rock there to kind of get rid of big events. One change is people are now running this at maybe 2 or 3, and the game plan is to establish 2 big bodies and then just Red Rock away threats for the rest of the game. Of course, we have our old faithful Gum Gum Giant that allows us to just be incredibly defensive, and of course our Gear 2 doubles as a defensive card alongside Thunder Bagua. Now Thunder Bagua has been upped in count. Usually people are running 4 of this because it's really good into Zoro as well as into Rayleigh, allowing you to just have a lot of defense and sometimes get a quick ramp up on those early turns. Finally, our kind of miscellaneous cards are the same with Nami and Pudding. Pudding is typically a one of, especially useful in longer matchups where you can have a lot of cards in hand, as well as in the mirror. And Nami is just a really strong card both when you're ramping up and just need some defense and maybe to fix the top of your deck, and it's a card that comes down after you've played something off of Sanji and cheated out 2 bodies. The win con is often, once again, play out 2 bodies and then either Red Rock or play Nami every turn to filter and go really, really defensive. In terms of the game plan, it remains unchanged. Going first, you want to play your Zoro Juro, Gear 2s, and ramp up as fast as you can. Going second, you want to play Mr. 2 into something like Kyros. And of course, you can weave in Baguas flexibly to try and get to that 8 Dawn count earlier than possible. After ramping, you want to play out your Sanji into a big body, depending on what you need. You can have Luffy's to pressure life and control the board, Mihawk to remove an important threat, like Sanji and Pudding. And so you kind of have a little bit of flexibility in what you do now with those big bodies, as opposed to just kind of defending with Lin and 8-cost Kata like we used to do. Of course, playing Sanji into Nami is also a really, really great option. This was, of course, something that veteran players on the deck loved to do before, and it's even more important now. Sometimes you're just under too much pressure. However, Sanji into Nami allows you to both play defense and offense while fixing your hand. In terms of tips and tricks, similar to before, you have to figure out what type of game you're going to be playing. Against aggressive decks like Green Zoro and Red Rayleigh, you may need to use your Gear 2s defensively rather than ramping, and you can no longer survive if you have a hand without counter, so be very, very careful with your mulligans. If you even have just a little bit of counter, you may need to keep that hand, because with this deck, you can often draw into a hand with no counter, and you will just lose against a deck like Rayleigh or a deck like Zoro. Sanji is more important than ever. It's a card that I tend to want to look for earlier in the game than I did before, because you typically only get 1 safe turn to play out a 9-cost body before you fall to the pressure of some of these really quick decks. And so you really need to see a Sanji into a big body on that pivotal turn to allow you to take over the game and really find your win con and close out games. The 8-cost Luffy effect, like I mentioned, works every turn, so keep that in mind and don't forget about it. And typically you need to see more specific answers from your leader effect than before. So when you use that leader effect and you look at your top 5 cards, you really are looking for specific things, and I find myself putting that stack to the bottom more than ever before, because I'm just looking for the next Red Rock, or I'm looking for the next specific answer that I need. And so you have to be very, very thoughtful about your stack. You just don't have that leeway that Lin afforded you and that Katakuri afforded you before to stabilize. You have to find the pieces, and you have to find them quickly. And so if your stack is suboptimal, you need to just put it right to the bottom. Playing against UP Luffy is similar to before. However, you really need to pressure early, and you need to shift your game plan to their new threats. You have to keep in mind that they have cards like Mihawk, which actually makes the game difficult for a lot of decks because they can bot deck a 7-cost. Before, UP Luffy could really only remove cards with Lin, putting them in life. So now you have to really play around that Mihawk too and know that your 7-costs are not safe. Luffy can now deal with cards like Beer Luffy, Ben Beckman, Chodey, so just keep that in mind. It's a little bit different. And going wide can actually be more effective than ever because Luffy can no longer get free blocks from cards like Katakuri, and they can no longer gain back life. So you can go really, really wide and keep up the pressure, but while doing so, respect the fact that they now have 4 Bagua. So they have 12 events to deal with, and so you should always be checking their trash and keeping the count on all of those events so that you can swing those numbers optimally to close out the game. In terms of tech options, we've seen the 3-cost Doflamingo that was being played before as an anti-aggro consistency option emerge again, just to be able to throw out a blocker for very, very low cost. This is useful early in the game when you just don't see a 3 Dawn play, and useful later in the game when you've already established big bodies and you just want to play down another blocker and make sure that you're finding the next red rock or the next piece that you need. People will also run the Doflamingo package. We saw that topped previously, and it's still just as strong as ever. Additionally, I've seen Hell's Judgment as a event that can help against Zoro. More copies of God Thread is really good, and actually I've been testing a little bit of Aramaki too, and I quite like it because he's an 8,000 power blocker that kind of fills the space of that old Katakuri. So we're still seeing what list is optimal for this leader, and I should add that we also often see the 9 cost 10,000 power Rush Luffy being used as well. In my own testing, I didn't like it because I found that it was just too awkward to go down a Dawn and not be able to play Gum Gum Giant, but I've seen people using that card successfully as well, so that's another tech option here. So to sum up, Blue Purple Luffy is still around. It's still a threat. I expect to see a lot of players on it at this regionals, and I expect to see at least one in Top Cut as well. All right, we are back with another deck profile, this time talking about GP Luffy. GP Luffy is a strong contender from the last meta that actually survived getting hit from anything in the ban list, and so it actually remains relatively unchanged from OP11. So all I'm going to be talking about is how the deck's really kind of morphed into the OP12 meta. While GP Luffy is a really, really strong pick because it's got just a nice spread overall, it does struggle into the 2 big new additions in Green Zoro and Red Rayleigh. However, it has strong matchups into a lot of the older leaders, and it actually maintains a positive win rate into most decks if it can go second. Additionally, while this leader effect is still really strong, allowing you to return Dawn, get back Dawn, it's very dependent on your Sanji and Pudding, the key part of the engine, being able to remain on the board. And as we're seeing, more and more decks can actually deal with Sanji and Pudding. So it's really getting hard to keep this character that's so important sticking on the board. It's just always getting destroyed, and so you actually end up needing multiple copies now to really win. So while this leader effect is strong, without the Sanji and Pudding, if you keep losing Dawn, you actually can't close out games against decks like Rayleigh and against decks like Zoro. So for the deck breakdown, just as before, the main engine of the deck is our Sanji Pudding, allowing us to essentially do our leader cost for free if we can get 2 on the board, and giving us just a lot of tempo to keep up a lot of Dawn, playing up bodies, cheating out bodies, while also allowing you to draw a card. So you really need to keep this on the board. We still have our Zoro Juro, which is just a great mid-range body. It swings big. It allows us to search for a Straw Hat Crew type character. We have our Luffy Taro that combos nicely, cheating out a Sanji Pudding. This combo is really, really important and effective, especially into decks like Green Zoro. You often want to omit playing Sanji Pudding on 5 so that you can play it with Luffy Taro later on and defend it against those Zoro swings. We have the Green Zoro that allows you to essentially rest a character and swing if your opponent has 2 or more. This is still a mainstay. This is really, really good into Rayleigh, allowing you to kind of swing over their small bodies, and so we're seeing this usually at 3 copies, similar to before. And of course, our game finisher in the Rush Luffy that can restand. It's still around, usually at about 3 copies, and it's still the win condition against a lot of decks. We still are running our 2Ks in terms of Sanji and Usohachi. We have the same searcher profile as before with Nami. We have our stage, which allows us to draw and allows us to protect our characters. And we have When You're at Sea, You Fight Pirates, which is just another way of upping the consistency of the deck. As before, we still are reliant on Gum Gum Giant for our defense, but we do have one new addition that I would consider a staple now, which is the Demon Aura 9-sword style Azura Blades Drawn Dead Man's Game. I've never said that full thing before. This is the first time. And so what it allows you to do is it allows you to rest 4 Dawn and rest up to a total of 2 of your opponent's characters or Dawn cards, so it's Chodey in an event, and it also doubles as plus 3,000 to your leader when you need it to. This really opens up GP Luffy. It makes matchups like Green Bonney actually better than they were before because you can deal with their blockers. And this is a huge win con for the deck, and it's a big adjustment for GP Luffy players because now you really need to allocate 4 Dawn for this, which really changes the numbers that you can swing with at the end of the game. And playing around this card is very, very important as a win condition. Now, in terms of the game plan, the deck typically wants to go second, seeing that same curve as before where you drop a Zoro Juro, and then following that you play Sanji Pudding, ideally into another Zoro Juro, and then following that you do Luffy Taro into Sanji Pudding, and then you just win the game from there. Now, while that's a strong curve, a lot of decks are just not going to let you do that anymore, and so you really have to be sensitive about when you play your Sanji puddings, and it's very often optimal to just keep playing Zoro Joros until later in the game, when you can drop 2 Sanji puddings in the same turn, or in the example of against Green Zoro, when you play it later, you can have more Dawn, so you can use Giant to actually defend this card and keep it on the board. So, as always, you have to really think about when you play this card, especially if you only have 1 or 2 in hand, and that is really the difference between an expert GP Luffy player and people who are just learning the deck. It's really, they know when to play this and when to defend this. Now, of course, going first, your curve is very similar. You play your Searchers. You may play this on 5, but you often wait to play it on 7. And similarly, you just want to flood the board. Going second just feels a lot better, though, and as we've seen in the win rates, GP Luffy tends to do better going second against almost every single deck. Of course, your win con, once again, is your Rush Luffy, alongside something like Dead Man's Game. This allows you to rest on, as well as put a lot of pressure down on your opponent. For tips and tricks, your stage is not as useful as it was before. This is often used to cycle, but keep in mind the matchups you need this and the matchups you don't. If you can just get this out of hand early, it's really important because you just don't want to be holding this as a brick in hand later on in the game. So find ways of squeezing it out to get that draw, and note the matchups where you really do need to increase your cost. In OP12, I find less games require playing on a low Dawn count. So I found in OP11, I would often go down very low in Dawn to get the board very, very wide to counter out with Giant. But in 12, I feel like I like to have a very high Dawn count, and I find myself returning Dawn less on the early turns because I want to have that high Dawn total to finish off decks like Bonney, like Blue Kuzan, like Green Zoro. And so keep that in mind. You might want to play a little bit higher up with Dawn and less low to the ground with your Dawn. Additionally, Luna is still a very strong card. I didn't mention it yet, but I'm going to talk about it during tech options, but this is really good still in the mirror. It's really good into decks like Red Rayleigh, where you can completely freeze their board, and it has uses against almost every leader. So make sure you're playing around it in the mirror, and also you can still value this as a tech option. Now, when you're playing against GP Luffy, as before, the game often revolves around the Sanji pudding. So if you can remove Sanji pudding and keep removing it, you're probably going to win the game. But if they can stick to, you're going to be in trouble. So if you have an efficient way to remove Sanji pudding, this is good to do. Now you have to respect a bunch of tech options. You have to respect Luna. You have to respect the Demon Sword as well. So make sure you're just playing around these things. And of course, Rush Luffy is still a threat that can come out of nowhere and swing big to finish you off. Make sure you're still keeping track of their Dawn. You want to try and force GP Luffy into a low Dawn game, so removing Sanji pudding and forcing them to Giant out early, especially to defend their board, can put them at a Dawn total where they actually can't even finish the game. So if you can put them down low when they play something like Demon Sword for 4 Dawn, if they're at 6 Dawn, they probably don't have enough Dawn to really do threatening swings. So if you can force their Dawn low, you should be feeling pretty good. Now, I've seen a lot of tech options for GP Luffy. I think some really good ones include the Frankie, which is arguably a staple now, which again allows you to just not go down too low on Dawn. Because you sometimes don't want to play your Sanji puddings out as early, you can play out a Frankie with a Zoro, still use your leader effect, and still recover a Dawn, not going down quite as far behind. And so Frankie's really, really nice. I also see Nico Robin frequently as just another blocker option that's very, very useful. Again, it allows you to return a Dawn and then look for a Straw Hat Crew type card, finding you more Giants. I've also seen the new card, Two Sword Style Rashomon. It's really, really good. It allows you to rest 2 of your Dawn cards, in addition to using 1 Dawn for the card, to KO up to 2 of your opponent's rested characters with a base cost of 4 or less. This is devastating against Red Rayleigh. You can kill 2 Zoros in the turn. I like this into Lucci. I like it into Sakazuki as well as just a lot of matchups where you just want to remove 2 pesky bodies and it doubles as counter. We've also seen still Gamma Knife as an option for dealing with large bodies. Judgment of Hell is really good against Zoro, as it allows you to Dawn -1 and give up to a total of 2 leaders or characters -3,000 power for the turn. So this is great. This can negate a Tashigi and make Zoro's double swing a little bit less scary. Radio Knife still exists as a great option to deal with 5k characters. Jet Gatling is an option to get rid of bricks in hand. Usohachi I've seen run as an alternate 2k or as an additional 2k, increasing the 2k count in the deck from 8 to 9 or 10, just to have more counter power. And then Green Zoro, also into some slower matchups, can just win them outright. These are all options that I've seen people play, and so it's really up to you how you want to run the list. So to sum up, I think GP Luffy is a great pick into the current spread. It's still a leader that has a lot of skill expression, so you can really show off the reps you've done on the deck. You have a really good matchup spread throughout, with some of the newer leaders being tough matchups, but they are certainly not unwinnable. If you see the cards you need, you see the Sanji puddings, you can go the distance with GP, and it's a card I expect to see in Top Cut here in Toronto.
Back and heard this time, not just miming this through, but we are back with round number 4 of the 401 Games Toronto Regionals, and we've got another unique matchup today.
Yes, that is true. We have Shanks versus Blackbeard.
Yes, 2 of the 4 Emperors, right? Both introduced in OP09, got some new star decks in OP11, and should be interesting to see how they've adjusted to this OP012 format.
Exactly. This kind of is the battle of the new starter deck cards, as well as Shanks also getting that new Shanks
Yes, yeah.
in the recent set. And so both decks have had new additions that have allowed them to really just have an increased breadth of options to attack for certain matchups or to just feel more consistent overall.
Yeah, definitely. And Teach has been, I think, a staple since release. Shanks has kind of been here, gone away. You know, kind of like in the anime, right? He's not always here. Yeah. And but I know a lot of people are going into it. So we're going to get into that. It's going to be Richard on Shanks versus Kevin on that Marshall D Teach. I'm looking forward to see who's going to be able to take that one.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, there's the cut there. We've got the alt art Shanks versus the new art for Teach from the Star Deck. Do you have a preference on art for that one?
Yeah, you know, I like the standard alt art.
Yeah,
leader.
I do
it's
too.
actually
Yeah,
my favorite. Yeah,
I really do like the hand drawn. They've had a lot of styles, and I think they all have their goods and bads. But yeah, the hand drawn kind of like Oda art style.
Yes.
That's definitely one of my favorites. So
yes, I'm always kind of erring on the Oda art side. That's just my bias. I love it. Looks like Kevin is doing a mulligan here, and I think Richard is thinking whether or not to keep. Some pondering going on. Looks like he is going to keep. Okay.
Yeah. And kind of one of the nice things about Shanks is that now that we've doubled the amount of plays that we do on 4 Dawn, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Having access to Lucky Roo as well as that Shanks is really good. In this format, I think Shanks is strictly better. But yeah, having a 4-drop 6K that's sometimes hard to interact with is really nice.
Yeah, traditionally this is a hard matchup for Shanks. Definitely not what you want to be sitting across from. However, there's so much flexibility with Shanks now. I mean, this is likely the control variant, but I've seen Shanks throwing in some spice, some rushed Luffys here and there. So we'll see if he has some of those cards that could really help in this matchup.
Yeah, and using the It's My Era, looking at the top 3, getting a Kuzan off of it, and then that's for 1, and then full lead? Yeah, full lead, gotta be. So really great start from Kevin.
Yeah, and Kevin is actually one of our local players. He has lots of tops on Teach. He's a fantastic Teach player. He's actually my go-to for to just teach me how to play. He was prepping me for this, so I'm really excited to be able to watch him here and see how he navigates this.
Yeah, and Teach kind of has this infamy where, he's very strong. You also you have to play his game a lot of the time too. I don't think it's an easy deck to just pick up, but the people have been playing it since release, right? We've been having this guy in our meta for 9 months, I think, quite a long time. So, but it's always something intimidating in a wider format like this when you got to really know every matchup to see when do you discard, when do you not need to. A lot of back and forth.
Absolutely. And so we see the Hongo coming down for Shanks, and then another My Era coming down for Kevin, just searching, finding all the pieces that he needs. The Hongo play is interesting. I anticipate that will get removed.
If it's saying that I don't think you have Shiryu, which so far has been the case. So very fortunate there, and not playing anything else. So another kind of weird thing about the Marshall D Teach format, or like the game, is that how big your attacks do not really matter compared to how many attacks you get to do. So even if you got to put 2 Dawn on Hongo, sometimes late game that is enough to pressure another card out of hand or something like that. So
Black Vortex coming down. So those 2 Dawn were up there for a reason.
Yep.
Saw a little smile there from Kevin saying, I'm just going to get rid of this. This is not for you, but I can fit it in here.
Exactly. And we're going to play out the Lucky Roo. Not the, again, we'd rather have the inclusion of the 4-cost Shanks, a little bit of a bigger blocker. This can sometimes interact with cards on board, but not at this current moment.
Yeah, we see the 6K swing just coming straight through here at Richard. Of course, he does have that leader ability, allowing him to reduce minus 1,000 power to the opponent's leader or character, which lasts for the turn. And just going to counter out here. I'm assuming leader ability was used because he gave that 1K Marco. Here comes the 5-cost Kuzan, trashing it to draw a card, playing something out from the trash. What will it be? He's got some options, and looks like it's Van Augur.
Yeah. So weird spot here is that if the Lucky Roo goes away, you can block it and get rid of the Von Auger, right? The Kuzan you really can't interact with in this matchup. So I don't know if he played it a little bit too fast for that draw one there, because he's pretty eager for it. I would have been tempted to play and leave Kuzan out there, but he likely knows this matchup better than I do.
Yeah, I think he has some sort of a plan here, but I guess we'll see, because it looks like this Van Auger is going to get removed.
Yeah.
This will allow Kevin to draw a card, so it's not the end of the world. However, we are seeing a board starting to get established for Richard, and that's exactly what Kevin does not want to see. He wants to deal with one body per turn, remove until he can drop 10 cost teach.
Yeah, and here we have the new gate too, so that will be able to get the removal there. We did use the Marshall D teach effect, so we don't get the Dawn underneath the leader, but this is of all the removal cards, this is probably the least common. I think it's still run by a lot of players, and being able to be an activate main instead of a an on play makes a huge difference in this matchup.
Yeah, that's kind of exactly what you want to see in this matchup, right? No on plays allowed, and so Newgate gets over that. He's just like, let me rest myself instead.
Yeah, and 8K body is hard to remove. We've got quite the wide board here. Shanks is allowed to help you. The fact that your leader effect can help you defend your Lucky Roo is huge.
Yeah.
We'll see if maybe Hongo is going to get taken away, but yeah, that setup early has been really helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Richard's showing he knows how to navigate this matchup quite well. With that early Hongo play, he has tempo now. How does Kevin kind of make his way back into this game? He needs to establish some sort of a board here. He needs to remove something. I'm just putting some thought into it here. 7 Dawn to play with. All right, we see 2 attached to leader, 7K coming through at the Lucky Roo. I imagine we'll see leader effect 2K. Yep, there it is. Throwing down the Kuzan straight away, trashing it, drawing a card. Is he going to bring back Augur again? Okay, opting for the Jesus Burgess.
Yeah, Burgess. I think it might have been perhaps the better play in that previous turn too. I understand why you want to set up Von Augur into maybe the 7 cost removal, but Shanks doesn't have fantastic ways to remove this with on plays gone, right?
Yeah.
We do have the Ben Beckman, which is able to get around the protection effect for this,
yes,
but this one a little bit clearer. So I think we've got a multiple of 4 cards in trash. So this is currently a 9K, which it's actually pretty large pretty quickly, right?
Yeah, 9K, that happened so fast.
I
wasn't looking, and I looked away, and it's a 9,000 power Burgess already.
I'm like, oh, wait, 12 cards? Oh, 16 cards? Oh, 18 cards? Okay, yeah. I guess they're, half your deck is in your trash at this point almost, so.
Yeah, and so 9 Dawn turn here for Richard. What does he want to do? I did see in Kevin's hand a lot of those, looks like 3 10-cost teaches. But the problem is Richard just has such a wide board, and so is he going to put on the pressure this turn? Are we going to see everything turn sideways? I'm very curious. Looks like just a 5 to start with. Coming through.
Oh, 5 with the Hongo as well, yeah.
Yeah, another 5 coming through right away.
Yeah, and now we're +5 since we are at 20 cards in trash.
Wow.
That's always the little secret tech in this matchup where, you get that additional. So put him down to 1.
Wow.
Maybe Shanks. Oh, yeah, this is fantastic.
Oh, man, this feels so good. That, of course, is the new Shanks,
yep.
Newly minted. Basically allows you to pitch a brick from hand and make it a 2K.
Yep.
And this is something that is so huge for Shanks because you run a lot of bricks, and one of the biggest problems Shanks has always struggled with is consistency. You end up drawing all 2Ks, you end up drawing all top end, and so this just helps equalize things a little more. And a great play here, 6,000 power body, can swing at board, pitch bricks. And how does Kevin get out of this? This is a tough spot.
Yeah, and it is on the, it's for the turn. So that -2K against, obviously Zoro, right? Them only being able to, that for both attacks is huge. And your leader effect as well. So you can give -3K for the turn for very little investment.
Yeah, it's so much synergy. And of course, Kevin here at 10 Dawn, he could just drop a teach, but I think he just dies. So he has to really think about maybe doing a removal turn and establishing some blockers like a Caribou or something just to kind of hold on a little bit and see if he can stabilize. Shiryu might help here.
You probably wished you saw it a little earlier, right? Getting rid of that Hongo on curve would have been really nice. But we are going to play the 10-drop teach here. I have noticed, right? I think 10-drop teach is not as powerful as it used to be. It's still really good, right? But most people are only playing 3 copies, I've been seeing. And there are a lot of potentials for alternative plays to, use your 10 Dawn instead of just playing one big blocker, right?
Yeah, I feel like that 7-cost teach really was a game changer. Just giving a consistent 7 Dawn turn that allows you to remove your opponent's board quite flexibly.
Yeah.
And so I feel like with that addition, we saw the win con changing from just chaining 10 costs to removing the opponent's board and controlling the board.
Yeah. So the other thing too is that with this 10-drop teach, all that talk we had about giving -3K, it turned it off, right?
Yeah,
Negated the effect of a blocker, but also their effect and our leader effect. So went 10K into the Lucky Roo, we might have been able to pressure the new gate instead if we felt like they didn't have 3K counter in hand.
Yeah.
But I still think that this is a spot where Kevin with so many cards in hand right now and everything else could be in a good spot. But I don't know if we did not give them we let them keep their on plays.
Yeah, and this is kind of, I remember this back in like the OP9 10 days, right?
Yeah.
You would stop on plays early, really for Ben Backman, and then you would allow them to come back.
Yeah.
Again, once you start dropping the 10 cost teaches, because you're kind of saying, well, good luck removing that.
Something, two cards that I think can help this matchup that might not right now are either the 10 cost Shanks, the super rare from OP09. The fact that your rush and you give -1K to their teach makes it kind of weird for them to block it. The other thing is that there's also the Goldie Roger. I don't think people are playing that card as often, but in this scenario, if you hit them down one more time, 13K to the face is usually enough with no blockers being able to activate.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just see a 7K swing coming through. That gets countered out with a 2-1, the Caribou and that Shiryu that we saw off of the search. And how does Richard want to use his remaining Dawn here? Can he swing over this teach? Or does he just opt to leave his board standing? Going to play out another Lucky Roo and just pass with 2 Dawn up. That's hinting at a red.
Yeah. I think that's pretty fair. Our blockers back, our leader's effect still back. We still have 4 life. I'm not afraid of losing this next turn. And kind of mentioned too, having these 2 1-drops on board means that it's kind of trivial to put 3 Dawn on them and be able to pressure a card out of your opponent's hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Those 1-drops actually can come in clutch in this matchup. Teach does not want to see a wide board. He doesn't like those 1-drops.
No,
And so usually the dot Q's there to keep the board clear, but when they come down this late, there's not much you can do. There's that 10 cost chained again, turning off the leader effect. And which character does he want to stun for the turn? He's going to hit
and Newgate. Okay. Yeah. And this kind of more notifies that I'm afraid that they can go for game with that 8K body. I'd rather, if they want to have to attack with their Shanks, it means that they, they are losing a blocker next turn because of it too. So,
yep, but
solid.
It is this weird thing that can happen when you're playing against Teach, where all of a sudden 1 10 cost comes, and then another one. Then you're like, wait, do I even have math anymore?
Yeah.
These blockers are so hard to get over.
And this, this board is very big from Kevin, right? 2 12K blockers, the Burgess 10K. Actually, I think it is 11K now. We did find 4 more cards into our trash. So I think deciding if we want to prevent on plays next turn too, asking for cards in hand. With 4 cards in hand, 1 card's in life, right?
Yeah.
Pitching a 4th of our hand feels expensive, but it might be needed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think from Richard here, when it goes back to him, we're going to have to really see how he wants to play this. If he wants to just allocate Dawn to the Utas, go wide, saying, okay, you've got 4 cards in hand, I've got 5 swings that can come through. That should just be pretty good math in my favor. Of course, the teachers can block a couple of those swings, making it a little bit awkward. Or do you just play another big body and say, I've got 3 life. I'm kind of safe. I can probably wait another turn before I actually start making everything on my board sideways.
Yeah, and I think this is... Oh, okay, we are going to start attacking with blockers, Immediately block with Teach. I think that's fair.
Yeah, very non-committal, right? You don't want to start pitching cards too early.
Yeah. All right, 7 there. This might get another... Oh, just 2K, 1K. Okay. All right. I might have wanted to attack with my leader first if they... Just to get that, extra knowledge there.
Yeah, I think when you're allocating the Dawn especially, right? Like, if it's going to go somewhere, you might as well go on your leader first.
Yeah.
But Richard clearly intends to swing that as well. Yep, there's the 5K swing coming through.
I mean, there are worlds where 6 and 7 off these Utas can get there.
Yeah.
It's very tough. And I am curious if Kevin's trying to proactively play around another copy or a copy of the Goldie Roger as well. Oh, okay.
Oh.
5, yeah.
Look, that was the fastest counter ever, just completely anticipated.
Yeah. Playing another blocker there, but I don't think we have any Dawn up, so that is a little scary.
Yeah. That is scary.
Yeah, and technically, we have 2 -2Ks that exist on our board right now, 3 life, so if they try to go for game, every attack has to go in.
Yeah.
But I think this purchase is going to be able to be a 12K by itself. We got 3 other. Oh, another Teach. Wow. Wow.
Third Teach. This has taken me back to OP09 days, OP10 days. The old kind of win con of Teach of just chain. I'm going to go 5 at the Lucky Roo. That gets countered out right away. And can Kevin hold on here? Here comes another swing at the Shanks. That's an 11K into 6.
Yeah. I think we I mean, I guess we might be afraid of, like, 10-drop teach from coming down.
Yeah.
At this point, yeah, just attacking the Lucky Roo.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that board is getting cleaned up. And now we see 3 potential swings with 2 blockers, 1 life. And I believe
we have on plays
in
right now, too, which is kind of big, but not as big as those, 3 12Ks. It's 11.75K, right? One more card in trash, we become a 12K, so a lot of pressure next turn.
Has Kevin stabilized here? Like, that's the awkward thing that happens. Like, it just all of a sudden, these teaches come down and they just create so much pressure.
Yeah, this is such a good deck against decks that play one big body and want to just pressure with it, denying that 3 turns in a row, right? I think that's why Shanks can have a hard time into Bonney sometimes too, with the same idea where that leader effect is really good. Now, I agree. It went from I think I'm ahead to am I where do I go from here?
Yeah, we haven't really seen any big bodies come out of Richard these past few turns. Like no 10-cost Rush Shanks, like you were mentioning. No 10-cost KO Shanks, even though that wouldn't really do anything here because everything's too big. But just not getting those big swings that can actually swing over the teach that actually still will demand a card every turn. And so Richard's in a very awkward spot here. And of course, Kevin is totally representing lethal on board with what he has.
Yeah.
And he can search out a black hole if he needs to remove a blocker. There are ways of kind of getting through any defenses that Richard puts up. So it's getting very scary.
Yeah, I'm like, man, it's always like these. Do I just put 8 on leader? Right? Like I could I could pretend I'm Zoro real quick.
Right.
Just just attack more than once. We're just gonna go big 6, and I'm gonna guess this is almost immediately gonna get blocked.
Yeah, I feel like Kevin will not want to give away too much information here, and this is the way that you don't say anything. You don't take and say like I don't have a 2K in hand. You just wait patiently, see how the Dawn gets allocated. That's another 6 coming through. Richard saying I don't think you have a 2K.
Yeah, sincerely.
Yeah. And Kevin unwilling to really, and Kevin says,
we do have a 2K. All right.
All right. So now no cards in hand, 1 blocker, 1 life.
Yeah. There's
that Burgess.
We don't have a plus 7,000 chips, so we're gonna have to start over again.
Yeah. Next time, we're gonna work on that for next time. We'll have the plus 7,000.
Yes. Yeah.
We weren't anticipating any teaches today, really.
No.
But here they are.
But yeah, one thing I've seen Shanks walk away from is running rush cards. We're not playing as much as the 5-drop Luffy from Star Deck 21.
Yeah.
We're not playing as much of the 8-cost Dragon. And 10-cost Shanks, I think, is usually around a 2 or 3 of, not a 4 of at least. So because of that, rush would be better in these situations, but not having it, you're really hurting for it.
Yeah, absolutely. You really need that rush to just be able to close out the game, to keep the pressure on the teach opponent, and without it, he's just representing 5 Dawn.
Yeah.
1 million Redhawks in hand. It's still awkward for Kevin. He still now has to do some pretty funny math here.
Yeah, and we have to decide if we want to get rid of it. If we have like if we have a way to get rid of this Shanks blocker, which we do have some cards that help us do that, that would be invaluable too. But
and the question is, knowing that Richard doesn't play any rush, do you even have to go for it this turn, right?
Yeah.
You can clear the Uta. And then you've got
the very threatening Uta, yes.
Scary Uta.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you've still got these 3 big blockers. You just leave them standing and you swing Burgess. If Richard tries to block or save the Uta, you can just turn Burgess into Uta.
Yeah.
So Kevin looking at trash, just trying to get a sense of what's been seen this game, what Richard could have in hand.
Yeah, I think you're right, though. I think that it's not unlikely for you to decide to, you know what, we can go for board now. We've got the way better board. It's going to be pretty easy to leave 2. Yeah, Uta, yeah, too big of a threat. Gotta go.
10 swing into poor Uta.
Yeah. And then a casual 12K into leader. Yeah, taking that.
4-cost 12K body.
Oh man. And the Katarina Devon. Being able to kind of, pick whatever keyword you want, right? We're going to choose blocker almost definitely.
Yeah.
We got our on plays, so, if we have a Silver's Rayleigh or something, that's good. But still, that is terrifying to see.
Yeah, and I was just actually chatting with Kevin about how much I love the one of Katarina Devon.
Mm-hmm.
It feels so good. We were saying like there's just certain times when it comes out and the flexibility that it allows you can really put you ahead. And look at that, it's coming in clutch here. Another blocker. Next turn it could double attack,
Yeah.
swing banish, whatever you need. Katarina Devon is there for you.
Yeah, and I think we just block with it now. I would be more afraid of that card getting hit next turn, though it also being able to pivot into banish next turn is huge too. So there are just a lot of ways for this card to put value out.
As if Richard already didn't have enough to deal with.
Yes,
with 4 12K bodies on the board. Now he has a potential banish swing or double attack coming his way.
Yeah. Now, if we get any reduction on it, right, we can get the minus, or use the new gate to get rid of it. It does kind of open up for that card to just get, bullied next turn too. But
yeah, that's like a building snake out of hand. That's a card out of hand.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a tough spot for Richard. Just putting his hand down, taking some time to think, knowing that this is probably the pivotal turn of the game. We're getting into kind of the late game, the final stages, the final moments. So you really want to think things through and make sure that you can take the optimal line here. Though I'm not really sure what that
would look like. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, if we can somehow give minus 7K to one of these teaches, we can get there. Teach can get hit by that new gate.
Right, just drop a hand of building snakes.
Yeah, exactly. Round table is almost always a bad card, but there's so many situations like, man, imagine if I had it right now. I feel like a great situation for it.
Yeah,
but
manifesting the round table is an important skill. Looks like we're seeing 6 Dawn get tapped.
Okay. We're going to get rid of the Devon with the Divine Departure.
Yep.
We're going to go, I think this is 12, so I think you're, into the teach. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, if it was into leader, I think you just take it easily, but in that situation, that makes sense.
Yeah, and that is awkward. That was a really strong turn from Richard. He's still in it.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think both players going to have to hard commit here.
There's the stage. Not finding anything too. Is that another?
It might be another Devon, but it's a Lafitte there.
Okay. I wonder if we're going to do a search here or if we're just taking that as a counter. Kevin really has to think here. There's no Dawn up for Richard.
Yeah.
1 blocker. Is this the turn to go for it, or do we just keep walling off? It's like 3 Dawn being potentially allocated here. Maybe an 8K swing coming through. Counting up the trash. Of course, swinging the Burgess does feel pretty good first, so I'm curious whether he goes swing the Burgess or the leader. Looks like it is. Oh, just thinking. Yeah. That's totally fair. There's lots of time left.
Yeah, there's a lot of time, and our clock is with overtime in the last 5. So we've got 9 minutes left in regulation play, but huge attack into New Gate. We're going, again, we're just taking the long game, saying these 12K blockers have put in a lot of work, and I don't need to go for game. We're going to Lafitte, look top 5, look if there's anything else.
Oh, I do see a Kuzan.
Yeah,
Kuzan. That's the easiest take.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to allow Kevin to draw a card and establish another blocker like the Devon again.
Devon would be fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, man, this is looking really, really scary for Richard. Kevin just with the patience of a Blackbeard player.
Yeah.
They're always willing to just slow the game down, grind you out. Don't have to rush things. And just thinking about what to do with the remaining Dawn here. And it is just the Kuzan slam down. Once again, that's, I think, the 3rd Kuzan we've seen, allowing him to draw a card, bring back something from the trash. My bet's on the Devon, but we'll have to see.
Devon sounds good to me.
Yeah.
If you also want to just try to, really go for a game next turn, it could be another Burgess too, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I think either or is fantastic.
Yeah, if Kevin just wants to make sure that there's no shenanigans, nothing can happen to stop him from winning, he could bring back the Burgess, but he just has to do a little bit of math, a little bit of planning, and he opts for just the safer play in the Devon. I think that's completely fair.
I agree. Yeah, I think that's fine.
You don't always know what people are running.
We're hitting with 1. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a little greedy. I don't know if I would have done that, but 1 card in hand, 12K blocker, 1 life, 5K leader. If rush does exist,
yes,
you get super punished, right?
Exactly. Yeah, Kevin kind of banking on Richard not having any rush cards. And it's funny, swinging 12 there with the Teach and bringing back the Devon is kind of like just bringing back the Burgess and leaving the Teach standing.
Yeah, so I mean, you still have the Devon block too, so I think you're fine. But you're just on such low resources, right? You're a little. I'd be intimidated too. At least.
Yeah. If Richard just drops 2 of those dreaming Luffy.
Oh yeah. If they're back, that is tough. That is really, really tough.
Yeah. Okay, and what does Richard have in store for us here? This could be the final turn for him. He has 10 Dawn to work with, 1 blocker, 1 leader swing. He's against a monstrous Teach, Katarina Devon, 1 life, 1 card in hand. Scary. Or did Kevin pitch his only card for leader effect? I missed that.
They might have. Actually, it might have been a 7-cost Teach, but they don't have the marker there. But I think you're right. I think they just did discard it.
Yeah.
Because the Teach in hand would do nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, 6K block.
Yeah. 9 Dawn remaining. Do we just throw it on Shanks? Clear.
Yeah, I guess so.
I just don't know what we can do here. Play out a bunch of blockers, maybe. We've already seen quite a few blockers, though. We've seen a lot of ruse. Okay, Shanks goes sideways. 6K swing. Gets blocked. There's another rue.
A lucky rue, yeah. And pass there. Okay, I mean, you
okay.
can get rid of the Lafitte there with the block of lucky rue. Oh, man, these are just such large attacks coming in.
Yeah, so I imagine we'll see Kevin probably open with the stage here, potentially.
Yeah, I think
what he can find.
I think the only thing. All right, I'm surprised we're searching.
Interesting.
I guess if we find what is it? Not black hole, but the 4-cost that gets rid of effects. You can get rid of the.
That would work. That's black hole, right? It has a different name, but I always think of it as black hole.
Yeah.
I think I called it that earlier.
I did too. Yeah.
Let's go with black hole.
It is black. All right. Hey. Okay. All right, we're good.
Shout out Kobe on production. He's always got our backs.
For sure. Yeah. So, but no black hole on the top 5. Yeah. I think that's fair. I guess we could have also used Fololed to help us search it again too. But
yeah,
we're attacking into Shanks, the blocker.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think we're playing a little too safe at this point. I think we could likely pressure for game.
I think so too. But like I said, these Teach players, they're more patient than you and I.
They are. Yeah.
That's why they play this deck.
Hey, 5 Dawn's a lot of Dawn to have up, too, so I get
That's
it.
True.
I get it.
True. But, yeah, I do think the writing's on the wall. We see Kevin shaking his head here. I think maybe it's just the pressure of playing on stream as well. It makes it tough. And what is he going to do here? What does he have in store for us? We see a head shake. We see Kevin just looking a little bit frustrated.
Yeah,
in a commanding spot, though.
It's tough. It's been a long game, and then just one mistake like that could be huge. But we're going to play out the Kuzan.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're just going to block. So
yeah.
That card came out of the star deck. I think it's 28. I can never remember which star deck. After 22, I'm like...
it hits a certain point where I think it's...
There's too many, But there's... I think that's been a real tech for against Zoro. Because it's a blocker that also produces another body. And you know that it's safe from a Zoro leader's attack afterwards. So...
Exactly.
Pretty good for those situations. And in this situation, too, being able to have a... every turn we've ended with like 3 blockers when they only get 2 attacks.
Yeah, I mean, these new blockers for Teach, like you've got the Caribou, we have the Kuzan, they always throw me off. I'm never expecting Teach to just drop this wall that's not the 10 cost.
Yeah.
It's really hard to play around. And, of course, Kuzan's just another great addition. I think it's typically a one-of in a lot of Teach decks.
Yeah.
But it's getting in work here. Richard just once again in the same spot. It feels like we've just been going back and forth.
Yeah.
Just Kevin inching ever closer. We see the Rayleigh, the first one of the game, coming down, the Dark King himself.
But no on plays, And even so, like, if you get rid of Kuzan, you likely just spawned a Burgess, right? So it's hard to say that. But I think at this point, we're going to go 10K with this.
Yep, swinging 10 here. Does Richard counter? Does he block?
And the other thing, too, is with Lucky Roo, like you have to attack with this one first.
Yes.
Double departure.
Wow.
You have left.
You have departed. And it was divine.
Yes. All right, this is, I believe, another 10K attack going in. 12. Block there, and then... Yeah, it's going to be it.
Good game.
Yeah, close one, right? I think that it could have been either player, right? Richard had a really strong start.
Yeah.
If Kevin only had 2 of the teaches, it might have been an issue, but that third one, I think, really let him get to the late game.
Absolutely. Yeah, I saw those 3 teaches in hand, and so I was thinking, okay, are we going back to the classic teach for Shanks days where you just slammed them down? And it did work for Kevin, even though Richard started off with what seemed like just a huge wide board. He was
Yeah.
putting on so much pressure. Kevin was just able to slowly stabilize, to just grind it out, teach by teach, blocker by blocker. And he managed to just kind of get there in the end.
Yeah, I agree. And Jet, in that situation, be like, man, I have 2 teaches. That's surely be enough, right? I can discard another one.
Yeah.
And but no, that was a really heads-up play, especially if we don't know the deck list 50 for 50, but
Yeah.
I would assume going into this event, they're only playing 3 of that 10 drop. But
Yeah.
each one of them, if so, put in so much work.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to what you said earlier about these, like a lot of players who've been playing Teach have been playing it for a long time,
Yeah.
right? This is kind of a classic matchup for them. And so bringing Teach to a tournament like this, you can get rewarded if you've been playing it. And I know Kevin has since release.
Sure.
Because you've had practice against Shanks for 9 months.
Yeah, but if you've only been playing it for like the last 3 months when Shanks wasn't as popular, right, you might not get some of those automatic plays, or you could be tricked here and there. So definitely a lot of knowledge that goes into playing Teach against a lot of matchups, and I think you got rewarded for this one.
Absolutely, and I'm really of the opinion that Teach is a great pick
Yeah.
for this current meta. It really rewards players who've been sticking with it for a long time. It has a pretty good spread. There's some scary matchups, but it reminds me of GP Luffy, where there's a lot of pilot expression, a lot of skill expression, and you can really shine if you're a player who's put in the time on the deck. And it feels like I don't think Teach has ever had a better spread than this.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
I think it's a really good one for it, and it has been in the first couple of weeks of this meta super strong. So, but if you guys are looking for a Shanks deck, we do have a profile that we're going to go to in a minute. This is going to be the end of round 4. We expect 9 to 10 rounds. We had over 800 players today, and we're approaching that second half of today too. So we're going to take our little break. We'll see you guys in round number 5, and we'll be right back.
With another deck profile, this time doing an update on Shanks. Guess what? Shanks is back. We've got a strong control variant that's really emerged because, as we saw, UP Luffy was not a fun time for Shanks, but with the ban list, Shanks can now go toe-to-toe with UP Luffy as well as decks like Green Bonney. So this greedier control build that we're seeing crop up is really good into Bonney, it's good into Enel, it's good into Lucci, it can really punish rogue decks, but it can struggle into Green Zoro, it can struggle into Teach, and it still kind of struggles against Blue-Purple Luffy as well. Shanks' biggest weakness has always been a lack of consistency. This is one of my favorite leaders to play. I've always been trying to make it work. I've been running like different searchers, 3 searcher builds, just because I wanted to play Shanks, but I didn't like the consistency. And as we've seen, one of the new cards that kind of just snuck by in OP12 really helps with that. This is the new Shanks. It's a blocker, but on your opponent's attack once per turn, you can trash a card from your hand and give up to one of your opponent's leader or characters minus 2,000 power for the turn. This allows you to get rid of bricks in hand and really just, in my opinion, helps Shanks feel so much nicer to play. In terms of the leader effect is still quite strong, so it allows you to kind of negate a swing per turn or save your board, and Shanks has also seen a lot of support with both a new starter deck as well as the new Shanks that I mentioned. What's interesting is none of these cards really appeared too broken or strong in isolation. I remember looking at them and thinking like, okay, but it's actually really in combination and in the kind of scope of the current meta that we've seen, all of these cards can synergize very nicely to make Shanks a really strong pick. So in terms of a deck breakdown, a lot is relatively the same, so I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. We've got our 2Ks, cards like Otama, Hongo, and Lime Juice here, all with alternate effects that help you. Otama and Hongo are minus effects. Lime Juice deals with blockers. We still have our Searcher, Uta. Some people cut this, but I like to keep it in my list just for that added ability to find some of the important pieces that you need. And then we have Building Snake, who's just very good at helping you hit those bodies that are awkward for Shanks to remove, like 7,000 power bodies, 8,000 power bodies, etc. And Red Force has also emerged the stage as a very nice consistency piece, allowing you to hit 7,000 power characters on your 7 Dawn turn with Ben Beckman. So if you have that stage down, you can hit cards like Sanji Pudding, you can hit cards like Jozu, you can hit cards like Tashiki. So this is kind of a new addition to the deck. I'd been trying to make it work before but couldn't justify it. However, as we've seen, we have some new middle tier bodies like the new Shanks, which I mentioned, that allows you to just pitch this as a 2K. And so now where the stage was a huge brick in hand, where sometimes you would draw 3 and that would just lose you the game, if you can establish a Shanks, you can pitch cards like this, and that's really just helped the deck flourish. In addition to Shanks, we still have kind of some strong mid-game options. These are not, I would consider, staples, but a lot of people are still running a couple copies of Lucky Roo, as well as Yasop. Lucky Roo, of course, is a really strong defensive wall. Yasop doubles as defense and offense. In terms of our events, Red Hawk has made its way back. It's been in the deck, it's been out of the deck, it's been in the deck. It initially was in against Blue Dofi back in the day as a way to kind of deal with their very annoying teach plays. It's come back now because there are a lot of 4,000 power characters you can hit with this, and it combos really well with cards like Rayleigh that minus power during your opponent's turn. The zero cost event is an option that just allows you to once again pitch bricks from hand. And as we'll see, there's a few other events that can be tech options. For mid-game, we still run the Beckman-Rayleigh duo, typically at 4 of. This is just some of the best removal in the game. It synergizes very well with your stage, with Building Snake, with Yasop, allowing you to just consistently remove big bodies while establishing a big body of your own. And Newgate's also made his way back in for that consistent removal, and just a really consistently powerful card against decks like Rayleigh, where every turn you can just remove the Luffy with some removal, or if they haven't given Dawn to a character to get that Luffy up in power. So this mid-game trio really does a lot of work, and of course it's always topped off with the big boss monsters. So we're seeing the 2 Shanks options here, the Rush Shanks and the KO Shanks. I've seen different splits of this. I don't know which one is best. It's really going to be up to you to decide what you like. I've seen just 4. I've seen 4 and 1. I've seen 2 and 2. You really have to just find the number that works for you. But the idea with Shanks has always been to reach these big boss monsters and take advantage of these incredible stat lines and incredible effects. In terms of the game plan and the curve, while Shanks typically prefers second to be able to establish the character Shanks on curve or a Lucky Roo, as well as Rayleigh into cards like Shanks, he's flexible enough to also deny first from opponents such as Lucci, where you don't want them to play Jack, or against Sakazuki as well, who also can play Jack on 7, as well as against Green Bonney, who likes to play that 9-cost pesky Shanks that can KO a rested character. So there's a little bit of flexibility in whether you go first or second. When you are going first, it can be really nice to know which matchups you can establish your Building Snake in. Same thing going second. You can establish an Uda, you can establish a Building Snake, but just keep in mind when it's actually safe to do so as well. And then of course going first, you can see a Yasop into a Ben Beckman play. You can also see a Shanks play. There's just a lot of kind of flexibility on that 5-Dawn turn. And then typically we want to see Ben Beckman into something like Rayleigh. And going second, of course, we can see Shanks into something like a Yasop, into something like Rayleigh, into your 10-cost Shanks. So pretty clear lines for Shanks, and you really want to, when you're doing your mulligan, try and find the optimal curve, as Shanks is a leader that when he curves out is just incredibly deadly. And of course, the goal with this control variant is to keep your opponent's board clear while getting value from your leader ability. So being very defensive while also establishing big bodies and board control. In terms of tips and tricks, make sure to use leader ability efficiently, but don't play too defensive. You don't want to spend your entire hand countering and lose your board. This is something that I often see with Shanks players. They like to stay really, really high in life total, and then all of a sudden they lose their entire board because they just can't counter out. So really find that balance between using your leader ability to defend, countering out, but also making sure you have a healthy hand size to find pieces you need and to be able to counter out to save your board. As I mentioned, know which matchups you can establish Building Snake as well as Hongo in. It's really important to squeeze these in when possible to help hit higher numbers with Ben Beckman and with cards like Rayleigh. When you're using Rayleigh, this is similar to before, but just make sure you're using him as painfully as possible. He can hit 3 different things with his effect. Don't stack up too much. Remember, you can just hit like a Rebecca blocker, and then you can swing into something, keep something else's power low enough that it can't threaten you. So make sure you're squeezing out maximum power and really put some thought into how you use your Rayleighs, as it's very, very important for your tempo. Shanks typically doesn't have a very mechanical turn, so you don't have to spend a lot of time doing a million things during your turn. This is great. Make sure you're using that time to focus on your game plan, and if you're missing pieces of your curve, how you're going to compensate for those missing pieces to keep tempo during the game. Now, when you're playing against Shanks, swing numbers that require Shanks to give you cards and put on as much early pressure as possible. So don't just swing 5, he's going to use leader ability. Make sure that you're swinging as awkwardly as possible and keeping track of when that leader ability has been used. And when you're doing math, I always like to think of Shanks as just a 6k leader until he uses his leader ability when I'm doing some lethal math. If you could remove this 4-cost Shanks blocker, it's really, really a good idea because this allows them to pitch their bricks every single turn. And so I recommend dealing with this as quickly as possible. And if you don't see this on the board, taking advantage and really, really pushing hard. I mentioned Rayleigh from the Shanks side, but when you're playing against Shanks, make sure you respect this card. Don't turn things sideways that you can't counter out of if they get minus 3,000 power on the next turn. So play very, very cautiously when Shanks is going into an 8 or 9 Dawn turn. Think about what the Rayleigh can do to really hurt you. Finally, KO and removal protection is really, really good in this matchup. So you may need to mulligan to find it if you're something like a green Bonney. Make sure that you can protect your board from KO effects. Now, in terms of tech cards, I'm calling these tech cards, but these are maybe staples for some people. But there's a lot of variance in this list. However, you can run Divine Departure as just an easy way to deal with an 8,000 power scary body that doubles as counter. I really like this card. Nobody hurts a friend of mine. If your leader's Red Hair Pirates type, you can give minus 3,000 power to a character during the turn. Then if your opponent has a character with 5,000 or more power, you can draw one. Shanks just doesn't have a lot of ways to draw cards, and so I really like using this to both minus a character, hit it with something like a Rayleigh, while also drawing a card, so I can maybe draw into some counter that I need to stay alive. We've seen this new Uta blocker become potentially a staple in the deck. It's a film type, so not searchable, but if you have a character with 10,000 power or more, you can give this card minus 4 cost, making it a 2 cost blocker. So just another really nice flexible choice for the deck, where in those later game turns you can play out a blocker for only 2 Dawn, and you can also just pitch this as a 2k counter. I've seen some builds running this Luffy to help with matchups like Blackbeard, where you just need a lot of pressure. It was a staple before in the previous meta, and there's still a place for it that if you can make it work. Marco is really, really good against decks like Rayleigh, allowing you to just pop those really small bodies and keep board control and tempo, and he's still very sticky on the board. This 9-cost Shanks, also arguably a staple. I think some people think it is. It makes the Rayleigh matchup a lot easier. It makes the Zoro matchup a lot easier. And what it does is it's 9-cost, 10,000 power. If your opponent has a character with 8,000 base power or more, you can give this card in your hand minus 3 cost. So what that means is it's going to become a 6-cost, 10,000 power character. And then on play, if your leader is Red-Haired Pirates or Shanks or Uta, you can give that leader 2,000 power until the end of your opponent's next turn. So essentially, you can play this out for 6 cost and make your leader a 7k, and this makes it really, really a strong option into Green Zoro and into Rayleigh. And then finally, this is a card that I like as a tech option. It's the Come On, We'll Fight You. It has the same effect as the Uta. It's just a searcher with a trigger to draw one. But if you're someone like me who values consistency, this can be just a nice maybe 2 of to help those early turns where you really want to find something like the Shanks to pitch bricks from your hand for consistency, or you really need a late game bomb. So I think Shanks is a great option for regionals. It's a really fun control build that, like I said, doesn't require too much mechanics on the day of, which is really nice for a regionals. It allows you to really think through your game plan, spend a lot of time thinking about those really high level decisions, and piloting a deck like Shanks usually comes down to a couple macro level decisions that decide the game. So it's not one where you're making micro decisions. You have two options and door A or door B, and you have to really make the right choice. And so I like playing Shanks because I can spend a lot of time thinking about, do I take door A or door B? So keep your eyes open for Shanks. I expect Shanks to do well, especially if you can see a lot of green Bonnies on the day of. And he might make top cut. I hope to see one though.
Welcome back, One Piece players. We're going into our round 5 of the 4-1 Games Toronto One Piece card game regional. I got it that time. We're going to round 5, which means this is the point in which we see skill, experience, and nerve really come out into play. Seeing the players that are going to surface through the 5 rounds, which are strenuous to play. And we have a very exciting matchup for you. Patrick, do you know what this matchup is? Do you know?
No, I don't. What is it?
I was able to find an undefeated, for you guys at home, Koala. For those of you know, I love coping Koala. I love coping any deck. But the fact that there is a highly skilled Koala player, undefeated, I am so excited to see them play, and I don't know, I don't think I figured out who their opponent is yet, so it's a surprise for me. All I know is you're going to see Koala, and through the heads I'm hearing, maybe a green deck is who it's facing. But I'm excited to watch this game. Yeah.
Absolutely. And there's nobody who I would rather be casting a Koala match with than you, because I know you have been trying so hard to make this deck work. And we're into the game right now. Here we have Koala versus Green Bonney.
Oh, this is really interesting because from watching the players' previous match, they had just faced a Bonney, and I wonder, did they pick Koala expecting a bunch of Bonney matchups? And we're seeing here the dice roll, I think it went to Bonney, and I think Bonney won and chose second, which is a good default, especially because Koala really needs to see that going second curve to have this kind of like output power. Now we see one of the best compliments ever, which is when you search a card playing a rogue deck and someone's like, can I read that? What does that do?
Yeah.
And, you know, this knowledge check for the Bonney player is really going to be a part of this game.
Yeah, and it's always tough playing a rogue matchup like Koala as the Bonney, and especially on stream, because you may not have practiced this matchup, but you know that the Bonney player has. So Leomo knows what he wants, he knows the curve he needs, and PsyduckFan really just has to kind of play his own game based on the deck. I doubt he's practiced this matchup. It's just not one that you're going to put too many reps in on, and we see the Bonney finds that 5-cost Cavendish, the first important piece of the puzzle. Of course, not as optimal here on your going second curve, but it's still a really strong grab and a card that you really, really want to see.
Yeah, so we see here Leomo is, he searched his hack, which is a really important piece in this deck. It lets you get that 8-cost active really early, and then lets you get that KO effect, which is actually really good at clearing little bodies, like if there's an Urush present, things like that. Now, the hard part is we have to see how Leomo can kind of pivot around the going first curve, which is obviously not as great as going 4, 6, 8, which is like Koala's ideal. But, if there's anyone that can do it, it's definitely an undefeated Koala in round 5.
Absolutely. And just as a reminder to those at home, Koala has the effect when this leader attacks your opponent's leader, if you have 2 or more characters with a cost of 8 or more, you get to draw 1 card, and this happens once per turn. And of course, Bonney likes to play 8 costs, so this will, or Bonney likes to play big bodies, and Koala also likes to boost cost and get this draw effect consistently. Additionally, once per turn, this effect can be activated when your opponent plays a character with a base cost of 8 or more, or when your opponent plays a character with a character's effect, your opponent adds 1 card from the top of their life card to their hand. And so we're seeing kind of 2 lines here with Koala. Playing 8 costs allows Koala to draw. When your opponent plays 8 costs, they have to take a life.
Yeah, so it's like really punishing those Mihawks. Like, imagine every time you're playing a Mihawk blocker and you're thinking, oh, I'm going to be safe next turn, you're also losing a life too, or like picking a life from hand. You're like, oh wait, this is not protecting me as much as I want it to. And also we're seeing another card that PsyduckFan had to read, which is the Revolutionary Army counter event, which basically counters out for 8k for 1 Dawn. So it's the Radical Beam for the Revel Army leader types.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, 4k, yeah.
Yeah, it's really tricky because Koala has such a unique leader effect. You really kind of want to practice playing against it. And I think we'll see PsyduckFan here in a little bit of a bind when it comes to those turns where he wants to play those big bodies, but there's that cost of taking a life that comes with it. And
we're seeing the Uruj actually in this search, and I think like the PsyduckFan aware that like if he plays it, and Leomo plays the hack, which can KO, basically on KO, it will KO something of 4 base costs or less, meaning he can actually do kind of what Lucky Roo does, but for 4 costs.
Right. It's kind of like Lucky Roo, budget Lucky Roo, but also like not. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
like hitting a slightly different area in terms of hitting cost as opposed to power.
Yes, and the fact that like the hack is an 8 cost actually makes it difficult to rest, difficult to interact with, because it is an 8 cost after the 4 buff from its natural passive.
Right, and that's something that will be important to keep track of here, the fact that all of Koala's cards get this extra cost. We see a 5k swing coming through, looks like that gets taken, and passing the turn over with 3 Dawn up.
Yeah, and we're seeing a search resolve. We're using the Revolutionary Army event, and it looks like it's a whiff, maybe? But there are 3 Revel Oh no! Oh, it was a trigger. It activated the event. So there's an event searcher in Koala that lets you look at the top 3 for a Revel Army type card. The rest will go into trash. It activated off trigger, and it looks like he hit 3 cards that were not searchable off it. The Robin and some other things, because this deck does run a bunch of like tech cards that are not Revel Army typed. But regardless, you're kind of happy because you're filling the trash, and that will be important later on as you play more trash-based effects like the 8-cost Dragon.
Yeah. So after that trigger, Bonney did play out the Rosie blocker, so just setting up a little bit of defense. Always helpful to have, and allows you to, of course, protect a rested character. And now what does Koala have in store for us? It is the hack, like you mentioned. So here comes the hack, that 4-cost 5,000 power. On KO, if your leader has the Revolutionary Army type, you can KO a base cost 4 or less. And he also has plus 4 cost, so he's that first kind of 8-cost piece that Koala needs. And we see a 5k swing coming through at the Bonney. Bonney effect activated, allowing Bonney to rest a character. And some interesting sequencing here, right? Could this be a sequencing mistake? Because he could now rest the hack.
Yeah, and now it means that Bonney can have a choice of swinging into the hack next turn. Oh, what he's choosing actually to rest the Koala. I think he's letting the hack stay standing, which is kind of interesting. Now, this could be one of those moments where maybe PsyduckFan isn't aware of like, oh, I actually don't want to clear the hack because I don't want to lose my units, and he's trying to play around that, not realizing it's kind of a Lucky Roo. You're actually just making that worse because it's still there the following turn.
Right, it's kind of a compounding problem.
Yes, so this could be that knowledge check coming into play, and we're seeing the 5 get taken by PsyduckFan. So If you're on Koala's side, you're kind of happy with that because, you know, you might think that going down to 4 is safe here, but then you're going to start realizing when you start playing those bigger bodies out, when Leomo starts playing out like trash life effects potentially, that the life goes down faster than you think.
Right, yeah, of course. That's always the curse of being a 4-life leader. You have to be a little bit careful because before you know it, you could be facing a lethal turn. Here comes the Cavendish, allowing PsyduckFan to just restand. 2 more Dawn here. A really nice kind of power play. And that's going to allow him to potentially tap his Bonney Searcher, looking like he's going to here, searching the top 5 for another Supernovas card, finding another piece that he needs here. I wonder what he will take. Potentially a 2K. Oh, he does find that new secret rare Bonney. The 5 cost 6,000 power blocker. Essentially allows you to draw 2 and trash 1 card and restand a Dawn. Kind of everything you could ever want in one 5 cost body. 6K swing comes across.
Yeah, so this 6K swing coming across is really interesting. Now, here, Leomo does not want to actually use the hack, obviously, because he actually wants the hack out in play, because he needs 2 8 costs for his leader ability to be active. He wants these the 2 bodies out. If he loses the hack, he won't actually have one of the bodies, and he won't be able to activate his leader ability, like the draw part of it, at least. The other one, I mean, Koala has 2. It has a passive, and it has this, like, you know, counter life ability. So I think here Leomo is probably going to either counter or take it. But yeah, on PsyduckFan, had he rested the hack and swung into it, I think if he had known more about this leader, he might have actually threatened the hack, knowing that he would turn off Koala's game plan.
Oh, right, exactly. And so both of these leaders are willing to go to the late game. Would you say Koala's favored in the late game, though, just due to the fact that you always have to take a life as Bonney to keep up?
So I think what happens is if Leomo can drop PsyduckFan's health just in the right way, what happens is you start to realize every turn, you have to basically avoid dying. And you start realizing, oh, wow, this is an awkward way to play because I feel like I'm facing an aggro deck, even though my opponent's actually playing down 8Ks, playing out like 7Ks, playing out a bunch of cards that will rip cards from hand, a bunch of heal effects. And you're like, wait, I'm playing against a control deck, but I feel like I'm facing an aggro deck right now at the same time.
Right. And so what does Leomo have in store for us here? It seems like he does have some options. We see that Kuma in hand that would allow him to heal a life and feel pretty safe.
I think Leomo's now also thinking about sequencing. Now he's, you know, I think he, you know, a bit of stream nerves. I know, like, for both these players, it's the first time on stream. So honestly, like, big ups for him for, like, you know, it takes bravery to come up here and play for all you folks at home. And it's he's playing out the Robin. Now the Robin is Robin has 2 effects. The passive first is if your leader's Koala or Monkey D. Luffy, it gains blocker and +3 cost. So it fulfills the cost condition because it's a 9 cost technically. The other effect is on play, you can trash a card from hand, and if your opponent has 5 or more in hand, they have to trash 2 cards. So you can really start to, like, rip cards out of hand. The question here becomes, did Leomo missequence again? Because is the plan to not attack here? Because I think, yep, he still wants the attack because he still wants to draw the card, but he's doing it in this order so that he can get the card draw. So he has to play the Robin first if he wants the card draw. And I think in a controlled matchup like this, yeah, a free card every turn, you will take that.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Could have also potentially swung the Koala first there into the Bonney as well, because that wouldn't have really impacted the cost. So just kind of just an interesting turn. Like, it's a very unique kind of situation he's in. We now see the Koala turning sideways, going to clear that Bonney, just saying no more +1s for you. And of course, that Nico Robin is just such a strong card. In my testing against Koala, I felt like, how do I play against this? It's ripping 2 cards out of hand, and that's if I have 5. So if I have 5 cards in hand, I can go down to 3 cards. It's unbelievably strong, and we see that new card coming out here, as well as fulfilling Koala's cost condition. And PsyduckFan plays out the 8 cost Mihawk right away, and of course, Koala leader effect activates, take a life.
see, this is what you're worried about. Your opponent has a blocker, a thing that will KO your Rosinante, and now you're at 2 life. Is this... You start to realize, wait, is this a position I want to be in?
Right. And Leomo was very quick to say when he saw that 8 cost, leader effect, pay up.
Yep.
You are taking 1 life. 5 comes through at Koala. I imagine we're going to just see that go through and resolve. Yep.
Get that? What you don't realize is adding more Rebel Army cards to the trash is helping your dragon stay active. So it's not always smart to fill the trash with more Rebel Army cards.
Right, and there's a 7K swing, restanding 2 Dawn, coming through. Leomo does have the option here to, of course, block and counter. If he wants to save cards, he may also be saying, maybe I just want to take a life to get another card in hand. But in a strong position such as this, it would feel pretty good to just block here, I think, and give a 1K.
Yeah, it really depends on whether or not he actually needs to get a card out of hand.
Yeah.
Because sometimes if you're setting up a dragon this turn, what you want to do is you want to pitch a Kuma, and then bring the Kuma back with your 8 cost dragon, and that's a really good play. So it's I love this leader because it plays a lot like Gecko, because you're always thinking about what I need in trash, and your deck has a lot of flexibility. So, yeah, and I think the remaining play on Bonney's side is playing out the Smoker.
Yeah, very interesting, kind of like a tech option, I would say, in Bonney. Certainly not a card that everyone runs, but one that is just really powerful, allowing you to throw banish swings at your opponent and make them respect this 7,000 power body as well. All right, and now I'm so excited. What does Leomo have in store for us here? He's on 9 Dawn.
Yeah, and we see that dragon in hand. We see that option, and we actually see the Kuma in hand too. And I think Leomo might have missequenced, unless his plan is to play another Robin out. So if he had pitched the Kuma the previous turn on the counter, he could bring it back with Dragon and go up to 3. Yep. But it could be that Leomo's plan is, oh, this turn I want to play Dragon and then bring back Robin, another one. Now I have 3 blockers, and I'm going to take another 2 cards from hand and just keep whittling that hand size down. And even though PsyduckFan is at, I think, 6 cards in hand, I mean, once the Robin's played, he's down to 4, and it's not going to feel great.
Yeah, the fact that the Robin is also a blocker.
Yep.
There's a lot. It's a really powerful card, really great support here for our Koala leader coming right out of the gate. And Leomo just thinking here about how to allocate Dawn. This time we are going to swing first. 8, I imagine that's going towards Cavendish. Yes, so swinging 8 at Cavendish. Cavendish, a body that we always want to clear because it just gets essentially so much value for the Bonney every turn and allows them to play big bodies while still using or saving a Dawn for their leader effect. That gets blocked with the Mihawk 1k counter, that beige blocker going to the trash, and there's the Dragon.
And now we're going to see, did Leomo perfect sequence this? Because if he plays the Dragon out here and then brings back Robin, PsyduckFan is actually at exactly 5. So it's actually the sweet spot is what I call it, because now your opponent is going from 5 down to 3, which is a lot more painful than 6 down to 4. Like, it seems like it's a 1 card difference, but no. When you perfect someone at 5, odds are the 5 you kept were exactly what you need. And there we go. We're seeing that Robin come down. We're seeing another blocker come down. And we're gonna ask for that card from hand.
Oh, and how do you play around this? You're losing so many cards, so many pieces that you need. And it's like, what do you keep? Do I keep a big body? Well, that's going to cost me a life. So do I just pitch these big bodies and just try to win with small bodies? That doesn't feel very good either. And of course, this is a wall of Robins coming out for Leomo.
Yeah, and I think PsyduckFan's even thinking about, we see in his hand, we see another Mihawk, but also, is that what you want to play? Because you're going to go down to 1 life if you do it. You know, on top of, like, you still have a swing from your leader. Like, you know, and obviously you have a counter for that, but he's probably thinking about that too. It's like, oh, not only do I lose 2 cards here, when Koala swings 5, I'll have to give another card or take the hit. Yeah. And if I take the hit and I drop Mihawk, and he's giving the Mihawk now because he's realizing, I can't actually play this. I'm going to lose a life.
Wow, so much pressure here, and just another 5k swing coming through. He gets to draw a card after ripping 2 cards. He's saying, I'm going to get 1, forces another card out of hand, that 1k counter. And PsyduckFan is really on the ropes here. Not a lot of cards. He does have some powerhouse bodies on board. Yeah. So can he find a way to break through? Yeah,
and the question here is whether or not, like, you know, does PsyduckFan just, like, kind of go for it? Does he try to, like, does he have a Chodey in hand? Can he just play a DMG and try to, like, kind of pressure life? But he's probably wondering, like, oh, man, like, I don't really know how much counter is in hand. I actually haven't seen cards come out of hand yet. Yeah. How often? Oh, and we're seeing a triple freeze here. Okay. Which is interesting. 3 things locked. And then we're seeing a life get picked up for playing the 10 drop. Oh.
Oh, man. Worth it? That's so painful at the same time. I mean, you do freeze 3 bodies, but now you are down to 1 life, and Koala still has 2 big bodies on the board. Of course, you do have the Mihawk blocker. That gives you some defense, but it also means you can't turn that Mihawk sideways and put down a lot of pressure. Yeah, and now I think PsyduckFan's really thinking about what he swings into, or the sequence, right? Yeah. He needs that Dawn up. He needs leader ability to kind of to stave off lethal. So he has to swing this, and Leomo can now choose, like, do I want to get the 2k up? He knows the smoker swing will come afterwards. He'll take this. I think his plan is to block and then counter from the smoker swing. Yeah. And then he knows that Mihawk's not getting swung across because, well, if he does, I don't think he's in a great position. So it's 9 at life now. Yeah. We see a block with the Robin, and I think a 2k, 1k. Yeah. Right. Interesting take on the 6 there. And then, he still gets the Dawn back. Yeah, interesting take on the 6. That is a read, suggesting Leomo might not have that much counter in hand. Yep. I think you would have wanted to just stay healthy at 2 if you felt like you could both counter out of that smoker swing with the block and get out of the 6. So kind of interesting. And now we see
Oh,
3.
and we have a Dawn still attached to Robin. I think Leomo should know that he's at 10, but
Yeah.
just hopefully someone catches that he does have technically one more Dawn to work with because it is a mandatory action.
Yes.
But back to like the play here, I think Leomo has a counter event, has a blocker Karasu, and some other options here, and he's opting to search. I think he's actually looking for a... he's actually looking for probably another Dragon Plate or a Kuma. I'm trying to think about whether or not the Kuma puts him at a good enough position that he won't lose the next turn. Because I think if Leomo just survives the following turn, he 100% has lethal the following.
Right.
So the question is, does he go for it this turn?
Right.
Which, is that even possible?
Yeah.
I'm actually not entirely sure. Or can he raise enough blockers to make next turn just impossible for PsyduckFan to win?
Yeah, I think it will be really hard to get through that Mihawk and 1 life. And of course, we know that even though PsyduckFan did lose a lot of cards to hand rip, he wasn't pitching too many 2Ks. So he may have a lot of 2Ks in hand, ready and waiting. And so it looks like Leomo does have to try and hold off for 1 more turn, blocker up, and then go for that lethal push.
Yeah, and do note, like, we always forget this. Dragon is an 8K, meaning that body is the same height as Mihawk. He can use it to clear the board here. Like, he can use it and probably swing tall enough to force either the Smoker to be cleared or the Mihawk blocker to be cleared. One or the other. Both don't sound great. I mean, PsyduckFan really wants to find a Chodey or a DMG here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he needs a way to break through this blocker while both players actually just playing out blockers.
Yeah.
Pretty big blockers that have to be dealt with in some way, and it really is coming down to the wire here. Very interesting. Leomo's planning out his turn. We see him just kind of setting aside some Dawn, doing some sequencing, thinking it through. Of course, very important. And we see another
Robin. Ooh.
Of course, there will be no cards trashed this time. She is just acting as a blocker. PsyduckFan could take a sigh of relief. He did not get to that 5-card range.
We're seeing also the Dofi doing work there. If Leomo had even just the ability to attack with leader, PsyduckFan has to respect it because if he takes the hit, he'll have to lose 2 cards again to Robin.
Right.
Oh man, do you think? I'm not sure if I think PsyduckFans try to think about this. What triggers exist? The fact there's blockers. The fact that Leomo has that plus 4K event is very tough. So we'll see how this turns out.
Yeah, but I like this starting with the Smoker swing, 7,000 power, just coming through, forcing an answer.
Yes. So here it's a banish swing. You don't want to be taking this.
Yeah.
Leomo's trying to think it through. These are a lot of swings being represented on board. There are 4 more swings coming, so you have to dodge out of 2 of these.
Yes.
At the very least, if there's nothing else to rest blockers.
Yeah, and this is a complex turn because, of course, Cavendish and Smoker both restand Dawn as well. So you have to factor that in, and that will just get blocked straight up.
Yes, not going to save it. I think Leomo knows that if he just lives this turn, he probably is in a pretty good position.
Yeah.
He knows that a Mihawk blocker can't come down because then PsyduckFan loses the life anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, PsyduckFan's really trying to think. He's trying can I mis-sequence this? Is there a way that I can lose this?
Yeah, and that looked like 10 face. Looked like he was thinking about maybe characters, and then just in the end, 10K coming through at Leomo here. Leomo thinking. Looks like that's 4 cards in hand potentially. 1 Kuma. We have the Rev Army event. Looks like a 2K. This is going to be tough to get out of.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can't really take here, right? It's going to be too tough to do that. I mean, if you counter out Leomo just being that 1 blocker short, or that 1 card short of being in a good position here.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, 10 is a pretty big swing, but you could still see higher swings. So you really want to get out of this if you can, and he does. Rev Army event plus a 2K gets him out, and then just the 5 follow-up straight away saying, give me another card.
Yep. Oh, but in this case, the 5 is a bit greedy, actually. Gives the 1K. I mean, is PsyduckFan slow rolling a DMG and or a Chodey? I don't think he is.
Oh, and we're seeing the blocker Bonney coming down. PsyduckFan saying, I'm going to hold on for another turn. I'm going to pitch a card. I'm going to draw some cards. I'm going to try and stabilize.
Yeah, I mean, this actually gives Leomo a really good chance here to maybe go for it. I mean, okay, let's say 2 blockers and 1 life.
Yeah, and of course, what can be kind of awkward is because you want to restand the Dawn with Cavendish, you do have to kind of make your play first. So you kind of show your hand, which allows Leomo to now choose how to counter out of this Cavendish swing or just simply block it. Likely Mihawk will not be going sideways, and I think we're just thinking about the resolution of Bonney.
Did Bonney not have 8 rested cards at the time? Oh!
Well, we should, right? We had 3. We had 3. We had the leader plus 2 characters, and then the 5 Dawn rested. So that should get us to 8. Maybe he forgot to restand the Dawn.
Oh, that's why he doesn't. Because did he swing with the Cavendish first?
I believe so.
Oh, that would make it so that
yeah.
he wouldn't have.
Yes, and that is an up to effect. You may restand up to 1 Dawn as far as
that is
yeah.
That is that might mess with PsyduckFan's math by a lot. We're seeing these knowledge checks like you get shaken, right? You're
Absolutely.
like,
but another Bonney.
Okay, this time it's coming. Okay. Now this is a wall that's going to be hard to punch through now.
Yeah, this is really tricky. Showing off that new secret rare Bonney. So good in Bonney. Just a green card that kind of does everything you want for 5 Dawn, like I said before. And so he's got 2 of them now out here on the field. He did not forget to restand that time. And we should still have the smoker effect, right? We should still get back.
Yeah, Smoker can still restand 1 Dawn because it hasn't been used yet.
Hasn't been used, and of course we want to always use that last because once you use it, you can't restand any more Dawn.
4 Dawn up for PsyduckFan. I wonder if there was meant to be another play here with 5 Dawn that unfortunately cannot be made anymore.
Yeah, I mean he should still be able to get 1 back if he wants to. There's a lot of Dawn being restored. This is a tough turn for both players. There's a lot of kind of future thinking you have to do here, and he does opt to swing Mihawk, feeling safe behind the Bonnies, knowing that this swing will likely go through given how Leomo had a tough time countering out of those previous swings.
Yeah. Now we are in a tough spot for Leomo. He's been playing this very well, and we're trying to see how he can get out of this. Now he has 3 swings this turn technically, so he can't actually win off this. He has to find a way to clear a body if he wants to try, and PsyduckFan still has counter in hand. I mean, I think we might see a brick or 2, but this is a tough position. I think his engine turned on just going first. You're just like that turn behind from having this ideal curve on Koala, and it makes it very tough. And he's playing very well here, but he's also not seeing. I think that turn he didn't pitch the Kuma. Yeah. I think even though it was great to play a second Robin, it might have been better to go to 3 life and then have that extra turn to win, because now when that Dofi comes down, your opponent's just like 1 life lower, and then you can still play the Robin the next turn.
Yeah, I agree. I think it does feel good ripping cards out of your hand with the Robin, and it's, of course, very powerful. But what can happen is exactly this. You rip the cards out of your hand, but PsyduckFan kind of just sees still what he needs to stabilize. He still sees those body blockers that he's able to offer up here.
Ooh.
Triple X-Drake?
Triple 2Ks.
Wow.
This is interesting now. So what can Leomo do to get out of this? I mean, 2 Dawn was committed to make it a 10K swing. If he Zeus's, he could clear a Bonney. And now there's only 1 card left in hand for PsyduckFan. Does he bank on it being a brick? And does he have a double KO effects?
He would basically need to get rid of both of these bodies here from this position. So we see Leomo just stopping, pausing, pondering, thinking, is there a way out of this? Very few cards in hand, very few options here. Looks like a 7K swing coming through. Just counting our Dawn, thinking, what do I do here?
And we're seeing Akuma and Koala Searcher. It doesn't look good because it's going to be tough to stay alive. But there's also a world where if he clears, it'll be really tough. But, he's going for the search. He's going to see, can I dig for something that's going to save me here?
Yeah, maybe.
We see only 2 legal targets here. We see the blocker Karasu come out. And add to the hand. So he has a blocker now. It's unfortunate he's down to about 6 Dawns, so he either plays the Kuma or the blocker, but he cannot play both.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That is really, really tricky. I think he will opt potentially for the blocker here and then to use the rest of his Dawn to maybe try and clear a body, maybe the smoker, which will likely just get blocked. Very awkward. And of course, when you play down that Karasu blocker, now you're at 1 card in hand. You give your opponent just the easiest math ever.
I think we're seeing 6 lead. I see he's the draw effect trigger because he has 2 8 costs or greater.
Yep.
And seeing 6 come across.
That's true. Seeing that extra card, always good, especially at this really, really late stage in the game. Yep, and that does get counted out with the carrot.
Oh, this is a tough position now. Leomo doesn't have the swings to end, and that's a lot of swings coming back. All these Bonney blockers, yes, they're amazing defensively, but also each one of them represents 1 more swing closer to lethal. Leomo is going to, I believe, play the blocker and pass, but this is a painful turn. We hate to see it.
Yeah, and that's the power of those draw 2 trash 1 effects. The card replaces itself in hand, so this body comes out, this blocker, this offensive option, at the same time you refill your hand, so you're not actually going down in hand size. So you can still counter, you still have options as the Bonney player. 3 Dawn up for Leomo. This is potentially the last turn of the game. Does PsyduckFan go for it? 9 banish.
And there's the block.
I think that's good. We got to respect the banish. We want that last card. We want to hope. That's our Rev Army event. Similar pattern to last time. Here comes the 5. Big swing into the little swing. That gets the 1K. And a 7 coming through. Of course, 7's a great number into a 5K leader.
And still 3 swings left and only 1 blocker. He's got to get out of all 3 swings, and I don't think that's going to be possible with just the blocker.
Yes, an impossible situation here. What swing do we see next? Looks like it's going to be 9 again. Staircase method swinging up. 5, 7, 9.
Event plus 1K, and I believe no cards left in hand for Leomo, and that's going to be the block followed by the game. Oh, that is... honestly, amazing game from the Koala side. This is definitely the worst side of the matchup. If you're playing on that first curve, you're definitely not going to see the same curve out that you would going second. And you're going to have to play towards Bonney's game, because Bonney's going to also have a really good curve out on that going second. But yeah, almost got there. I think maybe just some sequencing. I think there was a moment where I think Leomo actually noticed that, oh, this Kuma's in my hand.
Yeah.
I kind of want something else to bring back from this dragon.
Yeah.
Even though those Robins were so impactful, I think unfortunately he just PsyduckFan just saw the 10-drop Dofi, which is like, you don't run many copies, it's not searchable.
Yeah.
And when it comes down and stunning 3, I think if that Dofi wasn't the top deck, which I believe it was on that turn, completely different game, but that's how close some of these matches can get.
Absolutely, yeah. And I totally think you're right. Seeing that Kuma come out might have made all the difference. Just having that extra life to stabilize a little bit. It's a hard trade, right? Would you rather gain a life or rip 2 cards out of your opponent's hand to get a blocker,
yes.
Right? It's a little bit tricky. Of course, gaining a life seems to kind of slow the game down a little bit, and I think that's exactly what Leomo needed. He just needed things to just slow down a little bit, just stabilize a bit more, maybe find a turn where he could find another dragon and get another he was so close.
So close. Especially all those 4K events, like, kind of have to respect them. I mean, big ups to Leomo for coming out here and same PsyduckFan. The first time on stream. The nerves weren't showing. They were playing really, really well. They were thinking through their moves very well, too.
Yes.
I think the only thing I wish was, like, I saw... the Dofi stopped the Koala from drawing a card on swing that turn, and that one extra draw, it's actually so painful to lose that. But with that is our round 5. Hope you enjoy. We're going to keep looking around for some really interesting decks, but in between, stay tuned. We have a Koala deck profile playing between round 5 and round 6, so we'll catch you very soon. But in the meantime, you can learn more about Koala. Another deck profile for OP12 for the One Piece card game. This time we're going to be talking about Koala, Black Yellow Koala specifically. Now, Black Yellow Koala is a new leader from OP12 that has a very interesting set of abilities, and actually quite a mouthful to talk about. Now, the first one is that if you have 2 8 costs in play, which sounds pretty hard to do, and you swing at your opponent's life, you'll get to draw a card from your deck, which is pretty good, because as we know, card draw is pretty strong. Now, but you're saying to me, getting 2 8 costs out is pretty difficult. Well, luckily, the Revolutionary Army package has many ways to produce 8 costs in your deck, so we're going to talk about that later. Now, Koala is an incredibly fun and flexible leader because Koala has many ways to pull cards from trash and to search through the deck, which makes it a very fun and flexible deck. But it's also very hard to play for that reason. Its key advantages are that whatever you bring out tends to be very sticky. You have units that have increased in costs, you have units that are very strong blockers, you have units that trash life, and units that can stop KO, all sorts of things that are things your opponent will not want to deal with. It also will do interesting things in the form of stopping your opponent from doing what they want to do. So Koala's other ability is the ability to basically force your opponent to pick up a life whenever they play a 8 or greater cost unit, or when they play 2 units at the same time using an ability, like let's say Garp playing Kuzan, or the Monkey D. Luffy that brings out a 3000 power or less character. Both these actions tax you a card from your life into your hand. Now, what playstyle is Koala? Koala is a mid-range aggro deck. Why is that? Because Koala doesn't have the ability to end the game super quickly or to have it last very long. Koala kind of sits in the middle of those 2 playstyles, which makes her an mid-range aggro deck, because you have to decide between these 2 lines of going faster or slower than your opponent, which one you're going to take. Now, correctly determining which line to take into your opponent requires a lot of thinking, which is why Koala is such a difficult to play deck. And also knowing which annoying body you want to present to your opponent will be the hard thing to do. That being said, how easy is it to play Koala? I'm going to be very honest, Koala is a pretty hard leader to play for the reason of how hard the deck is to build, because it has very specific ratios and a lot of thought that has to go into it, and there are so many decisions and so much knowledge about the meta you need to have to know how best use your leader ability. If you're facing a leader that doesn't have any 8-drops and doesn't have any double play effects, you might have some trouble, and you'll have to know how to navigate that, and you may not even know if your opponent has 8 drops or has a double play effect if you do not know the meta well enough. This makes Koala a difficult leader to play, but it's still very fun and you should still try. What leader is Koala like? Well, I'm gonna actually say Koala is like one of my favorite leaders of all time, which is OP06 Gecko. The reason why Koala is similar to Gecko is that Koala, in the form of the 8-drop dragon, has many ways to recur from trash, meaning a lot of your decision making is about what you bring back from trash, how and when and against whom. Also the reason that Koala, unlike actually most leaders, has many ways to force discard from hand, not just through combat, which is similar to Gecko. So I would say if you like hand discard mechanics from Gecko, you're going to have a lot of fun playing Black-Yellow Koala. With that, let's talk a bit about the leader ability. Now, we already talked about it before, but Koala's leader ability relies on having 2 8 costs in play, swinging at life, and then drawing a card. Now you're saying 2 8 costs, it kind of sounds like you're going to have to be pretty late in the game to do that. Luckily, we have cards like Karasu, Morley, and Hack. All of these are lower tier bodies in the 4 and 5 cost range that have an increased cost if your leader has a Revolutionary Army type, which means that when you are playing Koala, Hack is an 8 cost, Morley is an 8 cost, and Karasu is an 8 cost. And if you choose to run it, Yellow Sabo is also an 8 cost if you're at 3 life or less. That means that if you have Morley and Hack in play, and you swing at leader, you'll get to draw a card, which is pretty good. Also, the deck has cards that will simulate being a taller cost. For example, things like Nico Robin, which are searchable using the Koala searcher, is a +3 cost if your leader is Koala, meaning that Robin will count as a 9 cost, which also fulfills this condition and allow you to draw a card. If that isn't enough for you, you can play things like Dragon, which is just a regular 8 cost with things like Hack, and you will fulfill the condition as well. If your opponent plays an 8 cost, they will have to pick up a life from their life pile. If your opponent plays a card that plays out 2 cards, which is funny enough, like Dragon, they will also have to pick up a card, but only once per turn. So this will not cause them to pick up 2 life, but effects similar to Dragon that play out a second card will force your opponent to pick up a life. Now, with that, what is your game plan when playing things like Koala? Well, let's start off with the first piece. Searchers! Now, anyone who plays One Piece card game knows that the game heavily relies on things like searchers. So, luckily, on release, Koala has access to 2 searchers already. One being the Koala searcher, which looks at the top 3 for either a Revolutionary Army type card or a Robin, and adds it to your hand and trashes the rest. Well, that kind of sucks, but actually, you need these cards in trash. Captains Assembled is the event form of that searcher, but cannot find Nico Robin, but looks at the top 3 for a Revolutionary Army card that you add to your hand, and the rest goes to trash. Both of these cards aren't just for finding your Revolutionary Army cards, but they're also to fill your trash. Why is that? We'll get to that later. From there, let's go into your mid-game. Things like Nico Robin, or things like Sabo. You can try things like Sanji, or you can also try things like 6-drop Kuma from the new set, which also increases. Why are these mid-game options so important for Koala? This is the first turn you're doing something very impactful. You have to decide. Now, things like Nico Robin help you activate your leader ability, because as long as you have Hack in play, you can now draw a card, but also you can force your opponent to discard 2 cards by trashing 1 card from your hand, so you can keep your opponent's hand size low. Alternatively, maybe your opponent's hand size isn't the worry and their life total is the worry. You can play 6-drop Robin and trash a card from life, but now you can no longer draw a card when you swing because you will not have 2 8 costs. If you play Kuma because you're under a lot of aggression, you can discard a card to heal a life, and Kuma becomes a 8 cost for the turn, meaning if you swing and you have a Hack in play or some other pseudo 8 cost, you can draw a card. If you're under a lot of pressure and you need to cycle your hand, you can play things like Sabo. If you want to try to clear board and you have a Hack or another artificial 8 cost in play, you can play Sanji and KO the board. Now, why these ones first? Now, the game plan was to get one of these out. Why? Because not only do you want one of these out, you also want to try developing your trash, because you have another one of these in trash. Now, let's say you have this menagerie of different interesting 5 and 6 drops in your trash. Now it's time for the leader of the Revolutionary Army himself, Dragon. When you play Dragon and you are Revolutionary Army type leader, you can bot deck 3 Rebel Army cards from your trash to the bottom of your deck, and you can now return a 6 or less from your trash into play. So, that was a great 6-drop you played last turn. How about another one? Or a blocker, or a KO effect, or trashing a card, or trashing a life. Playing in a very flexible style lets you play out your dragon and decide what is the best effect from trash I would like to recur a second time, so I can keep this incredible value I'm developing off this Koala over and over and over again. And also, once again, now your leader ability is definitely on all the time because you have this 8 cost permanently in play. Now, for those who also like flavor too, you can even play things like Nami in this deck and let you draw extra cards and develop a blocker too. But yeah, with that is the general game plan of Koala. You want to basically develop your double 8s engine, which is usually a hack and a Morley, or a hack plus, let's say, your Robin or the Dragon, and then start to swing to add extra cards to your hand, while also very thoughtfully figuring out what to bring back with Dragon. Now, with 8 searchers, you will find basically every copy of Dragon in your deck, so you'll have to play 4 of them, and you will play each of them and have a lot of fun doing so. General game plan for this leader is, if you're looking to play Koala, I would say you want to take second because your strongest curve tends to be hitting a 4-drop that is an 8-drop, technically, like Hack or Morley, and then you want to go into a 6 Dawn turn that is either your Robin or Kuma, and then on 8 Dawn you want to move into your Dragon turns. This is Koala's strongest curve out, but also one of Koala's weaknesses. Going first, Koala has way fewer options, so in a meta where everyone wants to go first, Koala will do a little better because Koala will get to go second more often. But with that being said, there are still new cards coming out and still many ways to build Koala. You can still try many things out, but this is a deck profile for you at home who are trying to play Koala, or maybe trying to understand what's going on as you watch, hopefully, Koala player make it top 32. But here's hoping. I'm definitely rooting for those Koala players. But you at home, have fun with this Revolutionary Army package. That's a deck profile for Koala. Take care. We're going to round 6. After such an exciting match with a yellow deck, we actually have a few undefeated yellow leaders still in the top bracket, even with the Koala gone, but hopefully we see Koala day 2.
Yes.
We are joined this time by probably Patrick. I think I would say your most hated leader. And what do you hate about this leader? Before I even say what it is, what do you hate about this leader?
Oh, where to begin? Is it the 0-cost event in Last Life? Is it the chain dropping aces and healing a life? Is it putting everything I play in my own life? What leader could it be, folks?
If you haven't guessed it at home, it is the feared god of Skypiea, Enel, faced by RG Smoker. To clarify, yeah, red, green Smoker. And honestly, I have never seen this matchup, actually, and I don't know what happens.
Neither have I. I think that's why we chose it.
Yeah, we saw that, and we're trying to think, wait, is that good for Enel? I was like, is that good for Smoker? Who is this good for?
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I feel like we should find out. We also saw like a Kalgar versus Enel too, and we tried to get them on board as well. But that matchup seemed like they wanted to like really try to figure some stuff out. So like, no shame in trying to figure that out. So, I mean, this is still a mystery that I would love to solve. But without further ado, we're gonna head into our round 6 match, which will be Enel versus RG Smoker, and I'm so excited to figure out how it's gonna go.
All right, and here we go. Just like Sky Island was filled with mysteries, so is this matchup for us. Let's see what happens. And that is the best part about these regionals is, you know, we prep the meta matchup so much. We watch Rayleigh, we watch Zoro, but if you get these kind of rogue decks like Smoker coming up, you get Enel, he's on a rogue deck, but you don't see him that much, and you get these kind of just beautiful matchups where I'm not even sure the players have practiced this. And so I think they'll be figuring it out alongside all of us watching as well.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I guess like Enel has going for is Enel's typically good against aggressive decks, but Smoker's really good at just laddering up the amount of Dawn. Like, you bring out quite a few threats, you really just have that extra 2 Dawn to work with towards late game, so you actually are pretty strong late game too. So we see Chodey and Hayden deciding their mulligans right now, and looks like Hayden is going to mulligan. I think Enel kept after seeing the first hand. Does Chodey know something here? Does he feel like, oh, I saw the things I wanted to see? We see him smiling. I believe Chodey and Hayden have told me that they are friends and they know each other, so a part of them not being so nervous has to do with the fact that to them it's just two friends playing a game.
Absolutely. And so what's going to be very interesting here is I would imagine for Smoker, you really would want to see that 3-cost Tashigi, right? To stop your characters from getting put into life. So I wonder if that's one of the pieces that Hayden could be looking for. Starting off with that Perona search, allowing him to take a slash type character or a green event. Likely going to take a slash type, and that's a new addition to RG Smoker with OP12. And that slash package really just kind of opens up new lines and new potential for the deck.
Yeah, and it's great to see Hayden trying out this package already. I mean, in PRB 02, you get access to 2 more cards that are going to help you in this slash package, I believe. Or at least 2 cards that just make this deck more rounded with the slash package. But yeah, we're seeing the Smoker grab from Hayden. And we're seeing a typical Enel turn on Dawn 2. Pass.
Yep, Enel plays for the late game. Not a lot to do early, but just kind of, relax, take some life, and see if you can find those big bodies that you want to drop later in the game. There comes our 3-cost Sanji. That is not Nami, folks. That is Sanji. We got some Punk Hazard, the Altart coming through. Enel with the Snap Kuzan putting that in life, saying trash a card.
Yeah, so Kuzan's effect is basically on play. You can tuck a 3 or less cost character from your opponent's side into the top or bottom of their life. Afterwards, your opponent has to trash a card. So not only do you lose the body in play, you also have to give up a card from hand. Meaning, Enel can just focus on filling your life up full of all sorts of stuff and reducing your hand size, and eventually you'll have 9 cards in life potentially, but no cards in hand, which is, despite how it sounds, very bad.
Yes, it is quite bad. And of course, you might think, well, why would I want to give my opponent life? Aren't I supposed to take their life to win the game? Well, Enel is willing to grind it out. He wants you to have a life total because many of his effects KO based on your life or the combined life total of your leader and your opponent. And so Enel is happy to give you as many life cards as he can because it allows him to wipe out your board. Once he's got a big board of 10 drops, 9 drops, he will then pressure life and try and kill you in 1 to 2 turns.
Yeah, it makes me wonder, is playing the Sanji here a good idea? Like, playing the Sanji the previous turn meant that the life got tucked, which means that now you have 5 life, and this Smoker can be cleared technically using a KO effect. But this Koshiro actually protects the Smoker. So I still don't know how this is going to go. I mean, the Smoker's protected. It can't be KO'd right now.
Yeah, and this might be just a battle of kind of protection for Smoker, trying to protect your bodies. That is our new 6-cost event that will still get over the KO protection because it tucks the Smoker into life.
Yeah, so it's not a KO effect technically. Oh, if you're Hayden, this is one of those weird turns. You're starting to get a lot of life.
Yeah.
And you got to find a way to actually... I don't think there's many ways to pick up life in Smoker other than Chodey, but if you can start slamming out Hodeys now, you probably feel pretty good.
Yep, and a 5K swing coming through on the Perona, putting some pressure on Chodey here. He does take it. Okay to go to 1 life, saying, I'm going to gain back life with all of my big bodies anyway. And how does Hayden want to play this out? Once you've committed 1 swing, you kind of want to swing a few more times to try and get some cards out of Chodey's hand.
Yeah, the rule of thumb I find is when Enel is at 1 life, he really is at 2 life. So you want to basically have 3 swings so that your opponent is actually forced to counter at least one of them. So now when Hayden swings here, Chodey's actually forced to potentially counter out because he's going to want to keep himself at 1 so he can heal. If he drops to 0, he has to heal back up to 1.
Yes, absolutely. And just opting to not really play anything, just put pressure, just taxing the hand of Chodey. But of course, that was really only 1 card lost. And these sideways bodies are going to be fodder here. Chodey will swing Enel into them. He will swing Kuzan into them. Keep the board clear. And let's see.
Oh, the stage!
Maxim!
Hayden asking, can I read that card, please?
Wow,
Yep.
I have seen this being run in Enel. It's very, very helpful against Rayleigh, as if you didn't already need enough, and that will just wipe the board.
Just rest your leader, wipe the board.
So interesting to finally see this card kind of coming out. Always had potential, but just not too many decks running those kind of low-cost bodies. But of course, resting Enel to wipe out an entire board full of characters, always a good trade, especially when you're starving your opponent and you weren't going to swing anyways.
Hayden's really thinking about his swings now. If he swings here but can't put 2 more swings through, it won't really be meaningful because, he won't actually be dropping Enel to 0. You'll just be dropping him back to 1, and the next turn he can heal anyway. So Hayden's really has to develop board here if he wants to have a good chance at actually going for a lethal. A Chodey here would be great. Potentially a Mihawk would be great here. Mihawk's going to come out. This Mihawk can still get threatened by 8-cost Katakuri. I'm not sure if there's enough life. No, I don't think there's enough life to be threatened with Mihawk. To threatened with 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yamato?
5, 6, 7. Yeah, Yamato won't be able to clear this Mihawk, at least not yet. It has to be 8-cost Katakuri to tuck this Mihawk away. But the real question is, what is what is he going to do with all this Dawn afterwards? And he does swing the 5. That's interesting.
Yeah, he does have the Kid Killer in hand. So this might be a little bit of like a baity moment, saying, well, if you take that, then I'm going to slam down the Kid Killer, and he does take it.
And drop you to 0, yeah.
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 Kind of a heads-up play. I kind of like this. I think you're kind of primed.
Yeah, because now if he plays the Katakuri, he can't actually... He won't be able to actually heal. He'll be at 0.
Right.
So... Oh, he swings 7 here?
Yeah.
So he has to give him a 2-1. I'm surprised he isn't adding more Dawn. Oh, and it's a... Oh.
Okay.
This might...
Oh, there we go.
This...
Okay.
I still don't know who's match...
This is crazy.
I did not expect him to come back like that.
Chodey at 0, and the Tashigi down to protect from Katakuri. Did we just build a board?
Yeah, this is a board. Chodey has to... I think he has to heal here. But that means he's not clearing this this Mihawk.
Yeah. So 2 5s potentially coming through at the Kid Killer. I imagine Hayden will want to counter this and block. But just thinking about it, he is only at... Is that just 2 cards in his hand?
Yeah, so I think... Yeah, he has to let it go because he's worried about if he turns the Mihawk sideways, that Ace or Enel could potentially just clear. So... It's still not great for Hayden. If he top decked a Chodey here, it might be really good because he can threaten the board. But Hayden really needs to replenish his hand size, and he can't swing still. He needs another rusher if he wants to because he's still only at 2 swings. He needs 3 swings to actually represent a threat to Chodey.
Yeah, and Smoker just not that great at hand replenishment, unfortunately.
Yep.
Smoker does not play a lot of cards that allow you to draw or give you +1s. You're very much trying to be the aggressor and take advantage of your leader effect to restand a lot of Dawn and put a lot of early game pressure on your opponent. Looking at his hand, I did see a 2K and Paradise Waterfall that was searched earlier. So no big bodies here, not a lot of threat. That Tony Chopper blocker comes down, but of course, even though it will be 7,000 power on Smoker's turn, that's just not going to be enough when Chodey KOs based on cost.
Yes. So from Hayden's side, what is the plan here? Like you swung in for 7 because you wanted to take a card, or you want to basically kick off the leader ability. Unless you swing the Mihawk here, you can't force Enel to 0. But if you swing the Mihawk here, is it just gonna die to like a big Yamato swing?
Yeah, it's kind of scary here. When you just don't have the counter to defend your board, I imagine he will leave up a Dawn for Paradise Waterfall. So there's a big 12k swing coming through, gets taken, and it'll back down to 1 life.
So now the question is, how does Chodey go about doing this? I mean, he has to heal. He's like, what Hayden's doing a good job of, even if he can't get that force to discard, at least he can make it so that Chodey is forced to heal each turn. And if Chodey's forced to heal each turn, he can't exactly threaten this Mihawk. He can't do both. But Hayden might have to give up both cards from hand here.
Oh, that's so painful. He has to, but he's going to have to drop his whole hand. Paradise Waterfall will allow him to reset
And a 1k or 2k.
Yeah. Part of Kinemon there being put to good use. Of course, you may wonder why that 2k is being run. It is simply because it is a slash type 2k that also has Punk Hazard typing, making it dually searchable in our Smoker here. And another Sanji comes down. Will that Sanji just also go to life, keeping the other Sanji company?
Yep.
Or will it just be KO'd off the board without protection? That does mean Hayden has no cards in hand, so we may see Chodey opting to start swinging. Oh, and we do clear the Yamato. Very nice.
Yep.
Very nice.
So here, Chodey has to play a very long game here. He still can't start swinging because he just has to keep denying cards from hand. He has to keep healing, he basically wants to win over the course of 1 or, well, 2 turns, really. So he wants to set up a board where the whole board is 9Ks or 10Ks. Oh, the Catter comes down, it tucks the Mihawk, and he KOs the Sanji.
Yeah, that Hina Bird Zap coming down, a double removal turn. Is this Enel or is this Lucci? Where did those bodies go?
Yep. Oh, Hayden really regretting playing that Sanji, I think, on that first turn, because it just has created this snowballing effect, has made it very hard to clear things. Oof.
Yeah, and it feels weird. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of matchups into Enel where nowadays I opt to just not play anything, because having that Kuzan Tucket in life and force you to lose a card is just so painful. Of course, Hayden may have wanted to play Sanji to try and set up his leader effect on future turns or just to keep up the pressure, but was the cost worth it?
Yeah, and we're seeing just the swing and the heal, so this functionally doesn't accomplish much, but I guess if you're trying to deck out your opponent, you're also burning 1 card, from Enel's side. We're seeing the Enel come down and a pass. So this is now the end game of Enel. We've seen multiple bodies come down. We're seeing, Hayden can technically die in 2 turns. Technically, if Chodey starts swinging next turn, he could drop him down to just, I think 2 life and then just finish the game the turn after. So Hayden's turn, this turn, has to really get a lot done. I think it has to be Chodey right now, and then maybe clear one of these bodies, or try to at least. But no, it's going to be a 11 swing into life. Ask him to heal again and pitch a card. I think here the Hino Bird gets pitched because there's just no need to clear anything more. You're going to win in 2 turns. You don't really need to address the board too much.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, these players are friends. That may be why Hayden is just letting him cycle a card for free every turn. Or, as you said, he may be playing for that deck out, go to time in 23 minutes win condition. Was that a Chodey out of life? It was. So we do have a Chodey in hand.
That's where they were. I was wondering. I was wondering where they were.
Yeah, is it too little too late here, though? Because this is the turn where everything goes sideways for the Enel. Going to put Hayden down at potentially 4-3 life. Looks
He's
like
trying to see what the trigger is. Oh!
Okay.
Well, that's definitely at least one attacker off the board. We're thankful for that.
Yeah, but here comes another one.
And then he's going to pitch a card to heal.
Oh, man. Yes, this will now put Chodey back to a comfortable 2 life. You now will need 4 swings to kill this Enel in 1 turn.
I feel like the writing's on the wall, unfortunately, in this matchup, because once Enel gets to this state, they're pretty stable. You need to basically constantly have 3 threats on board to keep threatening Enel. So if you can't, that turn which he stuck the Mihawk and the Smoker, that was pretty good. But just the way that's come back has been like, oh, this is painful. This is where like you start being like, should I just concede here, or do I just keep going? You know what? Maybe there's a world out here. Maybe I Chodey. Maybe I have a 10-cost Dofi and I freeze everything. But I feel like without 10-cost Dofi here, I think it's really hard to live past this turn.
Yeah, and of course, Smoker kind of is a mid-range deck, right? And we are far past that kind of middle part of the game where those mid-range bodies like Smoker really matter. Chodey will happily counter out of any of your swings. His hand is healthy. His board is wide with some of the scariest bodies we have in the One Piece TCG. And playing out that blocker Bonney will allow for a little bit of stability here. This will allow for some cycling, some Dawn being restood for Hayden, as well as just a blocker here. But I think it's just too little too late.
Yeah, I mean, hypothetically, Hayden does have these 3 swings. He still needs a 4th one because now Chodey's at 2 life, and he could still heal next turn with the Kuma that we see in his hand. That's not public knowledge, but we still know it's there. And unfortunately, I don't think he would even live to see that swing come through because, I mean, you see the board, you count those numbers. Those are numbers you don't see often on the board, so when you see them, they're pretty tall.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the win condition for Enel. This is how they play the game, especially when you are running this Starve build as opposed to kind of the more aggressive variant that we've seen. The Starve build just seeks to keep the board clear until they can get to this state, and Chodey has really done that successfully this game, really having an answer for almost everything that Hayden has played on curve.
Yeah. For those of you at home who haven't played against this build yet, it's more common because in this meta, this version of Enel is very good against Green Zoro. It's very against Rayleigh, so it's definitely one of those meta picks that gives you advantages in those common matchups. There are some that aren't going to be great, like Blackbeard is not amazing. Neither. And here it comes the last. We see almost a 4 of a kind. You win a prize for 4 of a kind. But with that is, I guess, we've answered the question. What happens when you face Enel as Archie Smoker? And, I feel like Hayden got his going first curve. And if you see Chodey exactly on 7, I think there's a lot of things you can do. I think it's actually very in your favor if you can see that. But it's not searchable, which is always the pain of Chodey. Is like not a searchable card for green players. And I don't believe he runs DMG. Not that it'll help too much, but at least you could threaten the board a little. But rough match, but glad those 2 players are taking, just like friends with each other. We're all here to play One Piece card game. When you friendly fire, the best thing you can do at least is have a fun moment on stream with everyone.
Exactly.
And 2 amazing players. That's Enel. It is very powerful, almost to a disgusting degree. Like I played against it as Green Zoro, and I was like, am I playing One Piece card game, or am I just like getting destroyed? I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, my board, my hand. Why am I at 9 life? I don't want to be at 9 life. I hate this. It's like, oh, so if, it's almost like the comeuppance for anyone ever wishing like, oh, I wish I had more life.
Yes.
No,
No, you don't.
don't.
You really don't. You don't. Stick with 4 life. Even 3 is good for your 3 life leaders out there. You do not want 7 life.
Yeah.
You do not want 8 life.
Careful
It's
what
not
you
good.
wish for, right? And with that, we got some time into the next round, so we're going to play our deck profile. And also, if you haven't faced Enel before, or you're thinking about playing Enel, you'll learn a bit more about this new build, this star build for Enel. But stay around. We'll be here for round 7. I'll be back with Eggman afterwards, and we're going to the final, I guess, like 3 or 4-ish rounds left in this tournament. Will be 10 rounds today, so it's only going to get better from here with even more intense matches. So stick around for the deck profile and our round 7. But yeah, catch you guys later. Welcome back for another deck profile for our 401 Games Regional. We are now going to look at the self-proclaimed god of Skypiea, Enel. Probably one of the most feared and or annoying leaders to see across the table from you. Enel is an incredibly strong defensive leader that is a control deck. It's very good at mitigating early game aggression and being very hard to kill, just like the character in the show. Enel kind of forces your opponent to a late game plan. Why? Because the way that Enel works is that at 1 life, when the last life is taken, he'll heal back to 1. Now, I'll explain this later on, but all you need to know for now is that Enel is a very strong late game leader that is very hard to kill, which means that Enel plays many big boss monsters, which are like 8 drops, 9 drops, and 10 drops, all of which have really impactful healing effects and very scary. Now, what is the playstyle for Enel? Well, Enel, like I said, is a control deck. It's very good at going late game, it's very good at controlling the board, it's very good at making just very long, drawn-out, painful games that are also very fun, though. And it's all about controlling both the board and the bodies that are in play. Now, knowing how to draw the best in Enel has to be the hard part of it. Knowing how to be a good defensive leader and how to defend correctly is the hard part. When do you counter, why do you counter, and when can you take a hit are all things that are going to be difficult to do if you're playing Enel, and if you can master that, you can make Enel a lot easier to play and a lot more impactful. On that note, how easy is it to play Enel? I would say if you have strong defense skills on how to counter and when to take hits, you'll do pretty well. But if you don't, Enel's going to be a very hard deck to pilot. But if you can learn how to play defensively, that'll be the key, which we'll talk about a bit this time. Now, in terms of what leader Enel is like, well, Enel was actually one of the first of its kind back in OPO 5 that represented the leader ability that he has. In fact, Bonney and Shanks are often called the green and red Enels of the game because they basically followed in Enel's suit in being leaders that are very hard to kill. Let's talk about Enel's leader ability. Now, the way that Enel's leader ability works is, let's pretend I have 1 life left and my opponent swings at me with a Sanji pudding. Now, what happens is, if I choose to take this hit, I get to pitch a card, and a new life will form here, where my opponent has to now hit this life too to drop me to 0, and then 1 more time to win the game. Which means that when you see 1 life on Enel's side, you may see it as just having 1 life. In reality, it's actually 2 life, and every single turn it will refresh this amount. So, it means that if you're planning to kill Enel, you'll need not 1 swing or 2, but 3 every single turn. So as long as Enel can make it so you only have 1 swing per turn, you will never finish Enel off, which is also part of Enel's game plan. But that is how Enel's leader ability works. A lot of Enel's early game plan is to stall out for a late game. So there are many cards in the deck that are meant to help you stall. So, for example, you have things like your Zeus, Kuzan, Gadatsu, and maybe the flavorful pick, but you'll see more of, Hino Bird Zap. Now, all these cards are very good at stalling the game and removing characters from board. Zeus allows you to pick up a life and KO a character of 5 or less. Kuzan lets you take one of your opponent's characters that is 3 or less and put it at the top or bottom of their life, and your opponent then has to discard a card, once again removing a card from play. Hino Bird Zap allows you to KO an opponent character that has less cost than your opponent's life. So if you don't swing at your opponent and keep them at 5 life, Hino Bird will KO a 5 cost, which includes Cavendish and Tashigi. Gadatsu does a very similar effect, but also has a body attached. For 5, Gadatsu can KO a character that has less cost than your opponent's life. So once again, things like Tashigi and Cavendish, which also makes Enel a very good leader for facing Zoro. So these are your early game removal tools. A game plan beyond this is actually knowing when to swing and when not to swing. Cards like Kuzan are very good at forcing your opponent to discard cards while also getting rid of their characters on board. These cards will also do things like increase your opponent's life total, which means if you continuously don't swing at your opponent, playing cards like Kuzan will actually reduce your opponent's hand size. The reason why that matters is, as you go into the next part of your game plan, you will start playing things like this, like your 8-cost Katakuri, which lets you take a 8-cost or less on your board or your opponent's board and return it to the owner's life pile at the top or bottom. So, goodbye, Sanji Pudding. Go to the bottom or top of your opponent's life. Now, the reason why this is an important game plan for Enel is you do not want to swing your opponent's life. You want your opponent's life total to be as high as possible. Now, why is that? Well, let's go to the next bomb that's important in Enel, Yamato. Now, Yamato is a 9-cost bomb, which lets you heal a life. Prior to healing a life, KO a character that has less or equal cost to both your life totals combined. So, let's say your opponent has something like some crazy high life total because you've been putting all their characters into life or something like that. When you play this Yamato, you can now KO a 8-cost, 7-cost, sometimes a 9-cost even. So, this Yamato becomes very good at helping you starve the game and then KOing any big drop your opponent has, making this combo between Kuzan, Katakuri, and Yamato incredibly powerful, especially when you combine it with early game KO effects like Hino Bird Zap, Zeus, and Gadatsu. So, that's your general game plan for how you're going to navigate the early game and how you're going to navigate into some of your bombs late game. Now, we haven't talked about some of the more cool bombs in this deck yet, but we'll come to that afterwards. One other thing about Enel is you want to make sure that you're taking a lot of your hits. Why? Enel is a 4 health leader, but the actual value of Enel is that when you're at 1 life, you're incredibly hard to kill. So, by taking all the hits early game, you get to draw 3 extra cards, and then your game starts, which means that you're going to have a lot more cards than your opponent, while still being as tanky as you need to be to survive. From here, let's talk about the deck breakdown. Now, we talked a bit about bombs, so let's go through those. We have 9-cost Yamato, we have 8-cost Katakuri, 10-cost Enel, and we have also, one of the favorites of the deck, 10-cost Ace. Every one of these characters, in some way, shape, or form, heals. So, Yamato can heal you when you're at 1 life and KO something. Katakuri can put one of your own characters into your life, or help remove a character from your opponent's board. Enel lets you swing, discard a card, and then heal a life if you're at 1 or less. Ace, when played, will always heal you a life, and if you have 2 life at the point of healing, can swing immediately with Rush. All these characters are incredibly powerful, which means that Enel often has a board of 5 of these characters and can end the game in a single turn, which is why you don't have to swing very much early game. Even if you're healing your opponent, maybe that's 2 turns. But in an ideal world, the way that Enel will play is that you have 5 bombs out, and your opponent has no cards, no board, no anything, and you simply end the game in 2 turns. That is the Enel player's dream. Now, in order to get to these points, what do you need? Well, we mentioned things that help you survive the early game. Things like Shirahoshi Blocker, which are very annoying. Fun triggers like Beige, which stop your opponent from actually attacking you and finishing the game. Things like Sabo Blocker, which lets you pick up your life and draw extra cards, filter your hand, and is a blocker as well, and has cost increase to make it harder to remove. You also have other tools. We have... Where are you? Gadatsu, Hino Bird Zap, to also help you mitigate that early game. So these are your early game protection pieces, and then you have your late game bombs. And then honorable mention, which we'll have. Even most 2Ks in this deck are not too special or important to talk about, but let's talk about You're the One Who Should Disappear. Now, this is one of my favorite scenes from One Piece, but You're the One Who Should Disappear is probably one of the most annoying events in Enel. Yes, it is a card that lets you discard another card to get plus 3,000 in total, so turn something a brick into a 2K, but when you see this card as the last life of Enel and it hits, not only will this card heal your opponent, your leader ability will trigger and heal them again, and it is the last thing you want to see when swinging into an Enel. But yeah, with that, that is the Enel deck profile. Good luck when facing Enel, and remember, to swing or not to swing, that's the question.
All right, we are back with round number 7, yes?
Ooh,
Yes.
7 rounds deep.
7 of our likely 10-round regional here in Toronto, hosted by 401 Games. We're kind of fitting the pack of what leaders are still around, but I think of the 14 players that we still have left, I think we have like 6 or 7 unique leaders left, which is really cool.
Yeah, I'm hearing talks of Lim,
Yeah.
Kalgar, I'm hearing, like, yeah, all sorts of stuff.
Green Zoro, big surprise,
Oh,
yes?
what?
Yeah.
Green Zoro? When did it come?
I think there's more than one, actually. But jokes aside, yeah, a whole lot of different decks going on. That's just on the undefeated, too, right? Mm-hmm. With our last couple rounds, we might try to scope into one of the X1s or so. But what do we got for our round 7 matchup today?
We found a really fun one for you. We found an undefeated Kalgar player player, and as a person whose favorite character is Wiper,
Yeah.
I want to see some alt-arts. Hopefully they're in the deck, but I'm so excited to watch this game.
Yes, and it should be against a green Zoro as well. So Zoro, I think, is one of the strongest decks from this format already, but we did also see Kalgar get a good amount of support and a top 8 finish in the Bologna Regionals this past weekend too.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this matchup and seeing the technical aspects of how a Kalgar player plays into Green Zoro. You have to know that this matchup is one of your predominant matchups.
Yeah.
Like, what did you tech for? How are you going to play it? I'm like so excited.
Yeah, well, you don't have to wait much longer. We're going to go into it, and let's go into a round 7 match. It's going to be Kalgar versus the Green Zoro.
All right, looks like we're resolving mulligans. I think Zoro has already put the life down, so I believe Zoro kept their first hand, unless one of them is just a much faster shuffler. But we see the Kalgar in a top loader. Now, that's a choice. That's interesting.
Yeah. And we've got on the left, it should be Sam, I believe, from Perfect Rares. He's local to me in LA. I don't think this is relatable, but a weird thing for me is that I can live down the street from someone. I see them out of state way more than in state. So it's funny to see him in Canada, but I can't see him down the street half the time. So, but he's been playing a lot of One Piece. He's been grinding quite a bit. And Undefeated with Zoro is still a big acclaim at 6-0.
Yes, I mean, it's one thing to just play this leader and bring it to a regional. It's another to pilot it so well that despite all the variants, despite all the matches you might see, to get to this point.
Yeah. Agreed. And even though, undeniably, he's a very strong leader, it's the leader that I think has the biggest target on its back, right? So, a lot of people recognize what to do against this. This is the matchup that you know how to play against, and so you still have to play perfectly, I find.
Ooh, Jay on his 2-Dawn turn passes, so no searching, no stage, just passes. So we see that's probably the reason for the mulligan. I guess he was looking for a searcher, but not seeing it still. Kind of rough. 6-Dawn swing into life, and he's going to take.
Right, and we've got the blocker there passing, so a little bit of a slow start for both players. I think definitely, like, Zoro likes to go first so we can get the Tashigi on curve. There's usually a good amount of things to try to get rid of. And we're going another 6, this time Jay into there, and using the leader effect to play out your favorite character, Wiper.
Ooh, there he is, Wiper, and I believe this is the Wiper that searches for the upper yard stage, and I forget that if you can play it out right away.
It can, yes, yep.
Oh, I love cards like these.
Yeah, and one thing that I've really noticed, we've gotten just a small amount of support in OP12, one of them being the 5-drop Kalgar. Not only is the name really important, but the effect, being able to get that card draw, is nice. I like having this early Wiper play as well, just being able to get that. Since we got the search, right, this is now actively a +1 on search there. A lot of great cards, and we're going to end up choosing El Thor.
Yeah, and it's a 2K counter as well, so it's just one of those cards that's so flexible, and yeah, really just makes this turn just really good. And it passes. Oh, and yeah.
Oh yeah.
The attack has to resolve now.
Yeah, attack has to resolve. Yeah. And then playing out the Holy. So I know Omen Holy, definitely a good pair in this deck. One that I've been trying to see if it's how required it is outright, but in a situation like this, being able to establish 2 5Ks means that even if you do have Tashigi, you can really only pressure one of these cards.
Yeah, and when we saw it from the Rayleigh match, Zoro hates these 5K, 5K, 5K checks. It becomes very taxing on the hand. We're seeing that Tashigi come down now.
Yeah, and unsurprising, right? This is probably, the bread and butter for this deck. We're going 8K. We're going to use our Activate main and be able to attack Kalgar, putting them down to 2 life already. But, not as surprising or as scary compared to other decks in this situation.
Yeah, still has access to heal via that Nolan, which is like to what your point said. The second Kalgar that was released allows you to have another Kalgar to trigger Nolan's healing effect.
Yeah, and since you're drawing a little bit more cards, right, if you really want to, I know that there's a search event that can help you find Nolan. I don't think people are playing it as much, but the option of it being there is nice if you really want to tech to it.
Yeah, I used to joke about how wouldn't Kalgar be so meta if you could just search for Nolan?
Yeah.
And now you actually can.
You really can, yeah. All right, so we've got the Kalgar here. Yeah, this is the new one. We're going to then use the effect. All right, so sorry, let me start again. The sequencing is a little bit different. But so we play this out first, and then we're attacking with our leader to take the life and play out the vanilla one. The reason we did that is because we want the 5-drop to be able to see us taking a life, so that does give us that extra draw.
Yeah, and honestly, this card, being able to draw you a card for whenever a life is picked up from either your or your opponent's life, is just so good. I remember in Sealed, it was winning games on its own.
Yeah, yeah.
And you see that Holly swing 5K coming through. Zoro really wants to probably give up 1K here because you do not want to take a hit too early because these 6 and 8K swings are really going to hurt next turn.
Yeah, agreed. So we'll see if Sam has another Tashigi. If we have maybe something like a Cavendish instead, that I think would be a good time for it. But, you know, we're definitely going to be able to try to pressure this board a little bit. An 8K Kalgar is nasty.
So from here, Zoro's going to want to have to address this board. I don't think there's a way to out the Kalgar easily. You can rest it with Tashigi, but you put all your Dawn and Leader and swing at it. It's not terrible. You probably won't clear it. But if you're Jay, you also got to think about, I got to make sure I stay alive to drop these Nolans and start healing. And how greedy can I be? But I think you have to counter this one out.
Yeah, and I think this is a good knowledge check of just being like, I know they want to get rid of this one, get out of this attack. So they're going to do a 1K Shura and 2K with another Wiper. We are going to play the Cavendish for 5, but untap 2. So it's going to do a little bit of a shorthand, but just get the 2 back automatically. So we're at 4 currently.
And then 9K swing into the Holly because it's free.
Yeah.
Clears it, restands, and then sends that into life. And I think it's a take. Yeah, you're not giving up 3 cards for that.
No, but here this is a weird situation with Kalgar as a leader in general. Is that we can now use our leader effect without any additional cost, and then afterwards play the Norland. So I think if we have that option, that's there. But biggest thing with this deck is that the Mont Blanc loves to hide, loves to not be anywhere near my hand. It loves to be at the bottom of my deck. And if that's the case for Jay, this can be a pretty tough spot right here.
Yeah, and it's important to note, Nolan does not have Sky Island typing, so all of your searches will miss it, except for when we talked about the event searcher that can find it. I believe I saw 1 copy in Jay's hand, but you have to play as if you know that's the 1 copy, the only copy you might see.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I think we'd have to be at 8 or more Dawn, which I think we are exactly at 8. Means that we won't be able to use our leader effect in the same turn and play it. But I think I see the Mont Blanc, so we're going to attack in. We're going to play out the 5/7 Wiper. This is going to let us get rid of a 1-drop stage. Doesn't have to be this one. It could just be any on either side. And then, yeah, looking at the top 5 for... It only looks for the Warrior card, I believe. Yes?
And I think he's eyeing this counter event because he knows he's going to have to use it in order to, like, get out of the big swing next turn. Yeah, and he's going to take it. He's going to take the type-specific counter event for Sky Island.
The Earth will win, yeah, I believe.
Yes.
Or will not lose. It's the same,
yeah,
same edge case.
Lose,
yeah,
Earth will win. It's glass half full, glass half empty.
All right, we've got 7 Dawn left here, so this does offer some opportunities. Also, we did do damage with Kalgar. I did miss if they drew with the 5 cost. I believe they did, but that does trigger off of them taking the life, too, so hopefully they did there.
Yeah, we see that Zeus in hand, too. That's got to be nice to just have in hand as a 2K and or... Well, I guess you can't use it, unfortunately, but still, 2K draw off the top, still good.
Yeah. And Sam's down to 3 life. We've got blocker and, you know, a good amount of body, especially Cavendish on board is pretty nasty here.
Yeah, what is the plan here? I mean, I think he's thinking about how much he has to clear Shigi, what he has to swing in order to clear it, how much he can commit to the Dawn into swinging into it. Is it going into life or to Shigi? I feel like it's life. Yes, he's just going to go for a game of one of us loses next turn.
It's really going to seem like that, right? Zoro almost is usually at full health or next to full health, right? We're going to go big 9 into wherever. It's going to get the block here, and then looks like we have 5 Dawn left. Oh, we're passing, so we don't have the heal.
I
swear I saw it too.
Oh yeah,
it's definitely there.
It's there. Interesting.
I think the only thing that maybe we're afraid of is that if we heal, we leave 2 Dawn open, which means that Dead Man's Game and the rest on board might be enough pressure that we don't. The extra life is not as strong as the amount of pressure we turn out this turn, as well as leaving guaranteed Dawn open for defense.
Yeah, I mean, is this trying to bait his opponent to go 6, 7, 15? But can you get out of that?
I mean, these are some great numbers, right? Like Tashigi here is already swinging 7K. If you have like a restand with Zoro, then you're able to, use Cavendish to restand an additional 2 Dawn, and then after attacking. So there's just a lot. right? 7K, we're going to use the Earth Will Not Lose. No copies of a stage in hand, so just a plus 3K out of it.
Yeah, this is one of those psych out moments where, like, if I'm Sam, I'm not sure what, like, is he baiting me to go 15 here?
Yeah.
What is happening?
And it's knowledge that El Thor's in hand, so that's a plus 4K. So that will help. Yellow definitely, as far as I know, nothing that interacts with Zoro incredibly well, right? Outside of like the Nara Kabura eras,
Yeah.
which is a Wano card, not a Sky Island card, but could work.
Yeah, we're seeing the Dawn get split. The first swing goes into Kalgar. He lets it clear.
Yeah.
And it is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15K swing that'll go into life afterwards.
Yeah, we're going to do the good ordering, though. It's going to get a restand. So, and we still haven't activated the main from the Zoro, so we are able to do a 7K here and get 2 Dawn back active again.
Yep, and then also that 2 Dawn, because you need rested Dawn in order to restand it, so this is more efficient.
And then we've got 2 Dawn here, so I believe this is what, 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 12 twice, essentially.
Can you go to plus 8 twice? That's an El Thor.
Yeah, that's 9,
2, and
11, and 13. And then activate main. And then attack again, another 13. And I don't know if we got there. We get to 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah,
11.
Not quite.
Oh, that's good. I almost feel like you're supposed to play the no one there heal and just like demand the Diamond's game, because unless it was a moment where he really had to just fake it out, and really just like, I have 3 El Thors in hand.
Yeah, I agree. But I will trust Jay as a more involved player there. There's just some numbers. Maybe there was a situation where maybe he forgot that he get the restand after, or maybe he's just putting on not getting the restand effect. So, but yeah, that's going to be the game for that one. A little quicker, probably. I think maybe our quickest game on stream today, but still a good amount of time in there.
Yeah, and honestly, I still like anytime I can see these Kalgar cards and Wiper cards on play, I'm like, I'm going to enjoy it. Like, even the brief moment when we saw the glint of the Alt-Art Wiper in Trash, I was like, yes. This is peak for me.
But not Kalgar's not out for the weekend yet,
Nope.
right? X1, I think we have at least another one, X1 or better, too. Yep. So I would be surprised at this point if Kalgar didn't get into the top 32. I think that's pretty likely for that tomorrow. We've got Sam currently at 7-0, so I think 2 more wins will get a close guarantee for day 2, and quite a few other decks still hanging around.
Yeah, and like I'd love to see how some of these decks play in day 2. For those at home who don't realize, in a day 1 and day 2 tournament format, people who make top 32 will play it out in day 2 in a best of 3 with a show deck format, meaning they get the deck lists are visible for both players.
Yeah.
So some deck lists and some players become a lot better once they have that knowledge. There's things you know how to play around. There's things that you can now anticipate. So I'd also love to see some of these players on some of these decks, how much better they get once they get to these points where it's a best of 3, there's less variance, and there's a lot more knowledge that they can go in with.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, too, is that best in 3, there are some decks that when they lose, it's just a hard loss. So I would say it's very unlikely for those decks to have 2 hard losses in a game, out of 3. So it just means you're a little bit in a better spot. If you're a higher seed, you get to choose if you go first or second, so that helps you. If you're a deck that wants to go first twice or go second twice, those situations help you. And we don't get that many, day 2 best of 3s here in North America, so I'm excited to see what it looks like for, again, such a diverse format.
Yes, and if I'm getting a second day to cast with you and Patrick, I'm more than happy.
Yes, same here as well. So do apologize, this was a bit of a shorter round, but that's kind of how these go sometimes. We've got guaranteed 2 more rounds, if not 3. We will have 7 players undefeated going into the next round. We'll do our best to see what those leaders are, too. We're going to take a break, though, going in there. There's going to be an overview of a Zoro deck profile, too, if you guys haven't seen what those look like. And we'll see you guys in round number 8.
Welcome back to another OP12 deck profile. Today, we are talking about one of the most feared leaders of OP12, Zoro, the Pirate Hunter. A new leader from the OP12 set, the one that everyone is talking about. And here he is, Green Zoro. Now, what is this leader like? Let's first talk about some of his strengths as a leader. Now, this leader, Zoro, has a very strong default aggressive game plan. What that means is, as this game progresses, naturally you're ending the game because of how many swings Zoro will put into your life. And it gets very scary very quick. Zoro is very good at addressing mid-game bodies, especially units that are in the 3 to 5 cost range. The other thing Zoro is very good at is challenging high-cost units. The playstyle of Zoro tends to be a mid-range aggro deck. So a mid-range aggro deck, what it does is it's very good at speeding up or slowing down based on the deck of your opponent. If your opponent's playing a very aggressive deck, you slow down and become the control in the matchup. If your opponent's playing a very slow deck in this case, you become the faster deck, and you try to end the game faster than that. So a very strong mixed game plan between those two. For those of you at home trying to pick up Zoro, is it a hard deck to pilot? If you know the game pretty well, I'd say you could play the deck to 70% to 80% efficiency, so pretty easy to pilot. But mastering that last 20 to 30% is where it gets the hardest. You're going to have to think a lot about where to swing, how to swing, and really learn every matchup, because a lot is going to depend on your mulligans and your knowledge of how each leader plays. If you're deciding to pick up Zoro and you've played before, and you're thinking about what other leaders Zoro is similar to, I would say Zoro has a power curve playstyle, which is similar to Shanks or Fluffy, where if you're able to play your ideal cards on curve, you'll actually establish a very strong board presence and progress the game to eventually being able to just swing that big swing to end the game. Now, let's talk about the leader ability, because some of you would like to know how this works. So, to explain this, let's bring out one of Zoro's most famous enemies, but also his mentor, Dracul Mihawk. The way that Zoro's leader ability works is, should you attach 3 Dawn to Zoro, 3 or more, keep that in mind, so you can also choose to attach all your Dawn and do this too, but 3 is the minimum amount you must attach in order for the effect to be active. If you attach 3 to your leader, and swing and declare Mihawk as your target, the battle will occur, your opponent may or may not counter, but hypothetically they do, and Mihawk survives the encounter in this battle with Zoro, much like the series. You can now use Zoro's leader ability, which is to activate main and to set Zoro as active again. Now, Zoro, being active again, now can swing 1 more time, or if you have events, maybe more than that. However, you may only swing at characters with a cost of 8 or greater, which means Zoro can swing against Mihawk or your opponent's life, but if your opponent has a character like, let's say, Cavendish in play, Zoro would not be able to target Cavendish after restanding. So, the way that Zoro's ability will work is commonly in 2 ways. 1, if you swing 8 into Cavendish to try to clear the board, you can now restand and swing 8 into life, or try to hit another unit that is a tall body. Alternatively, if your opponent plays something like, let's say, 10 cost Shanks, and it swings at you, you can now put all 10 of your Dawn on Zoro and swing into a very large unit twice, hopefully clearing it. This makes Zoro a very flexible leader when it comes to clearing big bodies, or at getting 2-for-1 trades at both trading into smaller units and swinging at life. Next, we're going to talk about some broad game plans for you to know how to play Green Zoro. So let's start with some of the early game plays of Zoro, the bread and butter of this deck. So first off, we're talking about some new cards that have come out in OP12 that are meant to support Zoro. First off, we have the incredibly cute Perona Searcher. Now, Perona is a searcher that searches for any slash type character as long as your leader is slash themselves. So Perona can not only find slash characters, but also green events. Luckily, almost every character in Zoro's deck is a slash character, and Zoro has many powerful events it can look for. So, your early game plan is to find either Hiyori, which can search for the same things as Perona, or Perona. And these 2 searches will help you find your mid-game. From there, you're going to pivot into your incredibly powerful mid-game, which are some of the most important women in Zoro's life. Sorry to people who ship otherwise, but folks like Tashigi and Kuina. Now, both of Tashigi and Kuina's effect help enable Zoro's leader ability. They allow you to rest your opponent's characters of either 6 or less cost or 4 or less cost. After using that effect, you'll be able to attach 3 rested Dawn to your leader, which activates your leader ability and allows you to swing into the board and clear it. From there, you'll pivot into your mid-game characters, which will be things like Cavendish, which will let you restand Dawn and create more efficient Dawn turns. The greatest fear of the depths, the Hody Jones, to rest units and swing into them. So continuing that Zoro aggression and threatening the board. You have Zoro's mentor, Dracul Mihawk, which lets you restand 4 Dawn, once again letting you attach that Dawn for your leader ability and establishing a body that can swing. Lastly, some folks like to run 9 cost Roronoa Zoro, which also has 3 swings himself. So also another good way to end games and threaten bodies on the board. But these are your mid to late game bombs for Zoro. But here's the most interesting part about Zoro, which we will talk about now, which is the events. So, as we mentioned earlier, cards like Perona and Hiyori can find green events in the deck, which means that all these events, which have highly technical abilities, become incredibly easy to find and very impactful for the game. The most standout event of Zoro has to be Luffy is the man who will become the king of the pirates, not to be confused with Sanji's event, which is the exact same name too, but they both have very similar feeling towards their captain. What this ability lets you do is it allows you to restand your Zoro leaders. So, was 8 not enough to end the game? Rest 3 Dawn and play this event and restand your leader and go 8 again. Was that not enough for your opponent? Rest 3 and play another one. Restand your leader. Swing 8 again. Did they block? Well, that counts as battling a character. Restand your leader and swing 8 once more. Now you can see Zoro is a man with 3 swords and many swings per turn. So use these events wisely, and if you feel like you want more flavor in your deck, try things like Paradise Waterfall to restand your Mihawk blocker, things like Dead Man's Game to rest 2 characters or Dawn, or things like Electrical Luna to stun your opponent's board. But yes, these are the tech cards of Green Zoro. Alright, let's talk a bit about your mulligan and the turn order you want as Green Zoro. Now, playing Green Zoro makes you a mid-range deck, so luckily you can use both turn orders. You're a pretty resilient leader. As a 5 health leader, it means you're not going to die too easily, so you can take first or second. You don't care too much. However, the general consensus is that Zoro's strongest curve is definitely going first because your power curve is just so powerful. On your 1 Dawn turn, you can play Perona to search your deck for the cards you're going to need. Like, for example, your 5 Dawn play, which would be your Tashigi, which lets you rest a 6 or less and then swing into it with your leader ability and swing into life, which means on your Dawn 3 you can swing into life, on your Dawn 5 you can swing into life, and on your Dawn 7 you can also swing into life. Speaking of which, your Dawn 7, if you happen to find it, even though it's not searchable, your Chodey Jones is a really great play on 7 because you haven't dropped it very low yet. You get to draw a card from your life and swing 7 and 8, which is a lot of aggression to put on your opponent. So going first, definitely very powerful for Zoro, and your mulligan tends to look for things like your Tashigi and your Perona, so you can have a very smooth going first curve. Now your late game is very open for Zoro, so going first or second won't matter because your late game has so many flexible events and so many different things you can play that you're gonna have a good time either way. Now, that being said, is there a reason to go second? Now, having played against Rayleigh, or if you've tried it, is a very aggressive matchup, and Zoro actually has a hard time dealing with multiple little bodies because yes, you can clear board really easily, but remember, 1 swing goes into board, 1 goes into life, and Zoro doesn't have an easy time making several bodies pop up to KO. So, if you're facing a matchup like Rayleigh, you may want to consider going second because your Hiyori Searcher, much like your Perona Searcher, can search for slash cards and green events, but the advantage of Hiyori is you rest 1 Dawn to search, so it's better for going second, but if your opponent does not clear Hiyori, you can actually search again the following turn, which means your opposing Rayleigh is forced to use their characters or leader to swing into this Hiyori, functionally turning Hiyori into a blocker for you. The other reason is, Tashigi is great, but so is Kuina. Kuina is a 4-drop, which does a very similar effect to 5-cost Tashigi in resting a unit and attaching 3 Dawn to leader. Similar to Hiyori, Kuina rests to do this effect, so your opponent is once again forced to clear Kuina to not let you get repeated value. So going second against Rayleigh will give you more tools to help you address board, and lets you play your Mihawk on 8 directly, which gives you a very impactful 8 Dawn turn, and establish a blocker that can get you value for the rest of the game. The only other standout that I'd like to mention, which is probably maybe not a character that you love at home, but one that's important if you plan to play Zoro, which is Shimotsuki Kozaburo, which allows you to rest a 2-cost or less and then KO a 1-cost or less. If you faced Rayleigh, you know that Zoro simply cannot defeat Buggy. The only way to defeat Buggy tends to be playing this Shimotsuki Kozaburo. So if you see a Buggy on board, you're going to want one of these in your deck. But yeah, those are tips and tricks for Green Zoro. And now, hopefully you can build your own Green Zoro deck and have some fun at your locals or regional. But for those who have been watching, this is the deck profile for Green Zoro, the Menace of OP12, and the Pirate Hunter.
With another deck profile, this time blue purple Sanji, which is one of my favorite new leaders from OP12. So Sanji is a new leader that features a very unique style of gameplay. So it's very similar to decks like Nami and Teach, where your win condition is a little bit different and you do a lot of things that can confuse your opponent because there's just a lot going on with this deck. And so Sanji is a leader that primarily uses event cards. He aims to play a long game, as his Sanji character actually gets more powerful as more events gather in this trash. He's an off-meta pick, and he requires a lot of skill, but you can surprise opponents. He's the kind of leader that when I sit down at regionals, I don't want to actually face a Sanji because I assume they know the matchup better than I do. In addition, Sanji is favored into slower decks, so decks like Sakazuki. However, he can really struggle versus some of these faster decks, especially the OP12 new picks like Zoro and Red Rayleigh. Okay, so for the activate main effect on Sanji, so Sanji's a 5,000 power leader, he's got 4 life, activate main. Once per turn, Dawn -1, you can activate up to 1 Straw Hat Crew type event with a base cost of 3 or less from your hand. So essentially you're Dawn minusing, and then you can play a 3 cost or less event from your hand for free every turn. And then when attacking, if the number of Dawn cards on your field is equal to or less than the number of Dawn cards on your opponent's field, add up to 1 Dawn card from your Dawn deck and rest it. So each turn you can use an event, you minus a Dawn, you swing, and then you get back that Dawn. And so each turn you're essentially using an event for free. And this is quite powerful because the Sanji character needs events in your trash. And so kind of the mainstay of this deck is using events for free every turn, filling up your trash, getting as much advantage as possible from those free events, and then using your leader to just always recuperate the Dawn. This leader effect works really, really nicely with cards like Gum Gum Giant that reduce Dawn and can make those cards a lot less punishing later on in the game because you can always just turn your leader sideways if you need to get back a Dawn. So for the deck breakdown, Sanji plays a bunch of Searchers and 2Ks. He has a bunch of characters that kind of help accelerate his game plan. And then he has a ton of different event cards that do many different things. So in terms of his Searchers and 2Ks, we have Charlotte Pudding, which is just the standard Searcher of the deck. Sanji also runs Kaya. This is very, very important to helping to fill up your trash and also making sure that you see the cards you need. Ideally, as Sanji, you're playing 1 event off of your leader effect per turn, and sometimes you just have to play Kaya to make sure you have a good event to play. Finally, we have cards like Sanji and Usohachi, which are 2K counters. These are very, very important because Sanji wants to protect his life early, because later in the game, your opponent's going to have really big characters that swing for really large numbers. And so it's better to be at a high life total so you can just freely take your life as you need it when those big swings come through. Now, in terms of mid-range characters, we have the engine of the deck. It is no other than Sanji himself. This really is the engine of the deck. This is the most important card. And so he's a 3-cost, 5,000 power unit who gains 1,000 power for every 5 events in your trash. Additionally, if this character would be removed from the field by your opponent's effect, you may return 1 Dawn card from your field to your Dawn deck instead. And so you cannot get Sanji off the board. No matter what you do, if you try to bounce him, KO him, Sanji can just return a Dawn and he's going to stick here. And of course, you can always turn your leader sideways to get back that Dawn. Sanji is a very sticky body that stays on the board and gets more powerful as the game goes on. In addition, we have Vinsmoke Reiju. So Reiju is a 4-cost, 5,000 power character. If you have 4 or more event cards in your trash, this character gains plus 2,000 power and plus 5 cost and is a blocker. And so for Sanji, it's very, very easy to actually have 4 events in your trash by the time you hit your 4 Dawn turn. And so this is actually a 9-cost character with 7,000 power. Reiju is not only a very strong defensive option, allowing you to just block out of anything freely, you can also just start turning her sideways, swinging 7,000 power every turn, which of course is the magic number into 5k leaders, demanding 2 cards from your opponent turn after turn after turn. Finally, for our mid-range bodies, we have Jozu. Jozu is a blue staple that's really been making his way back into the meta. He's a 6-cost, 7,000 power character that allows you to return one of your characters to bounce a 6 or less, and he combos very nicely with cards like Kaya and Charlotte Pudding, where you can play out Kaya, start filtering your hand, and then play Jozu, take her back so you can counter with her again later. He's just a very important tempo piece for the deck that also represents a strong body that can swing 7,000 power per turn. Finally, we have a host of events for Sanji, but as we'll see, all of these events, except for Red Rock, can be played off of his leader ability essentially for free. And so we have a mix of consistency events and removal events. So cards like Buff Burst, which is a mainstay of the deck. If your leader is multicolored, choose 1. Return up to one of your opponent's characters with a cost of 4 or less to the owner's deck. Or if you have 6 or less cards in your hand, draw 2 cards. So this card really, the Buff Burst, really combos nicely with your Sanji leader. You want to basically play this for free every turn and draw 2 cards. And the ideal curve for Sanji really is just playing out your Sanji character, drawing 2 cards. Playing out a Sanji character, drawing 2 cards. If you get to do that for a couple of turns, the game is looking very good for you. Additionally, we have cards like Gum Gum Jet Culverin that help bounce the opponent's cards. We have Searcher cards like Let's Crash This Wedding, and Luffy is the man who will be king of the pirates that just help you find your pieces. And what's really cool about this card is if your leader is Sanji, you can look at 3 cards from the top of your deck and add up to 1 card to your hand, then place the rest at the bottom, and you don't have to show your opponent. So your opponent's like, wait, did they take a giant? What did they do? So this is kind of a unique card for Sanji. Finally, we have cards like Brochette Blow, which is quite popular as a 1 of or a 2 of. It's 3 cost, and it allows you to give a character minus 3,000 power and draw a card, allowing you to essentially swing into your opponent's board. Sanji relies on Red Rock to remove big threats, and plays a host of defensive cards like Gum Gum Rain, Gun Gun Giant, and Concasse. All of these make Sanji very, very tanky in the late game, with cards like Giant allowing him to also protect his board, so cards like his character Sanji. And then Rain allows you to pitch a brick. Concasse is your very own plus 4,000 power counter, and also allows you to draw a card as well. So a lot of versatility here with these Sanji events, a lot of flexibility with the deck. Now, in terms of the game plan and the curves, Sanji is very flexible, and whether or not he takes first or second is highly matchup dependent, so he can really steal the optimal curve from his opponent, and he really doesn't have a traditional curve. Tempo for Sanji really looks like squeezing out units where he can, and then playing an event every single turn. Ideally, it's a Buff Burst, allowing you to draw 2 cards. The key to this deck really is finding the right timing to squeeze out the Sanji, to play out the Reiju, because you're going to be taking a lot of pressure from your opponent, and so you need to defend your life. You don't want to go too low in life, but you also need some characters on board to threaten. Additionally, knowing when to swing the Sanji is very, very important, because you really don't want them to die to combat. That is their only vulnerability. Safely playing Kaya is really, really important, because you can return her to hand, like I mentioned earlier, with Jozu, and neutralize a threat. One thing that I noticed with beginner Sanji players is they tend to not play Kaya. They use her as a 2k counter, whereas you'll see veteran Sanji players are playing Kaya at every opportunity. They are filtering because they know exactly what they need. Finally, games often come down to the wire, and there are a few major decision points. So the first of those is, when do I start actually swinging my board? Because you don't want your characters to get cleared by combat. However, it's also easier to defend a 6k or 7k body than your 5,000 power leader. The second point is, can I clear my opponent's board and starve them out of resources via combat and using Red Rock to remove things? So essentially, you can switch to this really, really control game plan where you essentially swing at your opponent's board, Red Rock things away without swinging at their life, and then eventually you starve them of resources and can just finish them off with 8k Sanjis. And then finally, what cards are left in my deck, and can I hold on for an extra turn or 2? This is really, really important, because you'll often be in a situation as Sanji where you have maybe 1 giant in hand and your opponent represents lethal. But you need to know, if I play that giant, I'm going to draw into another giant, I'm going to draw into a Concasse, and this is entirely possible because you will cycle through the entirety of your deck. And so it's really important to keep track of where things are. So building on that, some tips and tricks. get into the habit of making your play before swinging your leader, as it's easy to forget that you actually want to utilize that leader swing for a Dawn. So what will often happen is we like to swing 5, we like to swing 7 at the start of our turn, see what our opponent does, and then make our plays. But with Sanji, that is not the right thing to do. You want to use your leader effect, return a Dawn, and then swing to make sure you're getting back your Dawn every single turn. Additionally, try to use your leader effect for higher cost events when possible. So remember, you can play a 3-cost event, 2-cost, or 1-cost. And so of course, you really want to be playing out the 3-cost events with leader effect and using your Dawn to play out those 1-cost events to be efficient. Make sure that you're using Buff Burst to draw. You rarely want to use this as removal. I would say it's really a last resort to use this card to remove because it's so important to fill up your trash and to filter your deck. So even though you've got 2 options here, you typically really want to think of this card as a draw 2 first. Conversely, when you're playing with Concasse, which is a plus 4,000 power, you can very often use the draw effect from this card early, knowing that you run 4 in the deck, and you really usually only need 2 to get you through the game. So don't sit on this card for the entirety of the game as a brick in your hand, only to use it on turn 6 or turn 7 or 8. Just draw another card, knowing that you're going to see more. I mentioned this already, but remember your stack. It's difficult to remember every single card you've seen, but there's notable cards you should be keeping track of. These include Giant, Red Rock, Wolf Burst, Concasse, as well as your characters. So as you're cycling through the deck, just try and flag where these important pieces are in your deck so that you know when you get to the bottom of the deck where they are and that you can rely on drawing certain things. Oftentimes, games will come down to passing with a lot of Dawn up and 3 to 4 cards in hand where you have to draw into additional cards. So it's very important to not only leave up extra Dawn, but to play around cards like Chodey Jones and the Dead Man event that rests 2 Dawn. So always leave up more Dawn than you need and anticipate that you may draw into other cards that can save your life. Keep in mind that Concasse only works on your leader, whereas Giant works on characters. This is very, very important because I'll often see Sanji players using Giant for their leader, and then when you swing at their board, it dies. So make sure you're really prioritizing Concasse to get out of big leader swings at your leader, and Giant is a tool that you can use to defend your Sanjis, allowing you to swing them early and put more pressure on your opponent. Finally, in a lot of matchups, you have to swing Sanji in a turn where your opponent can put all of their Dawn and clear it. You have to really think about whether this is worth it or not, because oftentimes it is. So you can swing your Sanji sideways, and if your opponent wants to commit the entire turn to clearing it, you can play another one for 3 Dawn. This is less pressure on your life. The game is slowing down, which is something that you're totally okay with. So really think about turning your Sanji sideways sometimes when it feels a little bit uncomfortable, because if your opponent really wants to spend the turn clearing it, you can just play another one. Finally, we have a lot of tech options, and this deck really is still being discovered. Some of these options include cards like 3000 Worlds, that just allows you to remove a 5-cost at will. As we know, 5 costs are really, really important right now. Cards like Snake Dance are very good against Zoro, allowing you to bounce cards to your hand while countering out of huge swings. Sora is a very, very neat kind of tech option. She doubles as a 2K, but she allows you to do some really nifty early turn plays where you return Dawn using your leader effect at essentially no cost. We have the Beer Luffy, which allows you to return 2 Dawn to make your leader 7,000 power. I often see this as a one-of that can come down the turn before you're about to die, making your opponent's swings very, very difficult because, of course, you can easily get out of huge swings with Concasse. And then finally, we also have Karn, who's just a very nice chump blocker that can fill in some of those awkward turns where your life is under pressure, your Sanji characters are under pressure. Just drop a Karn for 1 Dawn and you're feeling pretty good. Now, I will say there's a lot more to this deck. So we've also seen people running the Doflamingo package. So that's the 8-cost Doflamingo that goes along with the 5-cost Rosie to play 2 Dawn for free. I've seen people running all kinds of cool things with Sanji, and I expect to see very neat lists at the tournament today. So keep your eyes open. This is a leader that can make it to Top Cut, but it's going to really depend on having a super, super skillful pilot.
All right, we are back with round number 8 of likely 9 or 10. We've got 7 players undefeated. We've got a good idea of what's going on. We did see Zoro win on that previous round. We've got some knowledge that there's still an undefeated Enel player, an undefeated Blue-Purple Luffy player, and we also know our match that we got this round, right?
Yes, we got one of the funnest skill matchups, in my opinion, to watch, because for any match with Rayleigh, it's a skill matchup, but it's also Rayleigh's probably toughest matchup, next to maybe Enel, yeah.
Yeah, it is Bonney. Yes, correct. So that one's going to be, I think it's really uphill, but we've got quite the pilot on it today. We've got Sammy Wong, who's able to, not unknown for being undefeated on 7, 8+ rounds for events like these. And I'm really interested to see how he pilots such a tough matchup like this one.
Yeah, it honestly feels like playing the Rayleigh side. You're like a sniper rifle. You have like one shot. You can like if you thread the needle just right, you'll get there. You'll get the lethal. And I would love seeing a skilled Rayleigh pilot try to do that.
Yes, exactly. So then we're just going to jump on into it. It's going to be Silver's Rayleigh versus Jewelry Bonney, and let's see what round number 8 looks like.
Amazing. All right, I believe turn order has been resolved. I believe the Rayleigh is going second, so that is the ideal curve for Rayleigh's side. This is good for... Oh, and we see the Buggy Searcher open, which obviously we love to see. We love establishing a body that is sizable that can be buffed for the attack without adding extra Dawn. We love going second. We see Mole Pistol, very key card in this matchup, and we're seeing one already get searched, so I think if you're Sammy, this is the opener you want to see in this matchup.
Yeah, and especially in this matchup too, you kind of just need more bodies on the board. I don't know if two double Mole Pistol, that's quite obnoxious. Bonney's known for playing out these really good 5-drops, such as Cavendish, that help carry the game, so having some removal options for that can be really good.
Yeah, and like having 2 Mole Guns, the amount of things you can do with 2 is quite a bit.
Yeah, but we do have the Kyoshiro, and we're also deciding to starve against them, which is great. This will prevent anything with slash attribute 5 or less from being KO'd. So Mole Pistol does the reduction and the KO, so that will protect that. So a good answer to what would otherwise be a good removal option.
Yeah, we're seeing the Buggy get rested, obviously. Tin wants to get rid of this Buggy, wants to clear it so it's not getting these free swings later in the game, and yeah, the bigger target of the 2. And luckily, Bonney is a special, so it can clear the Buggy.
Yeah, and we are going to be able to show 2 event cards from hand for this Luffy. So we have the 2 cards that we actively know. We're going to get a bow. We're going to put the Dawn underneath the Shocky there, and then we will be able to make that a 5k attack if we want to using our leader effect. Again, we do. There's 2 more events in hand there too.
Yeah, and getting this Boa search to resolve, and thought here is, ooh, we're seeing the Searcher Color of Observation Hockey event, which lets you attach 1 active Dawn to your leader and then search at the top 4 for a event or 3 cost or greater red character.
Yeah, and 1 more 5k attack before the end of the turn using our Silver's Rayleigh's effect, and we're going to pass it back. So I think part of the reason that this matchup's kind of tricky is because you do care about how and when you attach your Dawn, and with Bonney being able to interact with that and be able to rest things you've already attached Dawn to is pretty rough.
Yeah, we're seeing this Bonney go in and clear board now. If you're Sammy, you always want to be sending 1 extra attacker because you know that once Bonney starts clearing your board, it becomes really awkward, never having enough swings to quite end the game. Obviously not going to guard here. It's going to be too many cards to just protect the Buggy, and you still have other attackers you can swing in, and we've seen the Smoker come through, so we're standing that 1 Dawn for leader ability, and getting that 7k Banish swing is going to be really good.
Yeah, and Smoker's not a usual card for this deck, right? I think it's a little bit more of an add. For this one, being able to get the extra Dawn every turn is good. Having a 7k Banish attack helps you and can be good against maybe some of your potentially harder matchups, like sometimes Enel or other decks that have those triggers. Being able to have that Banish to get around those effects is really great.
Yeah, I mean, it's great having these pistols in hand, but right now it's not going to help you clear this Smoker off the board. You kind of need to turn sideways before you can use that pistol to really clear both the blocker and swing into the Smoker. But we're seeing the Monkey D. Luffy get rested and then the attack get taken.
Yeah, and we kind of, if we had like an easy way to get rid of the Kyoshiro, we'd be in a good spot here. We could use Mole Pistol if we wanted to reduce the Smoker and get rid of the Kyoshiro, but it's a little bit expensive. Instead, we're going to do the Observation Hockey.
Yeah, and Bonney dropping down to 3 life here, and that means you get a lot of cards in hand, right? You're getting the extra 2 cards in hand so you can counter out and defend, but, I mean, this is a pretty sizable board still. I think it's, like, slowly punching through. Yeah.
Yeah, and, yeah, deciding here on the search here. Again, we're going to be able to bully board a little bit. Kyoshiro just being able to have this defense here has been huge to keep that Smoker on board safely. Otherwise, I think we would have happily spent the 4 on the Mole Pistol to get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, these little blockers are actually why, like, when I was trying, really, I was running things like Rose Blizzard because I just want to clear these little blockers sometimes, get some more swings in, because, yeah, this does make it very awkward.
All right, Sammy's still thinking here.
Yeah.
Got 5 Dawn left to play with at the end of this turn, and yeah, using the Observation Hockey, so if we can find Okay, the Supreme King hockey right there.
Yeah, the functionally 1 cost 3K counter that also like 2K counter that minuses 1 to the whole board, so it's like pseudo guard point, but obviously much better because the whole board gets reduced.
Yeah.
And then we see Zoro swing coming through.
Yeah, we're just going to do a 5 there, which means likely a 7 or 8 from Silver's Rayleigh. Just depends if we want to use the Conqueror's hockey next turn. We also could, you know, pop the Boa, get that additional +2 Dawn on the leader, get a really big attack. But I'm not sure if we need to do that right now.
Yeah, this is a pretty good line for Sammy here. I mean, the nice thing about the Zoro is that, you know, the hard part is that Bonney always stops one of your swings, but the fact that you dealt the Zoro after the sign got rested means that you still get to ping your opponent for a bunch of swings.
Yeah.
And we're seeing actually, and another 5 is coming through. These pings are just coming across.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, we're taking these 5s, right? We're already down to 2 life. And so if they're already taking these 5s, right, like what time do you just, you know, just keep going, right? Like, why not?
Yeah, and I love the way that Sammy's playing here. He's doing those 5 checks. He's like, tell me what's in your hand. Oh,
wow.
Well, I think if you're Sammy, you read this as a telegraph. You say, do you not have counter? Let's swing 7. Let's force. So now this smoker is vulnerable the next turn now to Mole Pistol. I think this is a really explosively good start for Sammy.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Bonney go quite so quickly down to 1 life. So either you must have like blockers to be able to facilitate this. Maybe I think we ended up going first. So we're not at 8 Dawn. I think we're at 7 Dawn right now, right? So we can't even play 8-drop Kid. But that might be the expectation moving forward. Also, with 2 Dawn attached on board, that Luffy's currently a 6K body, and we've got the 5K on the Zoro.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a carrot here is pretty good, being able to stun that Luffy.
Oh, yeah.
And then swing into the Zoro if you clear everything. But then you run the risk of Sammy just like swinging at face and then just doing the unblockable check next turn. And if you don't have 8-cost Kid, that's game. That's the sniper rifle shot. That's just going right through.
Yeah, Silver's being able to have a really good like closer in that unblockable. You know, we've seen like Zoro play 14K unblockable. This leader can do 15K unblockable, right? Just very, very tough for a deck like Bonney if they're able to get this early pressure, which we've seen from Sammy already.
Yeah, and Sammy just showing the experience, the skill, the explosive start, and just being able to read this hand, knowing that 5 check, knowing that the 5 check being taken means, okay, let's just try it again. Until you give me a counter, I'm just going to keep doing these 5s so I can just figure out what's in your hand and read what's going on.
Yeah, no, I know for TinTran we've got, I think, the blocker Bonney. We could potentially, you know, if we have like a 2-drop blocker and then play the Bonney, I think we'll have 8 cards tapped exactly with leader and that, so that can help you, you know, get that extra draw to have 2 blockers and end the turn with 1 Dawn open. So that could be a play if we have that available. But we're also going to get a Dawn back with the smoker leader effect. We haven't done that yet either.
Yeah. Sammy in a good position here because all this searching has meant that he's kept quite a bit. Oh. And then we see the Zoro get cleared for 7. Either Sammy doesn't need it anymore, or there's just no need to counter, given that Sammy's at 5 life. You can kind of just like slow play the game, just hit that last life, keep threatening unblockable from here on out. He doesn't need the characters, he needs his leader to be the threat.
Yeah. Yeah, and it really just depends on if you think you've got the 8-drop, and if the 8-drop's going to be strong enough to be able to win you the game here for Bonney.
Yeah, and that double pistol means you actually threaten the 8, you can just clear it. Yeah.
Oh, wow. And we're playing the smoker. We're going to get 1 Dawn off, whichever's effect you want. We don't get to untap with character effects for the turn either. We've got 3 open, but I almost guarantee they had carrot.
Yeah.
I swear I saw it in hand. So, but with leader effect, right, having 2 characters and having 1 character is essentially the same. Since you do get to tap the other attack, it just makes it a little bit trickier against you know, rush cards, which Silver Rayleigh's play.
Yeah, and Kid Killer is active right now, so Kid Killer will be swinging for 7 for 4 Dawn when it comes across. And I think Tin might be telegraphing that he just doesn't have the counter. Seeing these 2 bricks in hand get played out, and the fact he's trying to get them out of his hand. I mean, sometimes with Bonney, you have this kind of like Shanks like issue where like my hand is just all bricks, and it just happened that that's how I drew.
Yeah, and we've got 3 Dawn open for Bonney here. You know, maybe force a habit against playing against Zoros today, right? But still, because I wouldn't know immediately of any relevant events, at least that would swing the game too much with having that 3 open. So I think that is okay. So again, what, 8 Dawn for Sammy here. Likely only 1 attack, but if you can put them down to 0 this turn and threaten an unblockable 15k every turn for the rest of the game, that would make it for Tin to have a really small clock.
Interesting. If you're Sammy, I guess you're trying to figure out what is the ideal pattern here. Knowing, I guess Tin is going into his 9 Dawn turn next turn.
Yeah.
What is the how bad will the kid be when it comes out? It's really just one blocker dealing with. Double pistol will deal with it. He's trying to think about whether or not I think he's trying to think about whether he punches through this last life or just tries to get some cards out of hand. And he's assigning these 2 Dawn. If he puts the 2 onto Luffy, it becomes a 6 plus 2, 8, and then he can use his leader ability to make it into a 10k swing to kind of guarantee, I think, taking that last life.
Yeah, and so we're going to attach 2, so we're 6k with the attached Dawn. We get the Luffy leader effect, so we're 8k. Still got the mole pistols in hand, and big old 10k, and then resting the leader afterwards. Going down to 0. Oh, my goodness.
Ooh.
A kid killer here.
Oh, and it's attacks. It's
9k. Okay, 0 cost to get out of to get to 8. Getting rid of a Shanks, and then 1k, 1k. Brutal. No 2ks found here.
Ooh.
We're not losing yet, but man, that does not feel great.
Yeah, I mean, even if you have 8 cost kid here, I mean,
oh,
you
man.
have to get out of a 7k swing then afterwards.
Shouts to the face cam. Sorry for Trin on this one. Drew a card, rolled his eyes. He's like, man, this is an unfortunate draw here. So this is a 6k because we got 2 Dawn. It has to be attached anywhere. Yeah.
Oh. And that might be.
That might be it. And he declared the attack. I'm not sure if that's where they're going to let him have to attack into. So yeah, unfortunately, you got to know how that Luffy works. I think you said it has to be the leader, right? I'm sure most people do end with it on the leader too, but.
I know it's anywhere Luffy himself counts. It can be into 2 different bodies too. That's one of those things that just makes that card just so interesting to play around and just to play.
Yeah, and using the armament hockey to get the plus 2k there. I mean, at some point you might want to get rid of the kid killer. It's just easier to remove at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing is, well, unfortunately, with these smokers, you can't use both abilities.
Yes.
Right? You only get the 1 Dawn back.
You only get the 1 Dawn back, yeah.
Hypothetically, let's say you're swinging, you're playing the 8-drop kid, you attach 1 Dawn to it, you rest, you play a unit, and then you can also restand 1 Dawn for leader ability. You still need a 2k, 1k to get out of the 7k swing from Rayleigh's side on 10 Dawn. So, yeah, this is a tough uphill battle. And even if
no 2-drop blocker to go with it. So. Unlikely to win, I think, at this spot, but it's pretty much saying you better have another useless kid next turn and or for the rest of the game. We're at 5 life. Even if double bandage for Smoker, we're not afraid of losing next turn. And yeah, Silver's Rayleigh's in a really good spot.
Yeah, I don't know what you can do if you are on Tin's side right now, other than maybe if you just are able to get a carrot, see a Mihawk, and then have we seen a unblockable be searched yet? Because maybe you just stop playing around it and just say, you know what, if I have to play around it and he has it, I don't have it out anyway.
Sure,
right?
Yeah. I don't think we've seen it. It is one of the most searchable cards in this deck, so it would not be outrageous. No blocker is tough here, and then also I think we're deciding we do have the mole pistol. Even if it can't KO the kid, just making it a 5K or 3K body. Yeah, using the effect, showing the 2 Dawn, so Luffy's now at 6K off of leader effect.
Yeah, in this case, that would be another 10 to life if he just double mole pistols and then attaches the 2 remaining to Luffy.
Oh, you could double mole pistol to get rid of the kid.
Yep.
A little overkill, but you know what? That might, based off them using the 1s,
and
that
a
might,
10k swing.
And a 10k swing, you know, that might be worth it.
Yeah.
That might be worth it to do it there.
Luckily for people who are playing Rayleigh, the Luffy buff is not optional, so
yeah.
You never have to worry about having to declare it. Leader ability, I think, is it up to? No, it wouldn't be up to.
Yeah, either you know, TinTran is doing like their best I drew bad impersonation, or really the fact they had to do double 1Ks last turn, huge for me. I'd be really tempted to do the double mole pistol now.
Yeah, what's Sammy's hesitation? Then again, it's not hesitation so much as like players at these top tables know I've got one shot at this, and like taking extra a minute is not going to cost me anything, and it's just going to be me running all the math. So
yeah, so we used only one. We made this a 3K, and then we're attacking into it as a, I believe, 9K. Oh, another Kid Killer.
Ooh.
And that will be it. Yeah, we did have, a Mihawk and a Useless Kid, but you know, even with new filter cards and everything, Bonney still has a house built on bricks, and unfortunate for Tin on this matchup.
Yeah, I have not seen that many bricks in a Bonney's hand for a while.
For a while, for sure. So, yeah, definitely can be a trickier matchup for Silvers. I think Sammy did a really great job finding back-to-back Kid Killers, and I think all those 5Ks that we were able to hit in really made a big difference for it. So.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Rayleigh players make the mistake of swinging too tall, or just in general in this game, swinging too tall doesn't teach you the same thing or get you the same information as swinging 5. If you swing 5 and someone gives you a 2K, so much you learn. If you swing 5 and they take when they shouldn't, you're like,
do they have nothing, or do they, the card that they do have, do they want to play it next turn? Yeah, there's a lot of value.
Is this person just the best poker player in the world and just bluffing me, and they just have all rad beams in hand? You never know. So I find that when I'm in that situation, I'll just take every hand and be like, yeah, I've got all 2Ks in hand, until see if they buy it or not. But and then they just put the 15 to life, and I'm like, nah, you got it. It's all bricks.
Yeah, and as soon as they went down to 0, I'm like, they have to have Useless Kid. They had another one for next turn, it looked like, right? So they were maybe thinking that they could keep you there, but without even like another blocker, very, very tough. Very tough in that situation.
Honestly, if one of those smokers was a carrot, totally different game, and or even just a searcher. Even if you have a searcher, you can at least draw one of the attacks into there. Yeah. But still, really great game. That was just an amazing technical play from Sammy's side too. Knowing exactly what to search, and then still taking the time to think about each swing. That's why I love to watch Rayleigh players, because they're such technicians when it comes to just every interaction.
Agreed, 100%. So that's going to be it for round 8. We've got 1 or 2 more rounds left. We had 7 players undefeated going into this. Well, I'm probably going to skedaddle right over the top table, see what's still playing as well. But there's a good chance that we're going to focus on X1 games for us to see those hopefuls trying to get into day 2 and kind of look what those matchups look like. So if there's any decks that you guys want, let us know. We'll try our best to find them on the X1 tables. And we're going to go into a Bonney overview just to see how many bricks you're wanting to run in that deck too. So we'll be back. We'll see you guys in round 9 and see you then.
He's quite an old leader from OPO7. It's 5 life and a very unique effect that allows you to rest anything on the opponent's board. When they attack, all you have to do is tap a Dawn. It's a quite flexible leader to play. Bonney has been around for a few sets now. Usually there's a lot of loyal Bonney players that play the deck just because it's fun to play. But I think in OP12 we got a lot of new strong additions to the deck that makes it more interesting for other players as well. So you can expect to see it a bit more at regionals. I would say at the moment, even though it's quite a wide meta, Bonney does well into most of the field. What makes Bonney especially good is that it's strong into very common decks like Rayleigh or Green Zoro. It does struggle against black and blue decks usually, especially Blackbeard, I would say. Historically, Bonney has struggled against Lucci, but I think now people are playing Lucci less, and you have some new cards that allow you to protect your board. So I would say it's not too bad. With Bonney, the leader effect allows you to rest anything on the opponent's board when they attack. So you usually want to make sure that you have a Dawn up at the end of your turn so you can use your leader effect. There are also a bunch of cards that allow you to restand a Dawn at the end of the turn, so you can utilize all your Dawn during the turn. And I think the ability makes Bonney a very defensively oriented deck that's very reactive to whatever the opponent does. I think it's more like when the opponent drops a certain threat, you need to figure out how to respond to it, and you need to anticipate what they're going to play in the next few turns so that you can set up your board. And then eventually you want to get to a point where you stabilize your board, and then you can kind of grind your way back into the game from there. So I think if you like these defensively oriented strategies, then I think Bonney is a good leader for you. So yeah, just to broadly structure the deck, I would probably start with the searchers. So you usually run a Supernova package in Bonney, and there are 2 searchers you can run. There's the new Kid and Killer, which allows you to search for a Supernova, but it's also a utility card, and it allows you to restand a Dawn at a later turn by trashing the character. And then the other one is sort of like the original Bonney searcher, which is a defensive tool because it forces your opponent to swing into it. And with your leader ability, oftentimes you can get rid of 2 swings. The first swing goes into Bonney, and then the other one gets rested by the leader effect. So it's quite annoying for the opponent to deal with if they don't have small characters. There's also the option of not running searches at all, because what's kind of like not that good about Bonney is that a lot of the cards you need later in the game are not searchable. So these searches really help you to have a more consistent early game, but they don't search a lot of your top end. Then you have the blockers. Usually Bonney runs the Orochi blocker, which you can drop on 4, and then for the rest of the game you can restand it on. But later in the game you want smaller blockers as well that can protect your life or your board without spending too much Dawn. You have cards like the Don Quixote Rocinante, which Bonney has always run because it's really good at protecting your board from getting KO'd. But now you have a new card actually that does that a little bit better, especially for your Cavendish, which is the Koshiro. So you see people cutting back Rosie a little bit more and running more of these, just because it can protect your Cavendish already on 5, whereas Rosie can only protect it once it's rested. Then you can run other small blockers like Beige, which allows you to draw some more cards and filter out the cards you don't need. You can also run cards like the 1-cost Beige, it's a bit cheaper to play, or you can run the Killer from OPO1, which allows you to draw a card. So there's a bunch of different options for blockers that you can run, but usually I like to run a lot of these because they allow you to take your life a bit more aggressively, so you have something in the later game that you can actually, you don't lose the game to an opponent's big swing. And then you have the 5 costs. Everybody knows that Bonney is very good at playing Cavendish on 5, then keeping it on the board so you have more Dawn for your turns. I would say this is an extremely important card for Bonney. You can also run the 5-cost Smoker, which does something similar to Cavendish, but it only gets you back 1 Dawn and you can't search it, unfortunately. So Cavendish is a bit more reliable in that sense. The other important 5-cost, which has been around for a while, is Carrot. Unfortunately, you can't search it, but you need it in a lot of matchups where the opponent is a bit more aggressive. For example, against Red Zoro or against Rayleigh, you need to make sure to establish a Carrot relatively early in the game. So you have to deal with like 1 swing less every turn. So yeah, overall really good. Unfortunately, you can't search it. So some games you just don't see any and you really need them. So that kind of sucks. And then the other important 5-cost, which unfortunately I don't have yet, but it came out this set, which is the secret rare 5-cost Bonney. I think that's an extremely strong card just because it allows you to draw and filter from your hand, which is something that Bonney did not have access to before. So the fact that you can now, get rid of a card that you don't need later in the game is very big. It's also another blocker, and essentially it only costs 4 because you get another Dawn back after you play it. Usually you don't play the secret Bonney on 5, but as soon as turn like 6 or 7, it's a pretty decent card to play. And especially later in the game when you need some more counter and you want to establish multiple blockers in a turn, the Bonney's really good. And then I would say other important cards for the mid game are Chodey, which I think should always be a 4 of in Bonney decks. Why? Because in many games you want to go first and play Cavendish on 5. On 7, you want to follow it up with Chodey, so you can swing with Cavendish, Chodey, and Leader, and you can still have a Dawn up to use for Leader effect. So it's a card you want to see on 7 in many games when you can afford to play it, but it's also a card you need in the late game when you're going to want to go for game. So sometimes you need 2 copies, and running 3 or less is a bit risky because sometimes you don't see any Chodey and you want to see like 1 or 2 per game. You can get stuck in your hand a little bit if the opponent plays too aggressively and you can't afford to play a Chodey early in the game. But I think Bonney is really good at playing Chodey just because it's 5-life leader and it has access to like the very defensive leader ability. It's a fun card to play because it's essentially a control tool as well, because you play it to swing into the opponent's board and you get resources from their hand. So it's fun to figure out when is a good time to play Chodey basically, or when you should play something else. And then another new card in addition to the 5-cost Bonney is the new Mihawk blocker, which is just a generically strong card. It just costs 4 Dawn essentially. So you can drop this on 8. And then if you have a Cavendish, you get 2 more Dawn back. And then you have 6 Dawn. You can play a Carrot or you can play a Secret Bonney. So you play like multiple characters per turn that help you to like stabilize the game. Make sure that you're set up for future turns. I would say Mihawk should be on 4 as well, just because you really want to see him on 8 or 9. And if you don't, it kind of really sucks. If you could search Mihawk, then you could probably run fewer, but just because you need to draw into him. With Bonney, I like to play a lot of 4-offs, just because you can search for a lot of those pieces that are very strong on curve. And then another thing that Bonney is kind of like known for is that it plays a bunch of big drops later in the game, just because you can slow down the game with your leader ability. So you usually have time to play these big guys without having to worry about too much aggression. Cards like Luffy, Shanks, or Captain Kid. You usually play them later in the game. They have very powerful effects, and then they have a big body on board that can swing every turn. I would say, especially in this format, Luffy is extremely good. It's really strong into top 2 decks in the format, like Rayleigh and Green Zoro. Luffy is kind of like key to have at least one copy in that format that you can play on a turn to like stabilize and then make sure you have a way to go for game. With Bonney, I think it's a deck that kind of likes to do the same thing every game, at least in the early turns. So usually I like to go first just because on 1 and 3 you can search for Cavendish and you can play that on 5. And then hopefully you have some more options for the 7 and 9 dawn turns. So I think it's important to keep in mind that you really want to have Cavendish available when you get to 5 or 6 dawn. This is also where the searchers are really important. They don't really search as much for the late game, but they make sure that you have Cavendish available. You can also go second with Bonney. It's really strong there as well. On 2 you can search, or you can drop something like Rouge or search more. Yeah, I think either way Bonney's fine. One thing I think that's important with Bonney is that you mulligan aggressively for what you need for specific matchups. For example, if you play against an aggro deck, you really want to have Carrot, and because there's no way of searching it, sometimes it's important to just mulligan for it. Same goes for, if you play against Shanks, for example, you want to make sure that you have your 9-cost Shanks, for example, because again, it's really hard to just draw into it later in the game. Don't be afraid to mulligan with Bonney. I think that's more important than perhaps with other decks. Another important thing, I think, is that don't swing too early with your board, especially with Cavendish. What I see a lot of people doing is that they play Cavendish on 5 and then on 7 they already swing with it and they're still at 5 life. If you play against a deck like Green Purple Luffy, they're gonna have like 3 characters or something at that point, and they're just gonna poke your Cavendish 3 times, and you either let it die or you have to give them a bunch of cards that you don't really want to give them at this point because you still want to draw your life. So sometimes it's better to just leave the Cavendish standing. Don't worry too much about those 2 extra turns and dawn unless you really need them. Other than that, it's relatively straightforward. It's important to plan ahead with Bonney, just because you always need to make sure that you're able to respond to what your opponent does next. So it's good to know what the meta decks do and what kind of tools you need to succeed in that matchup. Bonney needs to have the right cards at the right time, especially in matchups where you need the 3-cost Tashigi, for example, because you play against a blue deck or a black deck, and if you don't establish it, then your opponent can very easily clear your board. So I think one weakness you can exploit playing against Bonney is that they don't always have the cards that they need. So sometimes, playing a bit more greedy might actually pay off. Figuring out if you need to go really aggressively or if you need to starve Bonney is important to know. Be ready to deal with the big guys in Bonney as well. And that can sometimes be difficult because you don't want to play into Shanks or Luffy, so you don't rest your character, but then they play 9-cost Zoro, for example, where you should have actually played more aggressively. So I think it's important to keep in mind that they have these different tools, but they don't always have them available. So you need to figure out what would be kind of like the worst case scenario, maybe play around that, and then sort of like prioritize which kind of game plan you want to pursue.
Welcome back to another deck profile. We are here talking about Blue Kuzan. He's an exciting new leader that has come in OP12, and he's certainly a leader we expect to see today at regionals. And so Kuzan is a strong pick into the current meta. He has very few bad matchups, but he also doesn't really have any strong matchups. So he's not really polarized in that sense, making him a really good pick if you know what you're doing with him. He's also one of the first meta, kind of mono-blue leaders that's really got a traditionally blue playstyle where you draw a lot of cards, you freeze your opponent's board, you play big bodies, and it's just a lot of fun if you're into that really kind of blue card game archetype. Finally, this deck is constantly trashing and drawing cards, making it very consistent, but it's also very pilot dependent, as every turn you're thinking about what do I trash, what do I keep, what do I need, and what am I going to see later. As for the leader himself, he's a blue 5,000 power leader with 5 life who has the effect, when a card is trashed from your hand by your Navy type card's effect, draw cards equal to the number of cards trashed. This effect is not once per turn. Anytime you trash a card from your hand during your turn or your opponent's turn, you draw the same number back. And as we're going to see, most of the characters in this deck and even some of the events trash cards, allowing you to constantly cycle. So for most leaders, trashing a card from hand is a big negative as you lose card advantage. For Kuzan, it's actually a benefit. It allows you to cycle and be very, very consistent. In the East, this leader was really like gatekept by blue-purple Luffy, so we didn't really see him crop up in Japan. However, with the recent ban list, he's been making his way into our meta, and I believe he's a leader that you really should know and expect to play against both at locals and at regional events. All right, so for the deck breakdown, Blue Kuzan really relies on this one character, Garp, Blue Garp, to take over the mid game. So what Garp allows you to do is he allows you to trash a card from your hand and play up to one blue navy type character with 8,000 power or less, other than Garp from your hand. So this is really, really strong. It's akin to Black Gecko Moria back in the day, where when you hit 8 Dawn, you can start to flood the board with really, really big bodies that do everything you want as a leader. In addition to running Garp, the deck runs a healthy amount of 2Ks, it runs a bunch of events, and it has some really, really strong searchers, making it very, very versatile. So in terms of our big bodies, because I think that's actually the strongest part of the deck, we have our Garp, and we have cards like Kuzan, Aramaki, and Sakazuki. So what Garp does is he allows you to trash one card from your hand, and then you can play one blue navy type character with 8,000 power or less. And so you can play out Kuzan, you can play out Aramaki, and you can play out Sakazuki. These are all kind of different picks depending on the situation, with Kuzan allowing you to freeze a body, Aramaki presenting a big wall your opponent needs to get through with also removal for annoying small bodies, and Sakazuki allowing you to just draw cards. Each of these cards also requires you to trash a card from hand to use their effect, allowing you to cycle on their turn. And so with this, we have a very, very versatile mid-game with Kuzan. We can either freeze, we can block, we can draw, and we can play these huge bodies with an 8,000 power stat line, allowing us to swing very nicely, with the Dawn swinging 9, which of course is a magic number requiring 3 cards, swinging 8 into all of these pesky 6K leaders, getting 2 cards out of hand, and so these bodies really allow you to do everything you want. In addition, we have a really, really strong set of 2Ks in Blue Kuzan. Typically, we see Suru, Hina, and Zephyr. And what's neat about these cards is each of them really has a unique and powerful effect in addition to being a 2K. It's something we're seeing a lot more in One Piece, where the 2Ks are actually really strong in their own right, in addition to being a 2K counter. And so cards like Suru and Zephyr allow you to bounce cards to your opponent's hand while trashing cards, and Hina actually allows you to essentially prevent one of your opponent's characters from blocking, making it a really kind of scary threat that your opponent has to always keep in mind, that you can just get over a blocker at any time. Additionally, we have some really nice searchers. So we have Tashigi making a comeback from the good old days when she was used in Sakazuki, and we have Sengoku, who is one of the strongest searchers in the game. What Sengoku does is he allows you to trash a card from your hand, look at the top 5, and take up to 2 navy cards to your hand. This is a crazy powerful search, and oftentimes as Kuzan, you can really spare the 3 Dawn for this card, because you're just a 5 life leader, you're not under a lot of pressure early, and of course this trashing a card is not a cost for Kuzan, so you get to search, take 2 navy cards, and then cycle something out of your hand that you don't want, all for 3 Dawn. In terms of events, Kuzan runs our typical blue package of removal, usually some number of red rocks and gravity blades. Red rock just allowing you to remove a big threat. It's especially powerful once you've established your 2 8K bodies. You can win the game off of these bodies alone and just continue controlling the board with Red Rock. Gravity Blade, very similarly, allows you to place 2 characters with a cost of 6 or less at the bottom of the owner's deck. So this is really, really good into Red Rayleigh especially, as well as cards that are really pushing the pace of the game. And once again, they work really nicely once you've already established your board. You have 2 8,000 characters, and you just remove for the rest of the game. In addition, Kuzan has one of the best defensive cards in the game. This is a blue Gum Gum Giant, essentially, and it allows one of your leader or characters to gain plus 4,000 power during a battle, and then you can trash 1 card from your hand. Again, this is a feature for Kuzan. You get to trash a card and draw 1, cycling, and of course this can protect your characters too. So these big 8K bodies that come down, if your opponent swings 12 at them, you can just ice block and give a 1K. They're going to stick for a very long time, and your opponent always has to respect 4K counter and the cycle. Finally, we have some miscellaneous kind of cards that just help Kuzan or really keep tempo throughout the game. So we have Jozu, allowing you to just kind of bounce one of your searchers back to hand and bounce a threat from your opponent. We have Borsalino, who's a very, very powerful blocker, where if this character would be removed from the field by your opponent's effect, you may instead just trash 1 card from your hand. This allows you to just cycle. Again, it's not a cost. And if your leader has the navy type, this character gains blocker and plus 1,000 power, making him a 4/6 blocker, similar to the black Borsalino that we used to see before. He comes out, he can block 5K swings, and your opponent really can't remove him without 2 removal effects in the same turn, and it also allows you to cycle. Finally, we have Pudding, who just works so nicely in this deck. forcing your opponent to really pay attention to their hand size, synergizing really well with something like Jozu, where you can bounce a body to your opponent's hand and then play pudding on the next turn. And interestingly enough, this deck is just so defensive that you can often play pudding for free, where in other decks it feels like you're losing a turn. As Kuzan, I find myself often on 4 Dawn, opting to just play pudding to reset their starting hand, which could be really, really unfortunate for your opponent if they kept a hand that had everything that they need. In terms of the game plan and curve, Kuzan really likes to take second, and this is because, once again, it allows him to either play out a Searcher on the early turns, so playing out our Sengoku is really, really nice on 4 Dawn, pudding to reset the hand, or Borsalino. On 6, we can then play Jozu and bounce one of those Searchers back to hand, and then on 8, we can start flooding the board with big bodies. And so that really is the optimal curve for Kuzan. In most matchups, you're going to want to take second, just so that you can really play out this optimal curve. But going first is very similar. You have, once again, the option of playing Sengoku. Sakazuki works really, really nice for your going first curve, so on 7 Dawn you can play him out and just simply draw 2 cards and establish a body, and then next turn follow up with a Garp, presenting 3 big bodies really early in the game. But going second is still preferable. Additionally, Kuzan really likes to keep his life healthy while dealing with the opponent's board and setting up for the 8-drop turn. So keeping a high life total is really important because it allows you to safely drop Garp on that 8 Dawn turn and potentially on the 10 Dawn turn as well. And so feel free to counter early as Kuzan, especially if you have the Sakazuki in hand, to kind of refill those used up 2Ks, because it allows you to really just flood the board with really, really strong 8K bodies. What's nice about Kuzan is he really does have elements of Black-Blue Sakazuki, who we just kind of saw re-emerge, where you can cycle through so many cards and find all the different pieces that you need on every single turn. And while you're piloting the deck, it's really important to start thinking about the future. So making sure that you've got a red rock to remove a big body, you've got the 7-cost event to remove 2 bodies, or you've got this 6-drop in hand to free something like a green 9-cost Zoro. So as you're playing this deck, think ahead, think about what you need, and start finding the pieces, and don't be afraid to pitch something that you don't need, even if it's a 2K counter. So for some tips and tricks, take second in most matchups, with the exception of playing against Lucci, where you want to kind of deny them that jack play on 7. I think that's the only matchup where I typically prefer first. Everything else I like to go second. And don't be afraid to take the early game slowly and just pressure life. Your opponent has to respect pudding and will not want to go up to a high life total, and this lets you just swing 8 at your opponent and put them in this really, really awkward position where they have to think about whether they want to take or not. Pudding can win a lot of games on her own if timed properly with bounce effects like Jozu, and she can also be an effective play on lower Dawn counts to just mess with your opponent's hand. And you can counter freely because you have that 7-cost Sakazuki, so keep your life total high, like I mentioned before, and don't be afraid to also make sure that you're constantly countering your opponent's swings. Similarly, don't be afraid to cycle those 2Ks. So like I said, you want to counter early. The other thing you don't want is too many 2Ks in hand. You run 11 to 12 2Ks, so you can cycle them now because you're going to see more later. And Ice Block is often powerful enough as a defense to keep you going throughout the game. Additionally, your 2Ks have very powerful effects. And so, for example, if your opponent plays just 1 big body per turn, you can actually just play out the Suru, trash 2 cards from your hand, and your opponent has to return 1 character to their hand. Now, of course, if they have a bunch of bodies, this isn't powerful, but if they just played a 10-cost, you can play Suru, put that back in their hand, while also filtering your hand for 2 cards. These are very, very strong 2K counters. Don't just think of them as 2Ks, think about what you can do with them. This is really important, especially when you don't see an optimal curve. Because Gravity Blade is searchable and Red Rock is not, you may also not want to trash Grav Blade knowing you have a good chance to find another one. So just keep that in mind when you've got the Gravity Blade, when you have the Red Rock. Gravity Blade you can find, Red Rock you cannot find. Finally, the 7-cost Sakazuki is really, really, really powerful because he has an additional effect. In addition to allowing you to draw 2 cards, you can trash a card from your hand and give a rested Dawn card to your leader or one of your characters. I always forget about this, so just keep it in mind as you're playing. All right, and so some tips and tricks for playing against Kuzan. So when you're playing against Kuzan, so when he's on the other side of the field, respect pudding. It's not costly for a deck like him to play him, and he will pudding you, and then he'll bounce it to hand and pudding you again. Always keep the pudding in mind. Remember that cards cannot be removed from the board or protect characters. So cards that basically prevent Kuzan from bouncing things or moving things are very strong. So our green Tashigi, it's really an important card if you're playing a deck like Bonney or a deck like Zoro. You really want to get this out or Kuzan is just going to remove everything you play. Additionally, try to pressure Kuzan as much as possible so that he cannot safely play the Garp into Sakazuki. So if you keep up the pressure, he'll feel just too stressed out to play out that combo, and he might have to do something like Garp Aramaki to get out a blocker. And so if you can keep up the pressure, you can prevent this combo from coming down on the board. And especially what you really want to do is you want to make sure he can't do this twice in a row. So keep up the pressure. The late game is Kuzan's domain, so be very, very careful. And make sure your swings demand multiple cards from Kuzan's hand. Kuzan's very happy to counter early, but giving up 2 cards at a time is far too costly. And so you want to make sure you're swinging optimally against Kuzan. And then keep track of the ice blocks, play around the plus 4,000. Know that there are 4 of those cards in the deck. When there's a Dawn up, that plus 4,000 is always available. Finally, some tech cards that you might see or you might want to consider playing yourself. There's a few here. So we have the new Rosinante card. This allows you to protect your Navy cards from being removed from the field. Cards like Sanji's Pilaf are good as they can fix your odd curve and allow you to draw cards. Borsellino's another Navy character that allows you to control the board and play a big body that fixes your going first curve. Cavendish also helps with the going first curve, surprisingly, because you can play this on 5 and then draw cards. And finally, Sol is just another blocker that you can play on your 6th Dawn turn that, with that 7,000 power stat line, allows you to get out of a lot of sneaky swings. So I encourage you, if you haven't yet, to try out Kuzan. This is a really, really fun leader. I was surprised by how much fun I had playing this. It really felt like almost a modern Sakazuki, where I was just constantly trashing cards, drawing cards, trashing cards, and drawing cards. And you've got a really, really strong late game and a relatively simplified game plan that allows you to really focus on finding the pieces and thinking about the big decisions in the game and not making a ton of mechanical plays every turn. So try it out, and also watch out for it. This leader can be very, very scary when piloted by a great player.
All right, we are back for the 9th and potentially final round for the 401 Games Toronto Regionals this weekend. I'm back with Patrick. How you been doing today, Patrick?
Oh, I'm so good. We're finally at that point in the tournament where I was just hovering the top tables and it's silent. And everyone's so focused, and I love that moment, just observing.
It is
so much on the line.
It's definitely, especially one of the players we're watching, they had it was Enel versus Blue Purple Luffy. Everyone's looking at that. Enel's always like, what could the card be? They flip over. Really, really close and ended up taking it. But we've got 3 players undefeated right now. We've got a battle of the Sams. We've got the green Zoro and the red Silver's Rayleigh at table 1, and then we've got a table 2.
At table 2, we have a special for you. We have UP Luffy versus Green Bonney.
Yes, and this is the pair down. So if Bonney ends up winning this game, we are done for the day, so we're going to be eyes on that. And from there, we're going to see some extra X1s. But we're going to go to this. It's going to be Bonney versus Blue Purple Luffy. Let's get to it. All right, on the left, we've got Bonney, who's played by Glen, and then Vince on the Blue-Purple Luffy again. Vince is our undefeated player. If he wins, we've got a 10th and final round.
Yep, and it's going to be an uphill battle, of course. Bonney is typically unfavored into Blue-Purple Luffy, but this is a matchup I haven't actually seen so much since the ban list, so I'm actually quite curious to see how this goes here.
And this might be a bit optimistic from me, but I do know that some of these matchups can be tough, but at this amount of skill, at this amount of prestige, right, these are players that can overcome the odds, right? We saw it last round. We saw Silver's Rayleigh able to beat Bonney despite it being, a traditionally tough matchup, and I wouldn't rule either player out for a matchup like this one.
Yeah, absolutely. At these top tables, I mean, these are fantastic players. They know what their win conditions are. They know how to play optimally. They know all the lines, and so you just can't take anything for granted. Starting off with a 6K swing here into that rested Bonney, clearing that, saying, I don't want you to pick up any more cards, but of course there's another Bonney lurking that can fetch another Supernova.
And I want to say big shout-outs to Glen. He was a little bit nervous about playing this. He also just lost the Blue-Purple Luffy, so a little bit of nerves. But he know that people wanted to see the X1 table, and I appreciate him being a good sport and being out here.
Yeah, absolutely. It is so nerve-wracking being on the stream table. Everyone, when we ask them, they're very hesitant at first, but they go along with it. They're really great sports. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. I was going to say, as someone who's done a lot of American events in person compared to Canadian events, I have seen a little bit more hesitation, just a little bit, right? I would say the American players a little bit more gung-ho, but I appreciate people being on here, giving us some content, right?
Absolutely, yeah. We Canadians, we just need a little bit of a push, a
yes,
gentle push. Okay, I guess I can do it.
A passive-aggressive, you should do it.
That will always work.
It will, yeah, indeed.
Another search here, coming down, just finding all the pieces here for Glen, and we did see UP Luffy with the Mr. 2 coming down, ramping. That's your optimal going second curve that you want to see. And so both players here with a strong start. Glen just deciding what to do with that remaining 4 Dawn.
I mean, we could do another search if we want to, right? We don't really want to play something too large here because we don't want to give them, that Bond play some power.
Yeah.
Next turn, one of these Bonnies can trade into it if we tap it with leader effect, right? So I think these are all good. And yeah, going to get the Cavendish off that top 5 for the next one.
Yeah, and this is always kind of a bit of a nightmare when you're facing Bonney, and they just keep seeing the one-cost Bonney Searcher, and you keep having to trade into it, and you can't put any pressure on life. It's just so awkward, especially in UP Luffy, where you don't play any Searchers, so you don't have any just kind of free way of clearing the Bonnies. You have to throw a leader swing into that 1,000 power character.
Yeah, we don't play any searches, but I do not feel bad about the consistency on Blue Purple Luffy. They get the late game consistency a little bit more than Bonney, I think.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's why you don't need searchers.
Exactly,
Who needs them when you get to just see half of your deck as part of your leader ability. Now on 7, Dawn here. I imagine we'll see the 6K swing, clearing out another Bonney, and resting the Mr. 2.
All right, if you have God Thread here, do you use it to get rid of the Bonney, or
yeah.
Maybe not? Looks like we're just going to use the Gear 2 to get the additional ramp.
Oh!
A large pudding here. Luckily, we haven't taken any life. Could have been a little bit worse, but once you already do that. But I think this is my first pudding of the day. I don't know if it's yours too, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, cool. It's a good day then.
Yes, it is. It is. For all parties, it's a good day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seeing the players laughing here as the pudding comes down, resetting the hand. I do appreciate that Glen kind of showed all of his cards first. He opened up his hand and said, okay, I'm putting them all back. And now let's see what he gets.
Yeah, and even though it's only like, a couple cards, right, the amount of consistency that they spent most of the last 2 turns building their hand, and now they're starting again at, 1 because, a fresh hand despite everything.
Yeah, it's actually super punishing given the amount of searches that Glen has done. He did find a bunch of cards that he wanted and had to just put them all back again. Does look like we're seeing a Cavendish in hand, some Dofis, so he didn't draw all bricks. We still have a game ahead of us, which is great.
Man, so we ended up drawing a Chodey Jones. I'd be really tempted to play that right now. I think that with us being at 5 life, just being able to establish a 7K or 7-drop 8K body, that Luffy will have a bit of a hard time getting rid of outside of a Mihawk. I'd be really tempted. But we can also play the Cav. We can also search with Bonney. It looks like we're going to go with the Cavendish.
Yeah, I feel like that's opting for maybe a bit of a slower game, a bit of a slower play. Maybe not wanting to use that Chodey quite yet until there's maybe 2 in hand, just in case he needs it to close out the game.
Yeah.
But I agree, definitely Chodey would have also felt good here. Kind of 2 different paths, 2 different lines. And we're seeing, again, just searching, very, very consistent game here for Glen. He's able to just keep finding the pieces, looking like he's going to take that 8-cost kid just so he has that wall option available to him.
Yeah, and a bit of a brick in hand, but again, we're at 5 life. We're not super worried. Yeah, it's either that or Urouge, and so I think Idrupk is likely the better one of the 2, but
yeah, especially it seems like this game's going to go the distance. We're getting into this later phase of the game, and you've got the Dofis in hand. Those are going to demand Red Rocks or some sort of answer, and so you can always just keep playing big bodies, exhaust UP's Red Rocks. They usually run 2 to 3, and then drop the kid when it's safe to do so.
Yeah, and I'd be mildly tempted to have attacked with that Bonney instead and pressure life. Vince is still at the full 3 with Blue Purple Luffy. Life, I feel, is more of a resource in this meta where it can't heal anymore, but Bonnie's always been trying to go a little bit wider on value for the board. So.
Yeah, absolutely. It is scary facing down a 3 that 3 life in the late stage of the game, because that allows Vince to really be greedy. He can play Sanji into anything he wants, and he's not at risk of dying, and he could potentially do that 2 turns in a row, which may spell doom for Glen if he isn't able to really establish some sort of big threats here that can put pressure on life. Yeah,
but we are starting the turn at 8 Dawn, so we did get the leader effect, got a Gear 5 there. We are getting the rest on the pudding there, and we do have, man, what a good start here. Sanji into Mihawk, gets rid of the Cavendish. This is looking a little bit rough for Glen here.
Yeah, just a completely empty board, staring down these 2 giant 9-cost bodies. And I do think Glen may have seen that coming, maybe opting to play that Cavendish as a bit of a sacrificial Cavendish for the Mihawk. But he's really going to have to choose what he wants to do here. Does he want to try and reestablish a board? We have that Tashigi in hand, potentially able to protect one of our bodies. Do we just play a big cost body to establish a character that can swing tall and put pressure? It's kind of a tricky turn.
Yeah, I'd be kind of tempted just to play 8-drop Kid and not use the Dawn. I want to keep it active.
Yeah.
I have so much of cards. I'm at full life, right? So I don't want to give them a different target to attack into, and it could start doing damage later, though. 2 9k bodies on board is tough.
Yeah, I do like that. And that may be what it's doing, looking at that Dawn split there. Opting for the Chodey here. Okay, 7 cost, coming down. Going to rest the 2 bodies, I guess, or a body and a life, or a body and a Dawn. That makes sense. He has to take a life as well.
Yeah. There it is.
Yep, and now he has a Rush. Where is he going to go? Probably at life here, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Or leaving it standing because he doesn't want to have to counter to save it.
It's either that or, if we find Pudding to be something worth getting rid of. 6 at life and then likely an 8 with Chodey as well.
Yeah. So finally starting to put some pressure on life, demanding some cards out of hand. Of course, the trick against UP Luffy is you really want to try and be getting 2 cards out of hand per turn to counteract the fact that they're drawing 2 cards. If you can consistently get 2 cards out of hand, you can sometimes stabilize. But again, he's climbing a mountain here with Vince having so much life.
Yeah, honestly, just the immediate, Sanji and the Mihawk is, I think, one of your best on-curve plays, especially like in this situation, right? 7 should be like the max your opponent can likely play in most spots. So that removal is great. If they would have played Chodey Jones last turn too, it would have been removed too. So a little brutal to see.
Yeah, it looks like Zoro being taken off of the leader ability, leaving the stack on top, drawing a card. And so what does Vince have in store for us on this turn? Going to start with a 6k swing. Looks like that would be going to leader. Sanji gets rested. Potentially a little bit of a sequencing thing, but it doesn't matter. You're still always going to have one 9k swing.
Yeah, I think the idea is that if you swung with a 9k, you would have
rested the
Yeah,
so it's kind of the same.
All right. Oh, another Mihawk. Brutal.
Yeah, that's really rough. The 2 Mihawks in a row, just keeping the board clear while Vince is able to build a board. And all of a sudden, Glen's at 2 life.
Yeah.
Staring down 3 9k bodies.
Yeah, and with no cards sticking on board, it's a little bit upsetting, but I think we do have a bit of an answer here. It is the 10-drop Dofi. We see 3 rested cards. Let's get them, continue to be rested, and we'll pass it right back.
Yep, and so we may just see Glen starting with that kind of Dofi chain, kind of a classic back to the OPO4 era where you could just kind of drop Dofi after Dofi and keep their board frozen. However, that 9k Mihawk can still swing.
Yep.
And Vince is still sitting at 2 life. He should be feeling relatively safe. He's been drawing 2 per turn, grabbing those giants, grabbing the events that can keep him alive. And so he should be still feeling pretty good in this situation.
Yeah, and we do know that there's an 8-drop kit. He showed when he picked it up earlier. So honestly, if you're able to stabilize afterwards with 8-drop kid, you get out of one of these attacks for free. You can likely play a blocker. That could be enough to really start putting some pressure on the blue-purple Luffy.
Yeah, absolutely. And Glen does have a big hand. He has a lot of cards, a lot of options.
Yeah, because unless you're afraid of like Pudding again, right? Like you can go down to 1. I think there's a Kyoshiro in hand. Yes, there is. So you can play that off the 8-drop kid. Stinks that Bonney has a hard time finding Dawn to attach to the leader and keep one open to pressure 6k, so that can be rough, but
yeah, it's certainly awkward when you just don't have any of those bodies that restand your Dawn.
Oh man, we're actually getting out of it. I'm surprised.
Yeah, saying it's too scary. I don't want to go down to 1 life here. But that's demanding a lot of cards out of hand. Those are cards that will not be able to protect Kid, but potentially also saying, I think you may just have the Red Rock, you may just have the God Thread if I play out the Dashigi, so I need to just stay healthy to be safe.
Yeah.
This also does kind of set up...
Oh, yeah. Red Rock, brutal.
Yeah. Oh, interesting.
Oh, and we're actually tapping out here, and it's just saying. Well, I mean, I would not be afraid about losing next turn. Clearly, best case is Chodey and this, and that's not doing anything.
Yeah.
Maybe if Glen plays 9-drop Zoro, I start getting a little bit afraid too. But Vince has shown quite the mastery into this matchup.
Yeah, I kind of love that play. That is so much pressure being put down. Anything you play, I will just copy it and swing back at you. Should you play out another 10 cost, which is exactly what we're seeing here, freezing the 3 9-drops, well, Mr. 2 is also 10,000 power.
Yeah.
So it can just keep up the pressure, keep swinging, and you just gave me 3 cards last turn.
Yeah, that's pretty. And I mean, every turn, like Vince is outdrawing you since turn 8 there, so that's huge.
Yeah, absolutely. And just going to take a gear or 2, put the stack to the bottom. Makes sense in this phase of the game, probably just looking for more counter, more giants. He already has the dream board here. A Nami would also feel pretty good, potentially. Doing a little cheeky pudding swing, dropping Nami would be great. But he is still at 2 life. I mean,
he's not, neither players has, been in danger of losing recently. But, you got to really know that you want to attack with this Bond Clay, right? Because then Bonney can remove it easily.
Yeah.
I think there's still a chance to, pilot under, like, an 8-drop kid, too. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the scary thing is we just haven't seen Vince have to even use any events.
Yeah.
Right? And so when I'm staring down a UP Luffy player, I'm always tracking, okay, how many Giants have we got? How many Gertus have we got? And we really haven't gotten many.
No, we have not.
So I imagine his hand is just stacked with some scary event cards here. Looks like Glen just thinking. I believe that was... He's thinking about the 8K swing that came through?
I believe so, yeah.
Of course, that would demand 2Ks here. That is a steep price to pay when you're only sitting at 6 cards in hand. That would put you down to 4, 5 on the draw. And so just thinking, do I take it? Do I go down to 1 life? That's also kind of scary with the board that he's facing. It's a tough decision here.
I'd be tempted to take it, though, at this point, right? I think my game plan is... get down to 0, have as many defensive cards as I can, and just hope that 8-drop kid's enough to win this game.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, I think that is probably the best line. And we'll have to see what he goes with. But yeah, I kind of agree. I would also be tempted to take. It's just another card, another way to defend kid. And it's kind of like, if you have the answer, you have the answer.
Yeah, and normally the Blue-Purple Luffy, I don't think they play any more than 2 red rocks, right? Yeah. So another one after that would be a bit extraneous in my mind. 7, Mihawk doesn't really do anything. We're going to go down to 1 life.
Yep.
Oh, 8-drop Mihawk. Okay. Not too bad.
Yeah, it would have been nice a little earlier,
yes,
I think. But yeah. Better late than never, maybe.
And I think the other thing is that there are definitely some spots where I think 9-drop Shanks would have been way better than Dofi. Especially being able to either leave 1 Dawn open for something or what have you.
Yeah. And here comes, that Mr. 2 swing. That's 10,000 power as well.
Here's the, I did say that I was going to, consider taking that attack, but that pudding's still there, right? We've got 8 Dawn left available. We can go, I believe, 12K next turn, or with this pudding to try to end the game. So this is, 8, 10, 12. These are scary numbers.
Yeah, I mean, Glen may have to just drop his whole hand, and of course he doesn't really have a good lethal angle. If Vince especially is sitting on a bunch of 2K counters in hand, even a Chodey is just not going to get you there.
No.
So this is really, really tough. And Vince is just showcasing the power of UP Luffy in this current meta. And there's a 0-cost event coming down, pitching that Mihawk that we just saw get drawn.
And then 2K, 1K, but like that. Oh, man, brutal.
4 cards. And so last turn we saw 3 cards, another 0-cost event demanded. Now we're seeing 4 cards demanded just to kind of stay in this game and keep playing. And Vince is just so comfortable. He's just going to swing a gentle 6.
And you're like, I have to take that.
Yeah. Really just not even taking any risk here. Just saying, I think I feel good about this. The 6 gets taken, and now Glen is on the hook. What can he do?
Yeah, and we're keeping the Dawn open. I mean, we probably could have done a 7K with pudding too, but just, get rid of that Bond Clay.
Yeah.
Gotta go.
Yeah. And I mean, pudding's done a lot of work this game. Reset the hand.
It does, yeah. And there's some chances to, I think, pressure it a little bit. I would have also probably not have tried to get rid of it, but now we're just going into Mihawk.
Yeah,
2K, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, 8-drop kid. I mean, it's good in a lot of situations, but I don't know if this is it.
Yeah, you generally want to have a huge hand when you drop that 8-cost kid so that you can defend it. And especially against 9,000 power units that are already higher, so they already demand a card with no Dawn commitment whatsoever. Vince checking his stack, top 5. We see, a lot of laughter.
Yeah. I mean, if we've got like 8-drop Rush Luffy, right? Like it gets rid of the blocker and you can pressure.
Yeah. Gonna grab a Zoro. Stack to the bottom again.
Yeah.
Draw for turn. And is this our final turn? Can Glen somehow hold on here? He's got a Eustace Captain Kid, a Koshiro, a Dream. Can he make it?
There could be numbers that exist, right? Like we do have our defenses. We can maybe survive 1 turn, and if we survive, we've got likely Kid, Dofi, and Bonney. So some pretty big attacks.
Yeah, and it will be up to Vince to decide how much he really wants to commit to this, or if he's okay just leaving off a ton of Dawn and saying, I don't think there's any way that I can die here. Would want to leave up potentially 4 Dawn to play around a Chodey play. So I think we'll either see a non-committal 9 or maybe a 10 coming through, demanding 2 cards of the blocker.
Yeah.
I think both are fine. 10 is a great number here.
Resting the Sanji. We've got 3 cards in hand.
Yep, and do we give the 2-1 here? Do we block? Okay, we do block, which I think that's just going to signal another 10, potentially more, though, because I think now we could swing something like 12 if we really wanted to.
Yeah, I think, 12 feels good. It's like, give me every card in your hand, and even then I think I've got numbers for 8 and 5 with pudding, right?
Yeah, 12 feels really nice here. Perhaps a little preemptive with that block, but I mean, there's not a lot that can be done in this situation. Potentially an 11 coming through, it looks like.
That is a heck of a read of a number of someone who only has a 2K and a 1K.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, okay.
10.
10. Looks like there's going to be some thought to that.
Yeah, he did attach it with it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, one more. Okay. 3 cards in hand.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you went 14, you guarantee clear it.
Yeah, but 12
and
gets it.
And then big
Rest.
number. Yeah.
Oh,
there it is.
GG. Well played. Well played.
Yeah, and you know, I think that Vince ended up just seeing what he wanted. Glen, I think, had an okay start. It's just that pudding didn't really get a lot of cards in hand, but just having to reset what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Pretty tough. So
yeah, and it just felt like Vince kind of saw everything he wanted to see.
Yep.
Consistently throughout the game. That double Mihawk.
Yeah.
Right, like the Sanji into Mihawk, and then just following it up with another Mihawk. Bot decking the Cavendish, bot decking the Chodey. It's just everything that Glen tried to play got bot decked.
Yes.
And in exchange, Vince established a big body.
Yeah, and just showing that, you know, 9-drop Sanji ahead of curve into another 9-drop like Mihawk or even 8-drop Rush Luffy. Very strong in this game and very viable. I think Blue Purple Luffy's more viable than a lot of us thought after that restriction list.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does really have great matchups into kind of the decks that counter Rayleigh and Zoro is kind of the idea. So you're kind of countering the countering the counter of the meta by picking UP Luffy. And definitely there's a lot of Bonnies today. I've been looking around. I mean, Bonney potentially has the highest win rate overall. Looking at the data. And so picking a deck that can really challenge Bonney seems like a good call.
Yeah, and so we're going to have him. He's going to play on table 10 next round for pretty much this seeding, right? Which is important. Though knowing that both players at table 10 or table 1 on round 10 are going to make it into day 2 top cut means that we've got some freedom to see one of our hopefuls, right? One of our X1s, something maybe more unique. And so I'm going to be interested to see what we can find for that one. Yeah,
there still are some really interesting decks left, so I hope we can find something great.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be cheering for all those players. I saw Sanji, I saw potentially a Lim, so I can't wait to go see how they did.
Yes, for sure. So I think we, as part of that, I think we're going to have a Lucci deck profile just to show off. I do know of some Luccis that I think are X1, so that could be a unique matchup we haven't seen yet today. So we've got, again, one more round. We have 10 rounds today, and then this will be into a top 32 cut tomorrow. So we're going to take our break. We'll see you guys in round 10, and we'll be right back.
Robert Lucci, one of the most exciting characters in the game, or not, depending on your perspective. We love to hate him, we hate to love him. I love to play him, and I'm going to explain why that is. Why might you want to pick a leader like this? It's because you believe in the environment and recycling your trash. That's right, I think Lucci is probably the most eco-friendly leader in the entire game, and nobody talks about this enough. So I'm going to get the message out there. He is the king of reusing, reducing, and recycling. You're always reusing your Rebeccas. You're always reducing cost. You're always recycling your trash back into your deck. I don't know, what's not to love? I'm just making this up on the fly, by the way. Cool. Okay, so leader effect. There are 2 aspects to using Lucci here. When attacking, so when I'm declaring the attack, I can then choose to mill 2 cards from my deck into my trash and then reduce the cost of an opponent's character by 1. Why would I want to do that? Well, if I fill up my trash, I can get cards like Tempest Kick online much quicker. I can also use cards like 4-cost Lucci or 1-cost Mancherry that require the cost of cards from your trash being added to the bottom of your deck to actually use its ability. In addition, I can use cards like Rebecca to start the recursion of bringing trash back into my hand as well. So it's basically an extra resource that I can use that most other colors don't really have access to. Now, the second aspect of this leader is reducing cost by 1, and sometimes that extra 1 is all you need to get within that threshold of KOing bodies, which your opponents hate to see, which means we love it. So if you want that control style, Lucci is a really strong option, especially in OP12 when a lot of people aren't really playing it. I have no clue what the percentage is going to be today, but I think you can eke out quite a few wins if you get a decent matchup spread. What is your game plan with Lucci? It's quite simple. You might be able to guess it. You either want to set up cost reduction to follow up with KO, or maybe you want to set up KO engines and then follow up with cost reductions, right? So we'll go over those cards really soon, but that's essentially the overall game plan, which makes the composition of the deck pretty tight, I would say. You can take different avenues as well, but that completely depends on the meta. So it becomes one of those decks where by the end of the meta, you might have a really tight deck list that everybody is using because it's been a bit more solved, but up until then, you'll try various ratios. You can try so many one-ofs. One of the best things about filling up your trash with like half of your deck is that you can just add so many one-ofs and then bring them back into your hand much more easily in a consistent way. So it's really weird because in this deck, at least, the cards I'm going to go over, I'm not really playing any searchers, but you kind of just search through your trash like you're a raccoon, which is relevant because we're in Toronto right now, and I think that's an appropriate joke to make. I'm going to show you just a couple cards that I am currently running. I love playing this zero cost event because it gets cards out of your hand, especially if you're not running a lot of counters, and the trigger is great because you can just dig deeper into your deck. Mancherry is such an MVP of your deck, and you have other cards like Rebecca as well, which bring back from your trash and becomes an extremely annoying engine that can be hard to deal with as well, because often I'll just use Rebecca to block when they swing into my Mancherry because I can just bring that back again and Rebecca can bring back another character. Let me just put this aside here. We've got so much cost reduction. Suru as a 2k, Tempest Kick, Uta if you want to put a really annoying one, especially against Green Zoro, because this cannot be KO'd by leader swings. Toy Soldier is amazing because you can use this activate main to -3 cost. So you can actually set this one up beforehand on like a 2-don turn. I wouldn't recommend it if you know that they're going to remove it, but if you know that they don't have those tools, then amazing. Annoy them as much as you can. I'm testing out Bello Betty right now. It's kind of an alternative to the 3-cost Tashigi. They both give a -2 cost. The Tashigi is on activate main, but the Bello Betty is when attacking. But in addition to that, and they're both 2Ks by the way, this one also mills 2 cards from the top of your deck, so you can fill up your trash so much quicker and get your engine going. Hina is such an MVP for cost reduction. It is quite hefty at 3 cost. Well, it depends on your perspective if you're comparing it to like Ice Age, which is 1 cost, but the -4 cost is huge, and worst case, it's a 3/5 vanilla body. Laboon is also awesome. It has a counter and it can -4 cost on the turn that it's played with its activate main. Brook does a -1 cost, but of course, as we'll talk about, the main reason to play Brook is to have a consistent KO engine following your cost reduction. I'm just going to put these to the side because Kuzan is such an MVP. He kind of needs his own space here. Anytime you hit 4 Dawn, you better have a good reason not to play Kuzan. And the best reason is because he's not in your hand, especially because he's unsearchable. But, you know, if you have like a 4-cost Lucci, for example, if you're going to use this Lucci's effect, it better be worth it for whatever 2 or 3 drop that they play. Otherwise, you're always playing this Kuzan because you just draw a card, it replaces itself, and now it's a huge threat on board because every time it swings, you give -4 cost, right? So comparing that to a card like Laboon, now of course Laboon does have this extra counter and you can use the -4 immediately, but the extra swing that you get off of Kuzan while minusing the cost goes a long way. Shirahoshi is a great tech option here because it is basically the Rebecca-Hina combo built into 1 card. Sometimes you love to see it, sometimes you don't. You know, sometimes you do want to have like the 5k body on board. But if you're not able to see both of these pieces, this is a great way to just slam it down, get a blocker in, and get that extra -4 cost. Now, the cool thing about Shirahoshi is that you can actually bring it back to hand with Rebecca. Those are most of the cost reduction that I have right here. Now, let's talk about some of your KO engines, which is far less, to be honest. We have Brook. Brook is probably one of the biggest MVPs in the deck, aside from Kuzan. because of the immense pressure that he puts on the turn that you play him, where you can KO something, and every turn after that, where you can not only reduce by 1, but you continue to KO the board. Now, of course, our next MVP, which is very contingent on the matchup and what you have in hand and everything else, like life tends to be, is Jack. Your opponent never wants to see Jack on board unless they can easily remove it, and then they're just like so prepared for it and you feel bad, but you know what? Life goes on. This is just how you play the game. But when you play Jack, it applies immense pressure immediately, because every turn after that, you can then cycle a card from hand, withdrawing and trashing while KOing a 3-cost body on board, which is way higher than the 0 cost that Brook requires, or even the 2 and 1 that Lucci has. So with this, it's so much easier to KO anybody that comes out. In addition to this, you can then spend your resources on other characters like Rob Lucci, which, like I said, KOs a 2 cost and a 1 cost, and maybe even KO 3 bodies in 1 turn with this kind of a setup. Here I do have a one of Who's Who, and the reason for this, I'm just going to go slightly off here, is because I enjoy playing Spandines, which is also a one of here. You got to be really careful with this card. What you can do is, on play, you can put 3 CP cards from your trash back into your deck, and then play out a 4-cost or lower CP card from your trash onto your field rested. So for this, you're basically aiming for the Rebecca into a Spandine, into boom, 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 bring out Lucci, so that you have a blocker and you can KO 2 bodies. And this Who's Who, which can KO a body on play, also helps as a 2K and as a CP card that you can use for your Spandine engine. Finally, we got a 10-cost Kuzan. Now, this one's interesting because it can also be seen as like a win more type card, but there are some matchups where once this is on board, once you can afford to get into a position where you can play this, it does immense damage, because not only can you KO a 6-cost with the extra -1 that your leader puts out, every turn after this, on your turn, the entire board gets -5 cost. So cards like Lucci, you're just having a field day with removing everything. Cards like Brook, you no longer need to worry about reducing costs. You just start swinging every turn. Boom, boom, boom. So that's an overall deck breakdown. As for general game plan and curves, if you're on the odd curve, Brook is what you want to see. I will often mulligan for it. You'll basically KO anybody that they played up until that turn, because with your Lucci swing, you get a -1, and then this gets another -1. You can bring a 2-cost character down to 0 and then KO it. If you have 5 Dawn after that, maybe you play a Kuzan, and then perhaps you play out a Tsuru, because the Tsuru can now minus the 4-cost that they played, swing with your leader down to 1, swing with Brook down to 0, and then KO, and then you get a Kuzan, which draws and then applies immense pressure for the next turn after that. Even just saying this, it feels kind of disgusting, like the strong curve that something like this can provide. And of course, on 7 Dawn, you just want to slam your Jack, unless you suspect that they're going to easily remove it. But otherwise, you just slam it down, and then you ask them, like, if you can remove it, you got it, but show me that. Otherwise, they're going to be in for a whole world of pain every turn after that. Now, if you're going on the even curve on 2 Dawn, you can play out cards like the 2-cost Uta, you can play out 2-cost Nefertari Cobra, you can even set up Mansheri if you think that it's not going to be removed early. Just set this up later, kind of squeeze it in with your Dawn. 2-cost One-Legged Toy Soldier is also great for setting up that cost reduction as well. Again, as we talked about on 4 Dawn, drop Kuzan, don't even think about it. Unless you know what you're doing, then you can start thinking about it. But when you first pick up this leader, you go to 4 Dawn, you see Kuzan, you drop it. That's it. End of video. 6 Dawn, what I really love doing is playing out Hina with Brook. It's such an efficient way to... You can clear a 5-cost body, you can clear a 6-cost body with your leader swing as well, playing out Hina and Brook. So when I talked about before setting up cost reduction so that you can then do KO, you can do the same here with setting up KO and then play out cost reduction and then do more KO with that. All right, tips and tricks. Yeah, this one's a little tricky. You always want to look far in the future. I don't know how strong Lucci's observation hockey is in the show. I don't think it's that impressive, but as a pilot, you're going to have to know your matchups very intimately, because you want to be able to predict exactly what card they're going to put down so that you can set up your board as optimally as possible to then remove that while setting up future threats. So it's a lot to think about. That's why you need to get really comfortable with how you're playing things and what the opponent is going to play, so that you can be proactive in the way that you react to things, if that makes sense. As a control style, I'll often find myself just swinging 5 with the leader. I rarely swing higher than that unless it's specifically for combat math. But the reason for this is because I first want to swing and then see what falls into my trash before deciding how to allocate my Dawn. So if I see maybe a target for Rebecca, then I can decide, okay, maybe now this is a good time to actually play Rebecca so I can make use of getting an extra card back into my hand. Or if I really want to do the Rebecca Spandine Lucci combo and I have everything else there except the Spandine, maybe I just swing and see. You know, it's kind of like playing slots here and just seeing what rolls. You see that Spandine, your eyes just light up and you start going for that combo that you were planning, well, you were hoping for. Don't forget that you can use your cost reduction after seeing what falls into your trash. So make sure you maximize the amount of information you get first before making these higher level decisions. Playing Lucci is entirely a resource game. Try not to overplay your board unless you need to. You will find often a lot of times you might get a board like you've set up Mancherry, you've set up Toy Soldier, and you've set up Kuzan, and now you're playing Rebecca into a Brook, and maybe you're blocking with Rebecca, and then now you want to play 2 more bodies the turn after, and it's like, oh, but maybe I shouldn't have played this Toy Soldier and I should have kept it in hand, right? So that's one aspect of thinking forward in terms of how you're going to use these cards, and the other aspect is you want to be eco-friendly. You don't want to just play over your cards for no reason. Keep in mind when you do so that you're not going down in hand size when you don't need to. This can also mean planning for certain characters to die. So maybe I use this Mancherry effect, I bring something back into my hand, and I'm now hoping that they swing into it, acting as a pseudo blocker because I also need to make room for my board. And if they don't, well, then I'll just keep using Mancherry effect every turn after that, adding to my hand, and we pivot. Let's talk about playing against Lucci. Every deck has a weakness. Some have more glaring weaknesses than others. I'd say the weakness with Lucci is that you're essentially building your entire deck around cost reduction and KO. So you'll find that most of the bodies aren't actually that powerful in terms of combat. You really just have Jack and Kuzan for the most part. Don't forget to swing with Jack if you need to, just adding that out there. But for the most part, a lot of leaders can actually deal with these bodies pretty easily, especially when they're sideways. So using power-based KO, swinging into their board can help with removing back as well. You can use a lot of KO protection. They've been printing a lot more of that into this game. When you have leaders like Kobe that have built-in KO protection into the leader, it makes it incredibly difficult for Lucci to actually remove anything. Now, of course, Kobe as well can attack the board directly right after that, so Lucci wouldn't even get a chance to swing with this Kuzan. You can also play Marshall D. Teach to prevent on-plays. A lot of this deck relies on on-play effects to actually get the engine going. So you'll find that if you're playing Rob Lucci into Teach, all Teach needs to do is not use leader ability for one pivotal turn, and Lucci can get completely back into the game with Rebecca, Spandine, Lucci, just flooding the board with bodies. Sometimes is all you need. So there's definitely ways around it. Some decks are more equipped to handle it with things like added cost. For example, if you're playing Koala, all of your 4 costs are actually 8 costs, which adds so much more resources for the Lucci player to actually remove it. So that's the overall TLDR of this deck. It's been out for, over a year. It constantly changes bit by bit, but I don't know if OP12 changes it that much, aside from this card that I personally love playing. But feel free to test it out and let us know what you think. I do think it can be a sleeper, and hopefully we'll see some today. Thanks for watching, folks.
All right, we are back with our 10th and final round for this 401 Games Toronto Regionals here. And we've got good news and mid news. Good news is we've got a lot of interesting X1 decks right now, right?
Yes, we do. There are quite a few. I can't wait to see what the bracket looks like tomorrow.
Yeah.
Toronto has been a very interesting event. I've seen a lot of decks that I just wasn't expecting to see.
Yeah.
So many copies of at top tables.
Yeah.
So it's really, really fun. So I can't wait to see how the bracket shakes up.
Yes. And so, the good news is that we've got like Lynn, we've got Eustace Kid, and the bad news is they are very nervous right now. So the compromise is we take the table that has the least amount of nerves. And you know what table that is?
That is the table that has already featured players on stream.
And guaranteed for tomorrow.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we will be showing you guys round 10, table 5.
Yeah.
And it's going to be Silver's Rayleigh versus Blue-Purple Luffy. Let's get over there.
Yep, and both players have been on stream already today. They are XO, which is always quite a feat. And it is quite nice to see them because it'll give us a sense as to how they play, and we can follow up with them tomorrow and see how they do.
For sure. So we've got Sammy on the left, and I believe it's Vince. Yes, Vince on the right with the blue-purple Luffy. Both these players, Bonney killers on stream earlier today, and interesting to see what this matchup looks like for him.
Absolutely. So we saw that buggy start coming down, and that was followed by just a pass, and now we are on the 3-Dawn turn for Sammy. Both players playing really, really fast, showing 2 events there that looked like an unblockable event, and I didn't even catch the other one.
And we've got a immediate 6K going in, which is important when you're playing against a 6K leader, right?
Absolutely. Gets a 2K out of hand, so worth noting. No 1Ks or potentially saving them to be used later. And just playing down another buggy, searching for another event. Red event card. Always happy to see this buggy back in play. This is just like a classic. I feel like I'm watching Red Zoro again. Takes me back.
Yeah,
good old days.
And that's part of my reason I like Silver's Rayleigh as a deck is because they, clearly like designers at one point, like, well, like Event Zoro was a deck that existed, right? Like, what if we made like an official version of that? And that's really what I find this deck is. So we're using observation hockey again. So I mean, we've have 3 Dawn and we've got 3 searches this over the last 2 turns, finding the Sanji off of that, and now we're going 1 more 6K into leader.
Yep, and of course it's up to Sammy here to keep the pressure on Vince. You want those 6K swings constantly coming through. You want to tax the UP Luffy. You don't want them to have a huge hand going into those turns when they draw 2 cards from the leader effect. That will be taken, no trigger.
Yep, and we're going to pass it back. One of the key things I think too is that Vince might try to prioritize like using a Thunder Bagua somewhat early for the ramp and also to get out of an attack. So now that we're down to 2 life, that is on board for him. We have 3 for the Zoro Juro though, and we're going to pass it back. Unfortunately, a slash character, right?
Yes.
A little bit tough for this buggy, but at least you get to mildly guarantee another ramp next turn.
Yeah, I would typically think of the Zoro Juro as just kind of suboptimal. You really want to see that Mr. 2 on your 4-Dawn play. But the good thing about Zoro Juro is it can swing into other bodies that are not the buggy.
Yes.
So unfortunately, it won't be clearing the board, but it is always a threat that can clear bodies, and that's really, really important because Rayleigh wants to go wide, and UP wants to force them to go tall and kill as many of those weedy bodies as possible to stop the 6K onslaught. Looks like another observation hockey coming through. Dawn attached to leader, and what is Sammy going to take here?
Yeah, and observation hockey is, I'd say, in this matchup in particular, a little bit better since you almost always want to put a Dawn on your leader to make that 6K attack. So being able to kind of get rewarded for it is really nice. And I think we're looking at maybe getting, that Kid and Killer.
Yeah, but that's exactly what you want. Just so much pressure packed into one card here. That 7,000 swing will be active, and so that can come down at any time. And just clarifying, but yes, observation hockey can search out the Kid Killer.
Yep, cost of 3 or more, I believe, right?
Yep,
so
exactly.
Making sure. So we're doing that 6K attack in the leader, getting a 1K off the Nami blocker. And we do have the 4-drop Luffy. We do know that we found Sanji earlier. Yep, so we're going to be able to play that off. And just great sequencing here. Another 6K attack with this buggy due to that Dawn management.
Yeah, and Sammy flexing the 2 unblockable events, saying I can swing big, I can swing unblockable when I need to. So Vince really has to keep that in mind and play around that. Of course, UP can survive at 0 life. It's just a couple giants away from hitting a 15 or 16, but you really don't want to do that.
No.
So having the knowledge your opponent already has that option is a little bit scary.
Yeah, we're going to go 7K into buggy, unsurprising. We don't necessarily need to pressure Silver's Rayleigh here, but I think we will, and I'd be kind of expecting Sammy just to take the card from life here. Yep, going down to 4.
Yeah, absolutely. You just want more gas as Silver's Rayleigh. You almost always want to take life. You're like, give me more cards, give me more cards. I want to keep flooding the board. I want to keep swinging, keeping up the pressure. There's that Mr. 2 coming down, allowing 1 ramp, and Vince is now got 2 Dawn open. That could be for a Bagua here. That would be really, really nice, actually. And that may scare Sammy a little bit from swinging.
Yeah, and there could have like the Hell's Judgment. I know some decks are trying to tech that card in more, mostly for Zoro, but can make a difference here. The only thing is that it will put you down to 7 Dawn, so you won't get your leader effect next turn. But yeah, we're going to take the 6K immediately.
Very interesting here, opting to take the 6. I think that might be an anticipation of larger swings coming later.
Yeah, but if I had a 1K in hand, I'd almost always try to get out of it here.
Yeah, that's true. So Sammy may get the read that there are no 1Ks in hand, making 6 a good number. Looks like exactly what he's going to do.
And this actually, I believe, is 8 with the 2.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yep. He's got the 2 attached, and he showed 2 events, so an 8K swing coming through.
If we have a Gear 5, Gear 2, another one, that does get you a 9 to 8, which is nice, but end up, we're using the Giant here, so going down to 6 Dawn. Really good aggression here.
Yeah, you don't really want to be using Giant this early, but of course Vince knows he has to play the long game here, willing to forego leader effect to just stay as healthy as possible, maybe finding some other cards that he needs, because of course that Giant does allow him to cycle, filter, find the next counter that he might need to stop the onslaught from Rayleigh.
Yeah, the only other thing is that, like, yeah, you definitely would want to, like, Mihawk, I think, is a great card in this matchup. Being able just to get an absolute removal from specifically 4-cost Luffy.
Yeah.
All right, we've got Kid Killer, yeah, and this is another 7K going in. Going down to 0. Oh, thinking on a trigger. Could be a ramp. Could be God Threat, though. If it is, I might consider leaving it in hand.
I think it's Slave Arrow.
Yeah, could be Slave Arrow. I know that's another tech people have been floating around here.
Yeah. Just putting some thought into whether to trigger it or not. This is a really important moment here for Vince. He may just be dead if he goes to 0 life. It's really, really scary. Looking at the trash, just trying to figure out, do I take this to hand or do I trigger it?
It is
God Threat.
Yeah,
okay,
all right, and
right.
deciding go up to 7. Okay, it's an active Dawn. If we knew that they were going to do one more attack for, like, Thunder Bagua, I'd definitely consider doing it, right? But I think God Threat to get rid of either Luffy or Kid Killer just is really tempting next turn, too.
Yeah, absolutely, because I feel like just swinging at these characters, Sammy will likely defend them, especially the Luffy, potentially even the Kid Killer, that Luffy actually being a 6,000 power body, and so combat might not be the way.
Yeah, because we also get the ramp from Zoro Juro still, so...
Yeah, that's true.
Not... I mean, we're going to get to 10, so, like, at least Giant keeps us into range next turn, but...
Yeah.
I don't know, I guess we could Mihawk now, but no Dawn on board is quite scary.
Yeah, absolutely scary. No life either.
Yeah, that is also maybe a little scary. I don't know.
Depends on how many events he has in hand. As we know, these purple decks. Okay, so there comes a 4,000 swing going into the Sanji. That's going to be a take. Sammy saying, I'm happy to just draw a card here. And where do we go next? Do we want to pressure the Kid Killer? I'd anticipate that might be the next target Vince is eyeing here.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier to remove too, right? So, we kind of know that Sammy has at least 2 2Ks in hand. He's been showing those, the true powers. But we're going to go what looks like, I believe, 6K into Kid Killer right now.
Yep. Another 6K swing coming through. Will we see one of the events pitched? Or just going to let it go? Yeah, just going to let it go.
6 to 6.
And this is something I always love when you're watching these really great players. They are so good at conserving their resources.
Yeah,
whereas
and
I might be
blind Sanji, hoping for maybe a blocker, but yeah, just too much aggression from Silver's Rayleigh. And Sammy's our 10-0 undefeated winner on day 1 of Swiss.
Yep. Wow, that's another 10-0 day he can add.
Yes.
I know he already has quite an impressive rap sheet here, or impressive record. And wow, that was a quick game.
Yeah, a bit quick, but you know what? Happy to see that. What ended up being the undefeated deck today. Both players get to go, take a nap, right? Probably get ready for tomorrow. Sammy's going to get the undefeated seed, which is good, but Vince is still in a really enviable position too.
Absolutely, yeah. And looking at that bracket, seeing a lot of different decks, rogue decks, I feel like UP actually does well into that split.
Yeah.
So he may face a really great bracket tomorrow.
Yes.
And so I think he's probably feeling pretty good.
Yeah, As soon as I sat down for round 10, I know I'm feeling good. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Great position. We're going to see more of that tomorrow too.
Yeah.
Again, we've got a good amount of X1 and X2 hopefuls trying to get into that day 2, including I know we've got a Sakazuki that's X2 at least one. We've seen a lot of Enel, a lot of maybe like a Blue Yellow Nami. I saw one doing kind of well.
Yeah.
Maybe a Kalgar. I know that they are doing well around rounds 5 or 6. So for top 32. I do expect at least 10 different leaders right now.
I think so too, yeah. I think it's going to be a really exciting top 32, and I'm hoping we can get some of those matches on stream tomorrow for some best of 3 action. Yeah. Always a little bit more fun than best of 1s.
Definitely. So and it's top 32, so we should get 5 rounds of that, right?
Yeah.
Of each top 32, 16, and so forth. So, yeah, really looking forward to seeing what gets there, what we're going to be able to see on the first one. We'll likely post on socials sometime tonight when we figure out what the leader breakdown looks like for that too.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if we're done for the night. We can end whenever. Okay. Well, I don't know if Jeremy's still around, but I do want to say big shouts to him being our co-caster throughout the day. We're going to see more of Jeremy tomorrow. Also, Kobe on the keyboard too, making all this happen. Wouldn't be able to do that without them. And 401 Games for hosting this and letting, importing me back into the country for a weekend.
Oh, we're happy to have you.
Yeah, really appreciate it. And Patrick too. Not in any order specifically, but making sure the people not on screen got some.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, anything from you, Patrick, before we wrap it up?
No, I'm just so excited for tomorrow. Thank you everyone for tuning in. It's been a really fun day. We've been having a blast, and we love One Piece.
Yeah.
We love One Piece cards. We love watching the players play, and that's what we got to see. I really hope you enjoyed it, and I really hope you guys can tune in tomorrow because really this is just the halfway point.
It really is. So we will see you guys tomorrow. Looking forward to what gets in that top 32 with you guys. Thank you everyone who tuned in, and yeah, see you tomorrow.